turn the volume off of that. D4, knight f6, Carlson playing white, bishop f4. This is what he used last year to win the World Rapids. He played bishop f4, he played the London system all the time, and he did win. So he's had some success here. Not as big surprise to see him do it again. Yesterday he mixed it up, he played a bit sharper. Today, maybe he stabilized, he's going to go back to his, you know, some of these sidelines. I mean, the first round he played e3, then he started playing e4. Knight c3 here. And I don't know too much theory here. I'm not sure this even classifies as a London with a knight on c3. That looks more like a Veresov to me. The Veresov being yeah, d4 knight c3 with without touching your c-pawn. You know, a lot of times you play queen d2, queenside castle early, queen d2, f3, g4, this sort of structure. Actually, I'm really bad at opening names, so if I said something really wrong, let me know. The Veresov is this. No, see, the Veresov is with the bishop on g5, so it's not called the Veresov. I just, you know, the knight on c3 here, we're used to this pawn being on c3, and it's definitely a bit of a sideline. Backwards call it, yeah. I don't know the name of this, but I definitely know the plan that you want to play queen d2, queenside castle, and f3 and g4, and that's going to play against this bishop. So for example, I'm going to make some moves just to show bishop f5, queen d2, f3, queenside castle. Let's say you play normally here. Let's go knight c6, f3 here. You could find yourself a bit behind playing black. This, and then, you know, white's getting a bit of an initiative right off the bat, although the position might totally be okay. But this is the sort of imbalance that you get in the pawn structure. Let's see what the actual game is like now. But I guess what that means, okay, is what I just said isn't the case, and he's just playing random theory. Random chess. Yeah, this is not really what they teach you in chess school, to put your knight in front of your pawn, and then to bring this knight all the way back to e2. Now it looks like the nice setup is to play c3, knight f3, but really, I'm going to have to wait and see what Magnus is doing here. I would pretty much be, you know, out of book. Actually, if I was playing as black, if I was Bach here, I'm pretty sure he's most likely out of book, unless this is some fashionable thing that I've been behind on. What's up, Canadian Moves 14? The first thing that comes to my mind, guys, is what happens after knight b4, and you can't prevent yourself from losing the bishop pair. So knight b4 looks like a critical move here. You don't have time to play c3 after knight b4. And I don't really want to give away that bishop. So he has something specific in his prep. We're talking about Team Magnus here, but this isn't standard. I just don't believe Magnus is giving away the bishop pair for free. So after knight b4, you're going to play c3, some position like this. The bishop would like to go here. I mean, if something like e6, I don't think white is afraid of that, because this bishop will need to work to become good, although it still has this idea. Oh, Curtis Bra, thanks for that donation there. But otherwise, with g6, I think that might be the main idea. Maybe because the knight is already on e2, you have enough time to play knight g3, stop bishop f5. Here, castle, and let's say, in this case, castle kingside, and play this position. And yes, you have the bishop pair as black, and a lot of times you try to play minority attack here. At the same time, white has a pretty easy to play structure. Maybe you want to play knight e5 or bishop e5. doesn't really give white an advantage. I don't think white has any advantage, except that if he knows it better, it's easier to play for him. So we're waiting and seeing what he's up to. And he got to play knight b4 wasn't on the board. So this is a... You're starting to say Magnus like me. I don't know if I'm saying it really badly. We have lots of Norwegians in the chat. Hope I'm not offending them. His name's not too hard to say at least. But so bishop g4 and now c3. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, this is an idea. You get your bishop out, and then you play e6. Basic development there. You want to get both bishops out. So the only way to do that is to put it on g4. You can't put it on e6. Can't put it on f5. Let's check on the other games. Nakamura against Yu Yangyi, the American #1 rapid player. He still has that to his name, that he's ranked #1. I think, actually, Fabiano is pretty high rated in rapid, isn't he? But I think Naka is #2, clearly. He still has that to brag about. Yeah, Nakamura's #2. Oh no, Carlson is like #20. So he's still got that US title of being the #1 ranked rapid, but that doesn't say huge amount. So here we have a real sort of, London system. This is what it normally looks like. And this is what I think most people can relate to, putting your pawns like this, getting both bishops out and having a simple game. And I think this is the type of London system I think most people should be playing, not Carlson, who can take a lot more risk and break the rules and just, he's at a different level of understanding. But this is the standard way of playing. Aronian against Corob, board 1 here. This is in English. And this is interesting. So, I mean, yes, you can play bishop. I think bishop e7 is a move here, and d4 is theory. But knight b6 and now b3. I think knight b3 is more common. But b3 is a bit provocative, provoking black to take the opportunity to play e4. He doesn't do it. But what that means is, instead of developing the knight, Aronian's doing this funky setup just to get d4 in. Now the queen went to e8, and then he decides not to do it. So I'm a little bit confused, these guys. Queen c1 compared to queen e8. Queen e8 is a move you often do. You put your queen at h5, then you play bishop h3. I'm not so sure about queen there, although at the same time maybe you play bishop a3, but a bit of a unorthodox English, you could say. Bit of an unorthodox English. In that game, Magnus here playing queen d2. What's up, chess@3? We got lots of people here. Let's try to get some healthy numbers today. I don't know how popular Boxing Day is. I'm not sure if that means people are going to watch more or less today. It's day 2. It's the 27th. I don't know how, for normal jobs, since I've never had a normal job, how many holidays you get off around Christmas, actually. No idea. So queen d2, and we're, this knight's on g1. You can take advantage of that and play f3, g4, h4. Good afternoon, Lewis. Nothing too exciting here. Aronian Corob, we're still waiting. This opening that Nakamura here is playing, this is still theory. This is still mainline stuff with, bishop e7, e6, queen e2, castles. You play h3 so your bishop can go back to h2 in case you ever get hit with knight h5. So those guys are doing normal things that they would do even in classical, although Nakamura doesn't play this much in classical. Aronian and Corob are, yeah, definitely mixing it up a little bit. He might even, I don't know, play, making all these moves like queen c1, rook here, cramping yourself a bit. To play d4, I think you might as well then go d4. But potentially he's calculating this variation where he has to make sure his knight is going to the square he's happy with, because it also blocks his bishop. So a few decisions there. Actually, let's make sure the boards are being updated. Bishop h5 by Bach. He played e6 and bishop h5. He wants to play bishop to g6, maybe bishop d6, and just contest and just be very solid. He is a solid player. And one thing I'm going to mention is, knowing him, he does get in time trouble quite a bit. So it's something he's going to have to avoid. Looks like here Magnus has 12 minutes. Bach is already down to 8.5. And Magnus doesn't need to win this game by outplaying his opponent. He can definitely try to wait for mistakes or use the clock. He's a pretty heavy favorite still. I'm not as tired as yesterday, even though I slept less. Hope that will reflect in some of my comments later on. Okay, that looks normal. Oh, what happened? Okay, see, something happened here. He did go d4, e4, knight to d2, and f5. And a lot of people, I'll say just a quick note, a lot of English players, or I think many people would be a little concerned about this, putting the knight to d2, because it invites e3. And that kind of shows a difference, because knight d2, first of all, e3, it looks like the king is weak. White's not going to do this. White was planning to play knight e4 and just take with the king and chill. The idea being he's going to take on d6 and play as soon as he wins the dark square bishop, his king's not really vulnerable here, but he doesn't mind actually getting a bit of going for a walk with the king, just to win the center pawns. Trading this f pawn for the e pawn is a strategical plus, as long as this guy can get moving. So he wasn't afraid of e3, and that's why Corob didn't do it. But as a result, that's how we have our current position, where Aronian just, if we check back on that, has the bishop pair. And I don't think... So e4, knight d2, f5, knight c4, and this position, I think, looks very nice. Weakness, this bishop is going to be a factor, and I like White's position. But you do have to evaluate that critical line. They had to evaluate that before going into this, and now as a result, Aronian, I think, has a very comfortable position against Anton Corob, a very comfortable position. I fully expect maybe moves like a5, bishop a3, rook c1, putting some pressure here. At some point, you'd like to reroute this knight. You're going to move your queen, maybe you're going to centralize your queen to d4. You may consider pushing e3 and either rerouting your knight to d4 or your bishop, but there's going to be long-term pressure against this pawn on d6, and most importantly, this bishop on c8 has no future at all right now. This knight on g6 can't go here, can't go here. When it goes here, it's blocking its own pieces, and d5 is well protected. So I strongly favor White's position. I just let you guys know Aronian has, you guys can see the clock times. Aronian has 13 minutes 40 seconds, Corob 8.5. And usually if you see such a time difference, it shows discomfort. You don't give away 5 minutes on the clock unless there are things in the position that are bothering you. You do have to be very practical and rapid and play second best moves instead of calculating everything out. What's up, Blunder Baba? I was I'm good at Counter-Strike. Very good. Used to be very good. And League of Legends. I was never very good. But I was gold, close to platinum. Actually, I played season one, and I was. If you compared season one to now, it'd probably be ranked even higher. But the game was a lot easier then with less champions. So I take pride in my video game skills, meaning wasting time, but not as good as before. Not as good as before. So I really like what Aronian's done here. That's kind of why I'm sitting here, guys. This is board one, and I really think Aronian's probably going to beat Korobov here, and why make the tournament a bit closer, because Korobov is in clear first. Clear first for right now, 5 out of 5, and his style is kind of momentum based because he is very sharp, so he's capable of going 5 out of 5. It doesn't surprise me a lot, but he can also crash just as quickly. He's one of the more exciting 2700 grandmasters out there. Beginning of wisdom, just Google me about 7-8 years ago. I played in Cal and Civo, just source and a bit of 1.6. You can probably find my Steam ID if you look properly. I'm LE right now in the new Counter-Strike, but I haven't played in a year or something. I think we're waiting for. I think these moves I have to refresh every time. Okay. So Magnus here, let's see what he did. You can't stop bishop g6, so knight he went bishop back. He went bishop to g5. Indicates to me he didn't really want to see bishop d6 and trade off more. He is going to want to keep more pieces on the board. Okay. This is a. So, got an endgame here, and I find this very similar to the World Championship match. If people were curious, Magnus playing against Sergei Karyakin opted for many endgames with a knight against bishop instead of, the normal way of playing where bishops are actually worth quite a bit in endgames. He kept giving away bishops for knights, and he does it again here. So, for certain reasons, or we can speculate, and he outplayed Karyakin. He seems to really have a strong tendency right now towards playing with knights. I'm definitely noticing that trend, because this position should be okay for black. He's got a very solid position, pawns are compact on the right color, knight and bishop are well placed, and there's no reason to think he's not okay. He's not good on time. His time situation is not very good. However, objectively his position is equal, and Magnus is just going for the most equal position possible. Not most equal, there's an imbalance, it's not symmetrical, there are two knights and the pawns are not completely the same, but he's just looking to outplay with those knights, outmaneuver. I don't give white any edge, but knowing Magnus, he's going into this very comfortable. And at least with the queens off, he's not going to get outplayed like yesterday in some tactics. But black hasn't done anything wrong. You don't do anything wrong. If you stick to chess fundamentals as black, you develop properly, you don't make permanent weaknesses, he hasn't done anything wrong, so there's very little reason to think he's doing badly here. But Magnus is just trusting his grinder skills. He's just a great grinder, and he's going to try to provoke weaknesses maybe 10 moves down the road as Bach gets lower on time. Right, at first he's going to develop his rooks and make some pawn moves, but he's absolutely just going for an equal position. Not a drawn position, just notice the difference. Equal does not mean drawn. Equal means there's tons of play left and you still have to play accurately for an extended period of time. There's still ways to play around it. Equal, but not drawish. Big difference. So just remember that's what he likes to go for. And it's Aronian against Corob. Christian, so you said Corob is doing well against Aronian. Is it because my board is not up to date? Because this position looks, I'm not going to say lost, because it's not lost, but it's pretty bad. This looks like a pretty bad position. It's opening up, which is going to favor the bishops. This bishop isn't great, this knight isn't great, but we see how this bishop can all of a sudden become a pretty useful minor piece. While this knight, somebody needs to tell me where it's gonna, how do you make the knight great again. I'm gonna need some convincing. However, just this has gone wrong for Corob. Starting as soon as he lost his dark squared bishop, this weakness, this bishop, this is bad. This is very bad. Lots of moves happened, you say. Well, if this isn't updating, if this is not updating quickly, let me just check. I have a couple other sources. Okay. This is the current position. So chess.com is being slow again. So knight f3, we had this endgame that I just talked about. And starting here, Magnus plays rook h1. Again, like these moves are not beyond us. It's just the consistency that he plays with that is beyond most people. Rook h1, a4, a5. For those who tuned in yesterday, he won against Ernesto in Kiev yesterday just by pushing this pawn. That made a huge difference in endgame, fixing these two, and then playing a rook endgame where that imbalance actually favored him significantly. So he's achieved a5 here, and now he plays knight fe5, and the pressure is on. A couple examples: if you play f6, I take, rook takes. I play f4 as white. Why f4? I want to contain black. I want to stop him from playing e5, and then I can double rooks on the e file. King has to go to f7, but I can slowly build up against this. The point is, black doesn't have any active counterplay, so you just have to sit and wait for Magnus. That's not favoring anyone. Everyone suffers when that's the case. If you trade off, like let's say here, and play this position, bishop against knight, you got your pawns on the light squares, you got dark square bishop. It says you should be okay. It's true, but you just don't have any points of attack. So whether it's f3 or something, this can't really be targeted very well. I'm going to play rook a4. Actually, maybe first move here might be rook a4, but white has gained a little bit of space. Black is still solid, but I do favor white here. Black doesn't have a lot of space to work with, so at some point you're going to have to play f6, and as soon as you play f6, e6 gets a bit softer, whereas you're not really threatening, you're not clearly threatening to take on e5 because you do give the knight a fairly decent square, and then you make this pawn, weak. So knight fe5, bishop takes e5 instead of the knight, knight e5, knight e5, rook e5. So this is about as technical as it gets, to be perfectly honest. Like, this is, he's just planning to outplay Bach from, if you put this into the engines, which I absolutely don't suggest, it's not going to give a big advantage for white, if an advantage at all. And there's a common saying, all rook endgames are drawn. Well, this endgame, Black hasn't done too much wrong. Maybe f6, rook here, king f7. What has Black done wrong this game? I guess that remains to be seen, but Bach is still holding the balance. I think the reason Magnus doesn't mind this endgame is only because of this pawn on a5. We saw Carlson beat Inarkiev yesterday with this imbalance. And how did he really visually show the imbalance? Well, you're gonna have to kind of follow me in your head. And the point is, let's say I want to play f4. I'll make a couple moves. They had this structure. He had this structure, even material, but the presence of white is about a pawn up, because these two are contained by this pawn. Of course, Bach doesn't have to take here, but he can actually stop this pawn for the most part. If he doesn't stop it, well, white will double or actually play c5. But this a5 pawn actually would determine the game. Like this is a rook endgame that is now clearly better for white, despite its even material. Just a5, controlling these two. You can use the b file. Magnus won a game very easily yesterday against a 2700 Grandmaster, just because of that one pawn. So we're going to see situations where he's effectively playing with an extra pawn, and his technique in these slightly better rook endgames is, you know, the best in the world. If he can achieve b3 c4, then he's going to be a happy Norwegian fella. So let's go back. See the times, guys? Does anybody see a resemblance? Magnus Carlsen with 8 minutes, his opponent under 2. Same thing as yesterday in almost the same position. And now rook a4. I wouldn't be surprised to see rook b4 targeting this, and then also to facilitate rook b6, where you're putting pressure on these two. I also wouldn't be surprised to see f4 at some point. The reason why he's not playing f4 is f4 is not, e5 is not necessarily a serious threat, because then it leaves d5 to be weak, and it's not really threatening to take on d4. That just leaves black with an isolated pawn. Magnus really comfortable here, just based on that time situation. So we're gonna check on some other games now. I really like his position, and I think Bach, I mean, he's gonna have to play like a Cyborg under 2 minutes. But it's the a5 pawn, just a subtlety there in a rook endgame. Nakamura's game, I'm not even going to see what we missed, just the current position against Yu Yang-yi. Black has a bishop pair, but the position is fairly closed, which means it's, you know, more balanced than it would otherwise be. He wants the. They both have protected pass pawns. I'd say this is equal-ish. I have a preference for black. Bishop c7. I mean, I do have to watch out sometimes. I can't take right now because of bishop h2, but in the long run, knight e4, and then sometimes I can take there. I think this is around equal. However, black might be slightly better on that side of it, just for having the bishop pair, unless this knight can find a really good outpost. Is this live right now? Yes, this is round 6 of the World Rapid Championships. We're following it pretty much live. We're not delayed too much here, and so far it looks like the world champion is storming back with very technical chess. It's he makes it look so simple. That's generally what I find. Bach spent a minute and he played rook c4, and the question is, no, I'm almost inclined to do something funny like b3, just to show that endgame that we talked about, where I just go rook b1, rook, pick up this pawn. So let's say here, and this is that sort of endgame again. King d3, c4. White's going to feel like he's up a pawn. Magnus isn't going to play that variation, just because he usually finds a cleaner way of doing it, but he's going to go for something similar strategically. Oh, he did do it. That's maybe the first time I've predicted a Magnus combo in a blitz in an endgame. Because I'd say the endgame is one of those areas where, especially his moves, I don't always understand. I understand his middle games a bit. His endgames, he's just way better. So he actually did the same thing. That's nice to see. That endgame is precisely what he's looking for, and I think rook e1, rook b1, and white is going to claim an advantage as soon as he has that little bit of a pull, and he definitely has that little bit of a pull. because that endgame can't be stopped now. He's going to win. He's going to win. Aronian's game is getting pretty sharp here, and Aronian 7 minutes, Corob 5 minutes. Corob fighting back with some tactics, I think. Rook b8, knight f6, knight a3, trying to position the knight on c4 just like a Benoni. Knight on c4 is fantastic. We're putting pressure on this permanent weakness. Queen d8, knight c4, rook b5. Very, very hyper chess by Corob. But it seems to have done its job. Corob outplayed Aronian pretty hard here. He's up a pawn. I mean, yeah, I don't think black can convert this easily with b4 being loose, d6 being loose. But the worst is over for Anton Corob, who is a tournament leader right now. He has won a pawn, and he can probably leverage that into a decent endgame. First prize in each event is 40k. I'm drinking coffee. Why is the board color changing? If it is, I'm not doing anything. Is the board color changing? The garbage people are here. They might be coming to pick me up. This is a bad endgame. Bad endgame for Benjamin Bach here. Current position is rook c8, rook e1, cb3, and rook c4. And the whole idea of rook c4 is that after rook takes b3, Bach wants to play rook to a4. So despite he's going to be playing down a pawn here. Rook b7, king here. White cannot defend a5, but he has rook b6. That's bad. That's not pleasant. This endgame is losing because white has two connected passed pawns. However, this move looks interesting. And my idea with this move is that, okay, if you take on a6, I take on d4. And just one out passed outside a pawn actually might be, quite frankly, enough here. That looks good. That looks good. Magnus, I'm not sure. Bach is in panic mode. He is in panic mode because, let's see if they updated that game. I'm not drinking tequila now right now. No, this endgame, it's going to be the a5 pawn that wins it, as somebody already mentioned. b3. It says, okay, we have a bunch of moves here. We have a bunch of moves. This is the current position. We have a bunch of moves came in. Oh, okay. No, he went for this. This is just completely lost. If you're in a rook endgame, you can be up a pawn. If your opponent has connected passed pawns, like here, c3, d4, and they don't have a problem pushing it, like in this case, you can win all these pawns. It's just losing, and it's almost intuitive. The way to develop that intuition is to actually just play against yourself and see how two connected passed pawns just beat almost everything. there's a few cases where it can be, you know, defensible, but or defendable. It's very rare, and not in this situation with a king cut off. I'll take this. Go here. It's not even close. 4 pawns against 2. Magnus completely winning here. He's gonna beat Benjamin Bach. Actually, the game is already over after rook b2, rook g2, c5, king f5 was played, rook e1, rook b2, c6. Benjamin Bach resigned or flagged. But either way, a very, very easy game. Magnus Carlson making chess look very easy again, and showing some extremely simple but powerful chess understanding with the move a4, a5. He leveraged that into a win. And that's kind of scary when you think about it, that this is all it took for him to beat a pretty good grandmaster, at least to put a lot of pressure on, even if Black could have held at some point. That's all it takes. c6, yeah, and we have, you know, have that resignation. So king f, what was the move? c5, king f5, rook e1 here, c6. If you move your rook back, I played d5, and you can do whatever you want here. a5, the pawns push themselves, as connected pawns do, with the king cut off, and there's nothing you can do about it. You play rook here to stop it. I just moved my king in for the kill, just to show you guys why why he resigned. They pushed themselves. Not even competitive. So that's I wish I could make chess look that easy. I really do. Let's check on Aronian against Corob. And this endgame is a draw, because opposite bishop endgames. Well, I shouldn't be so quick to say that. But I think it is a draw because bishop e1. Oh, I see, the board color changed. I see what you mean. Sorry about that. If the boards don't update, I have to manually do it, and I think it changes. I see what you mean. The reason I think this is a draw is because of this variation. King f1, the bishop has to move out of the way. Now I play king f2. Let's say b6, bishop f3, I stop it, and I'm going to sacrifice my bishop for this pawn and pick up these pawns, and I don't see a way to stop that. Maybe there is something like here. Something like this maybe needs to be said, with the idea of king takes f5. Okay, that's not necessarily a draw right away. Let me go back to the game without analyzing. It's current position. If there's a setting to turn off color change, let me know. That would be a big help. I don't want to... you asked everyone, I don't know yet today. There's a good chance, but I don't know yet. We still have 6 hours to go. So strap yourselves in. Still round 1 of the second day in the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. So this is the World Rapid portion. Round 6 ongoing here. This endgame is white is pushing. Something happened. However... if white gets his pawn down the board and black sacrifices, as is, white would just be winning. He has 2 pawns against 2 pawns and a bishop. So black needs to collect these pawns or trade them off for his pawns. Because there's for sure he's going to have to sacrifice his bishop. I can play king over and push his pawn. You're going to have to sack. The question is, does black have a saving line? Nakamura's game here seems to be a draw. Okay, well, not a huge surprise. That position was locked and pretty equal. He's not playing great chess, but he's still a contender right now. As long as he doesn't lose a game, I expect him to find his win somewhere today. This is the game. This is the game that can black hold. That's what we're waiting for. Let me check another source. to see what the current position is, and this is the current position. This is the current position, and Aronian is, it is black to move here, king c5, preparing king d6, king c7, and one of the critical lines that I've been analyzing is king f1, bishop c3, king g2, bishop e5. This is on the board, although this was also the idea I was looking at. You cannot take this pawn because of the discover check, and then I run this pawn, and a bishop can't stop two split pass pawns. The king has to be in here. So Corob played king h3 because he can't do anything. He doesn't want to give a pawn. He wants to play, what he'd like to do is play h4, so that, for example, king d6, h4, and now it looks like it's very close to, there should be a draw, because now take, king over here, there, bishop takes, and now g5. The only way this would be winning for white, oh, I'm terrible, please don't listen to me, is this is what, check, I play here, I protect my pawn, and then I play king c7 and b7. That was poor analysis. This is just winning for white, because he retains that one pawn, and he's going to be up a bishop shortly. So the only way for black to draw, yes, he manages to trade off both pawns. And I don't see how he does that yet. But he's playing what he should. King d6, king g4, and now he played king e6. I guess the reason why it's not h4 that's a critical move. h4 loses. This is winning for white. Aronian didn't play king e6 because he was afraid of h4. He played king e6 because of king c7 here. There's g5. And now, if take, you need your bishop on h4 to win, because this position, I can play king up or h4 right away, and you can't stop h4 trading it off. So it's g5 that's the critical move here. For example, take, and this is a draw, because at some point white will have to play f5 to stop h2. And loses pawn. So it still looks like it's within drawing range, although I'm waiting for some more ideas. So king here, king e6, bishop e4, bishop d6. There's a couple ways to blunder. If you're king, if black's king was on e2, this would be probably lost. You'd play bishop e7, bishop h4, protect these pawns, anchor them in, reel them in, so that black can't trade everything off, and then manually bring your king over and play b7 and just be winning. I don't see oh, mate in 46. I'm not using an engine, and I won't compete with an engine, especially in rapid chess, so try not to put too many engine variations here, because the players are not playing at their normal level in rapid chess. If g5 was played, then this is no g5 can't be played. That's just a win, right? What's the current position? This is the current position I have on the board. This is no, that's not the current position. The current position I have is well, I think the ideas I displayed are okay, but my evaluation is here. You play bishop back, king here, and g5 is not a threat since the bishop is on d6. That drawing idea is no longer a threat. Bishop. So now this is what Aronian has planned. He puts the bishop to d6, which is why his king didn't go to d6. He did the other. He had to go manually. Very nice technique. And as a black, you got to trade off pieces as black. If you just shuffle around, you're doomed. But any of his ideas here, h4 runs into take bishop g5, g5 runs to take, and again we find ourselves in the right area. And then you're going to play king c7 and b7. So Aronian's going to win. The only way that I was drawing when the bishop was on f4, which is not where it should be, and that because then black could play h4. So this is I had the wrong evaluation, but those ideas are the only ideas black has. He knows no matter what, this bishop is going to be sacked for the pawn, and you want to find a way to trade off both pawns a piece, and there's no way to do that without letting this bishop get in. So either it's this all the way there. Yeah, no, so the game is already over. He resigned after king d8. William Wallace 85 and Christian Soul, thanks for that sub and donation. Good to see that. It's going to give me some energy to improve those endgame evals. So a very, very nice technical win by Aronian in a seesaw game. Carlson also showing why his endgames are not to be messed with when he has any sort of preferable edge. Which allows us, we're done all three of our games. Nakamura's game wasn't too interesting, but we saw the first two. Let's check on a couple other games. Ivanchuk moves to 5 out of 6. He's one of my picks. Great result for Ivanchuk so far, and I'd love to see Ivanchuk Carlson today. I think he poses big problems for Magnus. He mates his opponent pretty viciously here. Oh, the color just changed. Which games are ongoing? Dominguez Perez against Jagalko. This is ongoing. Former World Blitz champion and Cuban #1 Dominguez here, 28-03 rapid, playing white here. And we have a tense rook end game. Both guys under a minute. White has this pawn all the way down there, and black couldn't take it because of the idea rook a8, rook a7, picking it off and playing d7, d8, where queen's first. b3, a very tricky move. I suspect, though, you are suffering after just a simple rook a5, rook g7, rook b5. If black ends up being down 2 pawns, although that might still be drawn, because here, and then you bring your king in. Although this does not look like the way I don't think anybody wants to draw. Then you play b2, sack, and bring your king in. And this might be something, but that shouldn't be. That shouldn't be. No, that doesn't look right. Whoa. See, something just happened. Let's see what happened here. Oppy123, excellent. You just subscribed. Thanks for joining the stream. What happened here? My board is glitching. 2016, still glitching. Oh, he did that same idea. Okay, the idea that I showed, again, I showed the right idea, and I said the wrong eval. You're winning in this variation too. I was thinking that they both queen, but this is with checks. So. Dominguez just won the rook, and he's winning, and he moves, I think, to 5 out of 6. He's doing well. Magnus is probably going to play one of his rivals next round. He's going to play one of his rivals in round 7. This game is ongoing, and I want a special shout out to the guy playing black here, Levan Pansulia. He killed Magnus yesterday, and he didn't stop there. So he let me find it. Let me see his results. His results are something of note because he beat Magnus pretty badly, and then he continued to upset other people. And he's not like a young guy. He's in 3rd place. The guy has 4 out of 5. He beat Dmitry Yakovenko, a very strong super grandmaster. He drew Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of my tournament favorites. He drew Evgeny Tomashevsky, another 2750 guy. And then he beat Vladislav Artemiev, Russia's #1 junior. And now here, this is going to be a draw because bishop e6 and the king can then for example, you play bishop b6, and then your king walks and picks up this pawn. And unless you get mated there, which you don't, then this is a draw. But he's having a tremendous event. Like, he's played up every single game, and he's in 3rd place. So this is going to be a draw. But the guy playing black here, the Georgian Grandmaster, is really having a special event. He's going to draw this game. But yeah, doing really well. There are a lot of good stories going on, but you can only follow so many games. Vishianan did win. Here he is. The game is over. He won his block. His opponent resigned here. He got paired down quite a bit to an overperforming Turkmen. This guy playing white here is an IM, and he was near the top. So Vichy is on. What's Vichy on? Yeah, Vichy moves to 4.5 out of 6. So same as Magnus. What's up, Tusitala? So let's change the score. Magnus is now, I'll put it on the screen, 4.5 out of 6. And he's won his last 4 games very easily. That's the current story. Magnus, after starting off 0.5 out of 2, has won 4 in a row with ease. With serious ease. But he could have easily had, well, I mean, his first 2 games were bad. But since then, he actually hasn't been under any pressure. And he hasn't been under any risk. He had a tough game against Kiev, but he was in control. Would I be number 1? No, I'm not. No, I decided to not play this year. I wouldn't be number 1. But I would potentially be doing better than World Championship challenger Sergei Karyakin, who had 2.5 out of 5 after the first day. What other games are ongoing? I think all the games are done. No, the games are still going on. Wei Yi is still playing? If Wei Yi is still playing, we're definitely going to jump into that game. And Wei Yi is still playing here. Let's quickly find that game. I think that's going to be nice to watch. The games still ongoing are obviously endgames that can take a very long time. Wei Yi, China's hope for world champion, one of their hopes, is playing black here against Farukh Amonatov, who is the strongest Amon in the world right now. But maybe that'll change. And this endgame, the idea of this endgame is quite cute. That if you play king here, I play rook a2, and I say, look, your king can actually never come in. Never. You can never get in. You can never bother the rook. If you play a2, I play king c3. And again, you may have some issues here. For example, king here, then I play here, king here, then I move my king up. This looks like a good variation for black, but I'm not sure you want to allow white's king to get this square while pushing these pawns. Actually, it's not a good variation for black at all. Now I can move my rook and just push the pawns because he's not threatening a1. Actually, he is threatening a1. What am I saying? What am I saying? But that's why you have to play a2 first. You have to play a2 first, otherwise you're messing up. And he did go a2, king here, and we do have this variation. And this is on the board, and Wei Yi, I believe, is winning here. e6 was played. The rook, why rook a4? Because it stops white from playing f4 and running with these pawns. e6, rook a6, and if rook here, you can just snap off the pawn. If e7, you can just pick off the pawn. The rook is tied down. This should be winning for Wei Yi. Hello, Zenk's clan. pushed e7, rook here, king up. I'm expecting rook takes pawn. Oh, no, he first played this move. So I guess white's playing on his ideas. Look, I'm going to sack the rook for the pawn. I'm going to win this pawn, you're going to win this. And I have 2 pawns against the rook. And my king has a lead on black's king. So hopefully I'll be able to crown one of those pawns and force black to give up the rook for it. So what we have here, this is the current position. Now, I mean, you can be fancy. Yes, you can play king here. c4. You can play king here and continue avoiding taking this pawn. Now you have to do it. c5. This is calculation. I can't really tell you an evaluation here without calculating. But white is very close to being on time here. And he doesn't even need to do that, because he only needs 1 pawn to queen. So instead of trying to push the c-pawn, he's done something that is easier to calculate and quite possibly better. He has decided to... So rook e7. Oops. This is a nice endgame. King a2, king c5, let me show you the moves. King b2, king here, rook takes. What am I missing? Oh, f4. f4, rook e7, king d5. Rook f7, king e5, king c3, f5. So both sides. What the heck? There was something in my drink or something. F5, and I think we can see here that this far past pawn is going to make it to f8. There's no way to really stop that. To show you how the game ended, rook a7. I mean, you can take here, but then I play king e6 and I push rook a7, f6, king c4, king e6. Yeah, and the king can't get in, so he just checked. And this is an example. Oh, actually, that's a terrible example, because this would be not a terrible example. Yes, a terrible example. This would just... Yeah, this is a terrible example. This is just winning for black. Let me find the moves. Rook a6. Okay, let me input them instead of manually inputting where I'm making mistakes. Oh... So many endgames. It's a lot harder to be precise about endgames. It's very concrete. It's calculation. Endgames are calculation. Entering them is intuition, but once you have the position in front of you, you can solve most of them with good calculation. Yeah, I have to get the position up. Huh. Beard shot. No, not a beard shot. Not a beard shot. No, I'm drinking a coffee. I'm drinking a coffee. It's not a coffee thing. I just can't determine... well, they're making mistakes in their endgames too. I can't figure them all out too quickly without making some calculation mistakes. Because a lot of these endgames are in-between moves, you know? That you have to figure out, that you have to spot and identify. Like in this game, black refused to take a pawn in that rook endgame, the c pawn. This is the game. This was what I was trying to manually input, where black does not take he does not take the c pawn. He'd love to have his king all the way on the back rank, even if he's playing against 2 pawns. The reason this is raw is not because it's 2 pawns, it's because it's 1 pawn and a king way further than the other king. I don't know why I said king f5. I definitely need a stronger coffee. King f5 is the wrong direction, but it's still a very easy draw. f7, king up, no matter what. And it's a draw. What's up, Saminam? What else is ongoing here? So we're waiting for round 7. But the story is Anton Korobov, the tournament leader, has lost. Aronian goes to clear first place with 5.5 out of 6. And that means he's going to play somebody with 5 out of 6. And who has 5 out of 6? Our buddy Alexander Grishuk has 5 out of 6. And I suspect it's going to be Grishuk against Aronian, which is a sexy pairing. That is a sexy pairing. Mamedyarov also had 4 to 5. If he won... How did Mamedyarov do? Mamedyarov drew Li Chao. They were both on 4 to 5. So that means Grishuk Aronian is a forced pairing, if I understand the Swiss system correctly. And that is going to be great to watch. Aronian Grishuk is going to be... Grishuk is going to have white, because Aronian just had white and he's in clear first. That's going to be the game we're going to focus on. I strongly think strongly believe Grishuk will do very well in these events. Good morning, Mathematical Penguin. Welcome. I mean, if we play through this game, it's really... Magnus, he won so easily without any opening. Unless this is prepared, which I don't suspect, but a4, a5, and you just get that eerie feeling, not eerie feeling, but that feeling he's just going to win easily, and that's exactly what he did. Prophecy. Not prophecy, you just bet on him to win endgames. Just bet on him to win endgames. Yeah, there's no way to draw this. You're going to be down. Going to be down the e6 pawn, or in this case, I don't know why I suggested d5. D5 would just win with connected passers. Such a simple game by Magnus. Magnus needs to win one more game before playing Grishuk or Aronian. But Magnus definitely might play a Super Grandmaster next round. He definitely might play a guy like Vichy. Average rapid game is maybe 30 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes, with the long ones going an hour. So we'll see. Oh, there's still games ongoing. There are still games ongoing, guys. So don't leave your seat. We haven't even taken an intermission, as there is a very long endgame here between Rauf Mamedyarov from Azerbaijan and Vladimir Malikov. They're on move 120 here. Move 120, Malikov playing black, trying to grind here. He beat me in the World Cup 2013. I played Mamedyarov in Qatar 2 years back, drew him. So I know both these players, both excellent at rapid chess. And Mamedyarov is very resourceful. So the current position, he has just played rook a6. They're on move 121 here. And I expect king f5 to be, king g6 to be played, with the idea that if you go here, yes, I have to give up my pawn. I have to give this up. But maybe I play knight e5 and I start to try to get some fun ideas about checkmating white. Note that you can't move your knight back. You run into knight d5 or knight h5. But I definitely think king g6 is going to be played. And then maybe white has to play knight d4 to stop the king from entering. Because if you just go greedy, although here maybe this move is strong, but if you were to take this pawn and put your knight on the rim, I'm not sure that's something you really want to do. Knight e5 and maybe king walk in, this knight f3 check looks quite unpleasant. Looks like you could blunder at least, because these guys are down on the clock. So what happened was rook a6. He didn't go for this. Rook a6, knight f6, knight f4, which he allowed, and I don't believe that is good. I mean, what black did, but maybe it's a draw anyways. Check. This is the last game of the round that's broadcasted. Mamedyarov against Malikov. Knight f4, king g7, rook a7, king g8, rook a8, king f7, rook a7, king e8. He's doing the king walk, and I believe you can start to consider bailing out pretty soon with knight h5, rook a5, and you're winning this pawn because the king is too far to protect it. But then you have to defend rook and knight against rook, which is easy to defend, but people still play it on. That's one way of trying to force a draw. Another way is to keep the knight on and not get tortured, because that game would then move. That would still go 50 more moves. So instead, they're repeating. And he played knight e6 here, g4, knight g7, king f8, knight e6. And now we're a little bit closer to a draw because the pawns are fixed. So now you have an idea of knight f4, rook a5. That's looking promising. So knight e6 check, king e8, still being played. And the reason why he's not putting his king here is, I think, check. Oh, he went his king the other way. And you could just simply go here. Knight has to move. And this pawn is going to fall very soon. Knight f4 next move. So, don't know why I'm analyzing it, but anyways, he decided to play king d8 after repeating a few times. These guys, king d8, and now rook a5 is on the board. And I expect we're going to see a draw very soon. But this is move 132, and this is what happens every round. You got guys playing to the end. It's a very, very tiring event. Because now there's no way to defend h5. Knight h5 coming. It's officially a draw, and I think that probably closes out round 5, although there are potentially games being played that are not being broadcasted. So round 6. No, round 6 is now over. That was the last game. Sergei Karyakin ends up beating Laurent Fresinet and moving to 3.5 out of 6, trying to make his way back up the list. Any other notable results here? Scanning it, scanning. No. Vasily Ivanchuk recovers. He got blown off the board by Aronian yesterday. He just beat Alexei Dreyev. Those guys have probably been playing each other for 30 years now. Rivals, or this similar age and similar regions. That's a veteran matchup. Dreyev against Ivanchuk. Definitely old school. Dominguez won. Yep. No, there were many draws this round. Many draws, which means after 6 rounds, Aronian's in clear first with 5.5 out of 6. Corob and Ivanchuk both tied for second with 5 out of 6. And with 4.5, you got a huge group, but that group is pretty stacked. It includes Li Chao, Levan Pansulia, the Georgian, Ivanchuk, Dominguez, Mamedyarov, Anand, MVL, Magnus, and Melkumian. And that means in round 7, we're going to follow Vasily Ivanchuk against Magnus Carlson, who are playing. Ivanchuk beat Carlson last year at the World Blitz Championships. We're going to follow Grishuk against Aronian. He also beat Magnus in the 2013 candidates and almost caused Magnus to, it would have delayed him from becoming world champion potentially, or, he altered history, almost did it. Tried to spoil the party by beating Magnus. Didn't work. But he has been a tough foe. And then, so besides that, Grishuk Aronian is the real board 1 pairing. And then the last matchup we're going to watch is going to be, that will be kind of interesting. Corob against Dominguez. But the other one might be Mamedyarov against Melkumian, just because for those who follow some of the geopolitical things going on in chess, it still happens. Armenia against Azerbaijan sometimes is pretty closely contested. Those two countries do not have the best relations, so that is those games are sometimes quite passionate. That's board 4, but I'll pick Corob Dominguez, since Dominguez is in great form right now in his tournaments. Why does Carlson always start so badly? That's a good question. Wei Jobava. Okay. Well, Wei Jobava is a game to fall back on. That's not too bad. Magnus against Ivanchuk. That's going to be fun. It will be fun, they said. Yeah, you guys can post some memes, why not? What about Armenia against Turkey? Turkey doesn't have any strong chess players, relatively speaking, so it's not a rivalry in chess. Turkey's not a strong chess country compared to Armenia and Azerbaijan, who are both one of the best in the world. Maybe in other sports, but in chess, Armenia and Azerbaijan are really two of the best countries in the world. I haven't shown Dominguez that much because Dominguez didn't start off super highly, and he's a very, very technical player, so he's not going to be the fan favorite to watch. Dominguez is not a popular player for exciting chess. actually the World Championship this year, the openings that they played, a lot of that has to do with Dominguez. He kind of popularized the whole D3 Spanish. So those sort of positions where, those he's a great player, but not the most exciting to follow, normally speaking. But if he's at the top board, I'll watch. That's right. Vahal Sanap from Turkey is doing well in the tournament right now. Grandmaster. He is doing well. Germany has the third most grandmasters in the world after USA and Russia. Why no German in the top 30? That's a great question. Seems like I know a lot of German GMs, and none of them are professionals. They have pretty good jobs, and I don't know, actually. It's a great country to play chess. The organization is really good. The federation is large compared to other countries. There's a bit of an issue there. I don't know. They're having players are either not ambitious to become top players, or they're not risk takers to take the career of a chess player, because most of the many strong German grandmasters are doing other things, and if they're doing chess, it's not only chess. I'm not sure though. I don't know enough about the culture there. I played it in the Bundesliga, but I did notice that their top players were Naidic from Latvia, and now Nisipianu, who is Romanian, who was playing for Romania until a couple of years ago, and Friedman is also from Latvia, I think. So the German guys are. My team was all lawyers and judges, and they were all grandmasters. So I don't know, just not choosing chess not being the most attractive profession, I think. But Germany does have a ton of GMs, ton of IMs, ton of tournaments, ton of chess players. It's really nice to play in Germany. Yeah, I don't know why they don't have a top German player. And they have that tournament every year, Dortmund. But yeah, you do make more money. If those guys can become... There's a lot of doctors and lawyers and things like that who are good chess players. Just somehow a bit of a different culture. You have Azerbaijan, which doesn't have a lot of amateur players, but it seems like every player of theirs is a GM. They don't have a huge federation, but every player they produce seems to be like a prodigy. Yeah. Games have started? Okay. Let's go to round 7. Let me exit these. Refresh the screen. See what happens. This isn't being updated yet. So I'll have to update somewhere else. Okay, let's go. Carlson is updated here. No, it's not even updated here. Okay, I have to manually do this. See, one of the problems, if I were to broadcast from the official website, I can't make moves on the DGT. But in case you guys are wondering, this is how Ivanchuk and Carlson has started like this. D4, D5, C4, C6, knight F3, knight F6, Queen C2, E6, knight BD2. That's current opening between Ivanchuk and Magnus, and you might see a very quick e4 happening or g3. This is Ivanchuk Carlson. This is going to be Ivanchuk Aronian, which hasn't started yet on the official website. Ivanchuk and Aronian, I don't have any moves. Am I the only one here? It says Ivanchuk is already down 5 minutes on the clock. Did he go for a smoke break? Ivanchuk is always smoking, and he might just be late to the game. Magnus took here, which means to me, indicates to me that he wants to at some point play c5 and play against his queen. He's gonna like go for an accelerated castle or something and play c5, because this just looks weird. You take back the knight, you get e4, you get a pretty nice center. So something to do with c5 is coming right away. Otherwise, white has a very fluid opening. Knight c4, e4, e5 looks too easy. And yes, he did c5 right away. That's the only justification so that you don't have time as white to take the center. So that's happened, and Ivanchuk, now moves are coming in between the Ivanchuk and Aronian. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. This is for first place. a6, bishop a4, knight f6, d3 Spanish, bishop c5, and Ivanchuk taking on c6, playing a bit of a modified exchange variation. Instead of taking right away, he's waited for Aronian to develop the bishop to c5, because otherwise, a lot of times, the bishop goes to d6 or e7 instead. So he might be hoping, he might want the bishop to come out and be a bit more in the open. c5, dc5, bishop c5, a3. This is Ivanchuk. He wants to play b4, bishop b2, e3. Sort of a very simplistic way of developing, and if he achieves this setup with b4, bishop b2, e3, you got to favor white. I mean, slightly better, but comfortably better. It's still, very harmonious, and no weaknesses. Very easy to play. So a3 castle, b4, bishop e7, bishop e2 is on the board. I think, yeah. So far, white's doing what he's supposed to do. Magnus hasn't done anything wrong either, but just keep in mind he's playing black, and we'll see. We shall see. Okay, now the games are coming in, so I am going to show the third game of the round. Anton Corob against Lenier Dominguez Perez. And we have the London system, the very fashionable setup that's been displayed a lot in top-level chess recently. Although this variation was played in the game Karyakin Adams, Tara 2016. And Adams beat Karyakin with black, I believe, with the maneuver knight e7, knight f5. He beat. There's been some games since then. It's been a very theoretical year for the London system. It's no longer an opening without theory. I know the Serbian GM Nikola Sedlak released a pretty comprehensive book on it as well. So theory's out for this opening, and people are actually well prepared. And Dominguez is one of the best prepared players in the world, always. Let's check up on our guys, Ivanchuk and Aronian. h3, knight d7, knight c3, castle. Current position on the board. You could potentially see queen e2, bishop d2, and queenside castles in case Grishuk has some specific prep or feels particularly aggressive. He could also just castle on the king side, but just trying to play a little bit against these double pawns, positional. Sometimes it's common to play bishop b2 against this pawn. We'll see which setup he opts for, but this opening doesn't have a reputation of giving an advantage. However, you know, it still has a few wins this year. It's not the most challenging line, put it that way. I don't think Grishuk wants to play particularly theoretical against Aronian, though. Aronian just came back from a tournament and is generally very well prepared on e4, e5. So, castled, rook e8. Magnus is in the tank right now, guys. Ivanchuk has 15 minutes. He spent no time. Magnus Carlson down to 10 minutes. And why is he down to 10 minutes? I think he sees knight c6 natural development move. I play e3, and this is just too easy for white. I mean, maybe you can play bishop d7, rook c8, but you just have to admit that you're worse than white, and you're not putting any pressure on his setup at all. Problem is, you play a5, try to win some space. b5 just kicks your knight to a bad square. So he is trying to calculate at this stage. That's the only justification for calculating for 4 minutes. Early on in the opening, he does not like that Vasily Ivanchuk has such an easy way of playing, maybe e3, bishop d3, even moves like g4 at that point, the lead in development, the great bishop on b2, the active knight here. He's played queen c7. Vasily Ivanchuk, by the way, is an exceptional rapid player. In blitz, he's off and on. Rapid, he is really good. Really good. His rapid chess is probably his best time control. And he can pose some problems for Magnus here. So definitely stay tuned this round, because after winning 4 games in a row easily, Magnus Carlson is playing his toughest opponent of the tournament on paper, who has been beaten him in the past. Grishuk's game, fortunately these are very technical. Rook e8, knight d2, bishop f8, no, knight f8, a3, bishop d6, knight c4. It's going to be a slow maneuvering game, but one thing I can definitely claim is that white wants to play f4 at some point. Because of the idea that black has one less pawn in the center, white would love to go f4, trade this guy off, and then at some point he will have more pawns in the center, and a bit of a space edge due to this double pawn. So f4 is a strategical goal, to try to strip black of his center, and then play against that for the rest of the game. Actually, use that to build a long-term space advantage. Knight g6 was played. Natural stops f4, and Grishuk is going to have to add some more fire to get that going. Back to Carlson, Ivanchuk, rook c1, knight bd7, and e4. That is more ambitious than e3. That's good news for fans, because e3 might guarantee a comfortable edge. And I don't mean as serious, okay, just a small advantage. e4 is a bit riskier, because when you play e5 as white, you do gain some space. You do put this knight, you do kick it away, but by pushing the pawn to e3, to e5, then you're also going to give the d5 square, and you're also going to put your pawn further down the board. That's more vulnerable. It's a bit more risky, a bit more aggressive, a bit more double-edged. e4 wants to punish black for his slow play, for not challenging any of white's center. Center being more like e4 and b4 pawns, claiming a lot of the squares on the board, as you can see. And then white has e5 overprotected. So we look at who controls the center. Vasily Ivanchuk is clearly ahead of Magnus Carlson here. And he's up now 6 minutes on the clock. Magnus down under 8 minutes. Ivanchuk over 14. I think that says enough. Magnus he hasn't necessarily made mistakes, but he's not happy necessarily with how he's deployed his pieces. And against a player of Ivanchuk's caliber, you continue making some natural moves, you might find yourself lost pretty quickly. So he's trying to find a way to just get a competitive position. You gotta like White's position here, though. You gotta like White's position. And one storyline, really. Magnus had a bad start. For those tuning in, he had a bad start yesterday, 0.5 out of 2. What it means is he cannot afford to lose these games because his tiebreak is already going to be bad. If he loses his game, he'll be down 2.5 points already out of a potential 15. That's how long the tournament is. He can afford to lose maybe twice in his next 9 games. But anytime he loses earlier on, like right now, it's going to really hurt his tiebreak. He's had an easier way to back up than others. So Magnus played b5. Okay, b5. Knight a5. Queen c2, rook c2. This looks bad. This just looks bad for for black. Just some sample variations. a6, I play knight c6, and I win your bishop. You can defend it. I mean, I'm not going to win it for free, but I'm going to win the bishop pair, because you can't go bishop d6, e5. You can't move your bishop anywhere else. You go here, take, knight d2, and I'm going to say, look, I'm going to play bishop here, f3. White has a long-lasting advantage with this fantastic bishop pair, and these knights have absolutely no steady outposts. If you play rook b8, I play knight c6. If you take here, I might throw in knight c6 first, but I'll just take here. I have a queenside majority now. Isolate a pawn. I'm preparing bishop c6. I still have this knight c6 move. That's a great position for white. And that's actually on the board. And I believe Magnus Carlson is already in trouble against Vasily Ivanchuk on board 2, round 7, World Rapid. This is not a good position. White has had everything he's wanted in the opening. You can tell if you've seen the video from last year. If you haven't, check it out on YouTube. Carlson, Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk jumped from the board when he beat Magnus. Just loved it. Not in an obnoxious way, in a very cute way. He just loves chess, and he was so thrilled to be able to play the world champion and beat him. He jumped up from the board. Magnus got up from the board and threw a pen and swore. I was in the playing hall at the time. You can definitely expect Ivanchuk is savoring that feeling once more here, trying to channel what he did in Berlin 2015. And right here with that queenside majority, with this great bishop, knight outpost, he's going to castle, assume the d file. He already has the c file. Everything is turning towards Vasily Ivanchuk, having a big advantage against Magnus Carlsen here. So that's scary. That is scary, guys. If you're a fan for Carlsen, then you have to be very nervous. You can get out of bad positions against some other guys, but Ivanchuk, when he's on form, is actually one of the best players in the world, and he's not going to be on form most of the time these days. That's why he's not an elite player. I mean, top 10, but he's against world-class players, against world champions. He's extra motivated, and is looking to use that opportunity. Okay, Magnus threw the pen against Grishuk. Maybe, I know he was just very disturbed when he lost to Ivanchuk. I saw him storm out of the playing hall, and I'm pretty sure I heard him swear. It was really loud. The game between Corob and Dominguez is also interesting. Interesting is such an overused. Is sharp. I'll say sharp. Interesting is really overused in chess. Interesting player, interesting position. It's a sharp position, and it's good for us. Triple pawns for Dominguez and 2 bishops. I love this imbalance, but I don't like Black's position. Triple pawns and a closed position. What's going on here, Lanier? What is this? What's with the triple pawns? Triple pawns? I don't like this. I play knight h4, then you got to play bishop c8. I don't like the bishops. If you can open up the position completely, you can. That's great, but I don't see how that happens. I mean, heck, I can play g3, king f2. You can use your g file all you want, and even here, I say, what gives? What gives in this position? I don't even know. I play knight h4 and you gotta like play bishop c8. This is one of the ugliest positions I've ever seen. Irish pawn center? I did not know it was called that, but that makes sense. Irish pawns. Did you guys know triple pawns are called Irish pawns? I didn't know that. But guys, Anton Korobov here should be very comfortable. Dominguez is a very clean player. He plays chess in the style of Jose Raul Capablanca, the former Cuban world champion. And having triple pawns like this, I don't actually see a clear active plan for black. This is not the sort of imbalanced. Dominguez does not thrive in imbalanced positions. He plays with Grunfeld, but he plays it principled. He's a very principled player. This is not a principled position. This is a dirty position. I think Korobov is much more effective as a dirty player, playing these abstract positions. Bach, but I really want to focus Aronian's game, not so much. I want to check back on Magnus because I really dislike his position, and if he loses, people are going to keep bringing up last year as well. So after knight d6, bishop c6, rook b8 on the board, castles. One thing you can notice is I think we can all agree Ivanchuk's moves are completely natural. He just developed. He developed, got a development advantage, decided to take more space with e4, and he hasn't done anything that should be particularly hard to understand. It's all classic chess development. Magnus takes far more liberties than many other players when it comes to the opening stage. Ivanchuk is a very classical player in that sense, and so it does make you wonder, why is Magnus getting in a bad position? Why didn't he just play a normal game or just put his pieces normally? That remains to be seen. I'm not sure why, because Ivanchuk didn't come at him with preparation. He simply played the best moves based on what Magnus did, and I can't particularly explain why against Ivanchuk you'd do that. Rook d1, taking the d file. Rook d8, knight e5. Every single move flows. Every single move is, to me, precise. And white is ready to put this bishop back to f3, put a knight on c6, and force Magnus Carlson to resign. So if he doesn't find a couple accurate moves now, I expect a lost position on the horizon. Current time situation, Carlson down to 5 minutes, Ivanchuk at 11 minutes. f6 has been played, and Ivanchuk immediately plays bishop f3. Okay, let's focus on this game. Bishop f3, big move by Ivanchuk. That is nice. Huge pressure on Magnus Carlson. He immediately takes the piece. So a piece sacrifice, knight c6, with the idea of hitting both rooks and the bishop. Big problems because when you take the rook, this knight also falls because the bishop is overloaded. Magnus immediately plays bishop e7 because he can't get too low on time. Ivanchuk takes on e7, king f8, and now I believe Ivanchuk is ready to take on c6. But if you take on c6, I take back with a knight. This position is winning for black because of the back rank mate. You'd love to be able to play knight c6, but rook d1 is mate. Otherwise, white's positionally winning with those double isolated pawns on the e file and the extra pawn on the queen side. So king f8. Did Ivanchuk blunder here? Wait a sec. How does the knight get out? You got to play knight c6 first and go for this position. But once again, I believe there are tactics that Ivanchuk has underestimated. There's knight c4 here again, trying to play on the back rank, playing for the back rank, defending e5. And this sort of position, despite the two bishops and better structure, you get the feeling that Magnus, in this sort of position, that black has made huge strides. He's traded off a lot of the pieces. He's assumed the d file. That's a good position. I think Ivanchuk has gotten excited with this piece sacrifice. He didn't have to do that. He could have also moved back and had an edge, and a huge edge. But maybe there's a move here. I'm not seeing what the move is, actually. Is the move bishop takes here? Well, if bishop takes here, the point is he's going to take here. Because if he takes here, there is rook c7 check, rook d7, bishop d6, knight d7, bishop d6. No matter where it goes, rook d6, white's winning. But the problem with bishop here is, I think bishop takes f3, pawn takes f3, and just a simple move. and white structure is being compromised. Black sacrificing a pawn, but ruining a lot of white's advantages here. I think a3 is falling, the rook is hanging, the bishop's hanging. You don't have time for this because of take here, king e7, blacks up a piece. A very tricky position here, and Ivanchuk is in the tank. I believe Magnus anticipated this. He played quite quickly, and bishop e5 on the board. But that position, I start to like black's position. He's got the knight, he's got compensation. Bishop e5 on the board, and I really expect to see bishop f3 to be played pretty instantaneously. I think Magnus has actually outcalculated Ivanchuk from a bad position here. Ivanchuk getting very excited because after bishop f3 g takes, knight c4. Unless I'm missing a move here, why is this good for white? A3, this bishop, this knight, bishop, pawn, and rook all hanging at once. That's chaotic, and when you have a nice advantage, you don't want chaos because you can just win in a clean way. You can be methodical. You don't want, when you're squeezing your opponent to death, I mean, you don't want them to be able to get a few punches in. And this definitely looks like Magnus getting a few punches in. It's tactical now. It's a bit of a fist fight here, and all of a sudden your beautiful position has turned sideways with this g takes f3. You're up a pawn, but it's not the best pawn in the world. So I definitely expect Magnus to go for this variation. I don't see the refutation to this, and I would definitely evaluate this position as some comp. So rook takes, knight c6, no, you can't even, if you bring the knight out here, I'll check, I can take this pawn. No, that's not what white wants here. Why he's getting hit all the time. If bishop f3, rook takes d6, that is a good point. I assumed that I could take here, but now I realize that there's this move. Although even here, maybe the worst is over. I think here, white, okay, maybe there's rook c6, rook a6. G takes f3 is awful. Eric, look at chat. Is rook takes d6 on the board? I have the official website open. I mean, if people are using engines, I really don't give a shit, because I assume people are using engines in the chat. I don't read the chat too much in that sense. Yeah, people are using engines. That's what I thought. Which, if you're using engines, then you're not going to get in any time trouble ever. But even these positions, just the double F pawns. No, seriously. Using an engine in rapid chess is pretty cancerous. Pretty cancerous. Which don't recommend. Because if it was obvious, the players would have made the moves right away. It's a complicated position. Ivanchuk, though, is thinking quite a bit. So is Magnus, but Vasily's got 9 minutes. He did do bishop e5, I'll say that. And I guess the other consideration here is you can't do this right away. That's what I want to take here, because now my rook is protected. Do you think you can defeat Ron Weasley in chess? Does he play chess? Rook d6 is what... Ivanchuk's not low on time. He's ahead on time. He's very exciting in Magnus. Yeah, I mean, this line, I don't know what's going on, but people are suggesting rook c7 here. Imagine having to do this with... Magnus has, what, 2 minutes on the clock? How do you play with 2 minutes on the clock this position? There's no point even calculating, because you know Magnus isn't able to calculate. So instead he played knight c4, which makes a lot of sense. Probably I'll be joined by Robin Van Kampen in about an hour. Knight bc4. No, I mean this is a chaotic position. Magnus putting himself in serious time trouble by taking a lot of liberties in the opening, and I mean it feels like White hasn't done anything wrong except he went for this fancy knight c6 move, and that might have burned him. This might still be good for Ivanchuk, but yeah, the position has taken a bit of a different turn here. Carlson at 2 minutes and a half, Ivanchuk at 7.5. And knight c4, I mean, so bishop c4, bishop d6, knight d6. Bishop takes here. Now these endgames are all very good for White, because he's just up a pawn with the bishop here. Magnus can't go for this. Magnus is still potentially in big trouble. I'm kind of in his situation right now. I'm calculating, and he's got 2 minutes and a half. You can't actually really calculate. You have to just make a quick decision. And so he made the quick decision of knight c4. Bishop f3, the issue with bishop f3 was rook d6. And after king e7, there's rook c7. I was thinking there was rook d7. This is why I originally didn't want to go for this position. I thought that here, I mean, I didn't go very far into it. But there's just rook takes d7, or you can even take here. But the rook on the 7th rank makes it very appealing. There's a lot of variations here with slightly different move orders that you have to consider, and you don't have time to consider, so you just have to almost play a variation that doesn't have those. So Magnus has actually played a worse variation, I assume. What he did just looks horrible. I mean, his position looks horrible, not necessarily the move itself. He was already coming from a bad position, since the keyboard warriors already told us the engine evaluation a few moves ago. Bishop e5, knight b4, take, knight c6. The current position on the board, guys, is like this. Ivanchuk is not only up 5 minutes, he's up a pawn, he's got a better pawn structure. This is a very easy to understand position. Vasily Ivanchuk is on his way to beating Carlson comfortably in this endgame. Knight b5 is on the board. Yeah, but White has a bishop. Bishops are stronger in endgames. He's got an extra pawn. He's got an extra pawn on the queen side. Bach's got an isolated pawn on e6. There are far too many factors here. It's not absolutely lost, I would say, especially in rapid. But Magnus is going to have to put in a serious shift. Do something pretty remarkable here. Trick Ivanchuk. He's going to have to trick Ivanchuk to win this game, without a doubt. Take, White to play. I would definitely, if you guys are in Qatar, put on a helmet, because yeah, Magnus definitely could be throwing a pen pretty soon. The opening was played so poorly though. The opening, it cannot be understated. He was down on time, down on position, and just White put all his pieces on good squares. He put his rooks, he just did natural moves. He didn't have to outplay Magnus. Magnus just took so many liberties in the opening. This is on the board. This is a lost position. This is very, very lost. Bishop against knight, extra pawn, worst isolated pawn, better rook. I cannot think of almost and more time on the clock. But you know one thing that's kind of sad is Vasily Ivanchuk is known for flagging, for failing in critical moments. He's considered one of the strongest players in chess history who didn't become a world champion or didn't even play a match for the world championship title. And he has exploded in some of the most random and epic ways. He just forgets about his clock, he hangs his queen. And so because he's playing Ivanchuk, he's been outplayed. But he could still win the game even from this position. because Ivanchuk is known to self-destruct in key moments in his career. As I said, he rises to the occasion. He really enjoys the game, but not in the big events. In the big events, normally, he's never made it to the absolute top because his nerves have failed him. So we have this as the current position, and Magnus is about to be down. Yeah, that's going to be official. He is now down 2 pawns, drawing dead here. Absolutely drawing dead here, guys, is Magnus Carlson. One variation is rook f5. If you play rook f7, I take, bishop here, knight a3, bishop d3, the knight's trapped. I just bring my king over, and I say, good game to you, Magnus. So he didn't go for this. Magnus didn't go for this, because even though he won a pawn back, this is completely lost. Knight's dominated by the bishop. Instead, he played king e7, and now I'm expecting either a4, rook f3, but seriously, Magnus is now I'm pretty confident saying Magnus is going to lose, and he's on the verge of losing his world rapid title for sure. Pretty serious result here. Dominguez Perez flagged against Corob. Random stuff happening. Well, if I have triple pawns, I might also flag. Last year I triple pawns against Ruslan Mamedyarov. Instead of flagging, I think I got checkmated. Went down strong. Guys, this is Ivanchuk is a classical player, Russian school of chess. You know, if you don't convert this in Russia, you get punished. Seriously. Actually, if you don't convert this in Canada, it's okay. That's why we're not very good chess players. But in Russia, I mean, technique was developed, 100 years ago, like 80 years ago, and the players even 80 years ago who would lose against modern players, their technique in these positions, the technique in chess hasn't gone up that much. So these Russian guys convert very well. Current position on the board. Ivanchuk is getting very excited. Feel free to type an exclamation mark video if you want to see the official broadcast where you can see the cam. Do you want to support? It's also always good to support sponsors of chess, and it's in Qatar, and they have that official website, so they're doing a good job there. And if you want to see the video, it's available for free. They're not charging for it, unlike Aegon, which is okay, but I'm just saying it's for free because they wanted everyone to be able to watch it. So feel free to type an exclamation mark video in chat, and you're going to be prompted with the link. f4, knight d7, king f2, rook c1. Time situation, Carlson 3 minutes, Ivanchuk 4.5. Thanks for that sub, Rilko. Appreciate it, buddy. Knight d7 on the board. Yeah, Ivanchuk has to make a move, but he's got a majority on both sides of the board. Got a bishop. The pawn structure, everything is good. The knight's stuck. Bishop. We are waiting for the hammer to drop. Update: Aronian and Grishuk drew. Well, it was a fairly tame opening, so that's a draw. Corob did beat Dominguez. Albeit, I think Dominguez was already suffering a lot. We're going to stay with this game. We're going to see if Ivanchuk can convert against Carlson. There's no excuse for him not to. He is going to be playing a spoiler role. Rook c2, bishop f3 on the board. So if the knight goes to f6, bishop on f3 covers. Both checks, e4 and g4 very comfortably. Rook c2 check, king g3. Ivanchuk is ready for the great king walk all the way to g6, which would definitely force resignation if allowed. Just an example, I'll just show rook a2, king g4, knight f6, king here, and now you can resign as black. Every single pawn is protected, and I'm going to play king g6 next move. You can't play knight d5, rook d3, can't play knight anywhere, it's dominated. That would be resignable. So Magnus, and I think he's going to fall for it. I think Ivanchuk, he doesn't do it right away. He plays rook a2 on the board, rook d3 played. I think this move wins on the spot. Almost. Maybe not. Maybe that's a bit ambitious. Maybe there was g6, but putting the pawn there, Okay, it doesn't win on the spot, but putting the pawn on g6 is a big improvement for white because it's on a light square. But what Ivanchuk is doing is just fine. He did rook here first, check. King e7. He did rook c3, king d8, and now he did king g4. He's going for the same idea. As you can see, better technique than me, because he's going for the same idea, but a better version of it. And those small little details make a big difference. Now, if g6, the king's a bit further down the board, so you could play something like rook c6 here, rook takes, and this is an easy win because it's 3 connected passers against this a pawn. But 3 connected passers would be a very simple way. Magnus might resign very soon, just letting you guys know. So if you want to watch the video in case he throws a pen, now's the time to do it. Type in !video. He's drawing dead. This is an absolutely lost position. g6 is not what you want to do because rook here, you lose all your pawns. All your pawns go down the board. Carlson here, he plays rook d2 as he's down to not much time. So he goes rook d2 here. Now rook c6. Rook can transition back to c6 again, a6 again, and this time this rook is not placed back to cover it. So Ivanchuk up 2 pawns, getting ready to go for a third. Things are looking very, very bad for Magnus. His tournament's almost going to be over here. I like to say that because in case he proves me wrong, people will tweet about it and criticize me. But I think if he loses this game, there's you can pretty much say that barring a miracle, he'll have to put in a historical performance, like a cyborg level performance to find himself back up. So he's played after rook, king g4, rook d2, rook c6, rook d3, rook a6, knight f6, king up. Now he's playing as passively as possible. Why is Magnus not resigning? Well, first of all, it's rapid. You don't resign in the game. You can still draw. But against Ivanchuk still, this position's really winning. But Ivanchuk has done the most random things before that I've seen. So you could always hope that he's going to just forget about the clock or something. g4 played, knight back, g5, hg5. hg5 on the board. 2 pawns is a winning advantage, so these trades are good for Vasily Ivanchuk. Am I jealous because Magnus is friends with Liv Tyler? That's always a good reason to be jealous of. So I'm not jealous of that, but I could be. I don't have a problem with that, being jealous because of Liv Tyler. I think that's a good thing to be jealous of. She's pretty nice. I guess everyone says Liv Tyler. Do you know what that means? You guys aren't a fan of gingers because Magnus has done modeling twice with Liv Tyler or Lily Cole, the British girl. So it sounds like everyone always says, "Are you jealous because of Liv Tyler?" It means you guys don't appreciate ginger girls or what? Because he did his campaign last year with Lily Cole, who was attractive. Knight b5. You guys don't like freckles or something? His modeling. Is Magnus done modeling, by the way? He didn't. I don't think he did a campaign this year. That's unfortunate. I think it's great for chess that he's doing, things with Liv Tyler and other people. Guys, especially since Game of Thrones. I mean, you got to appreciate it. Guys, it's official. Magnus Carlsen's resigned. He's lost to Ivanchuk for the 2nd year in a row, badly, comfortably. That game wasn't competitive in many aspects. Opening, he was outplayed. On the clock, he was outplayed. In complications, Ivanchuk actually increased his advantage, even though it looked like Magnus baited him into it. So after this move, knight b5, rook a5 on the board, knight d4, bishop g4, and a resignation. Why a resignation? If you move your rook anywhere off of the d file, I have rook d5 check. If you keep your rook on the d file, I have king takes g7, and I'm up a 3rd pawn. A7 is also hanging, and f5, f6 is coming. Magnus completely wiped out by Ivanchuk. Again, not even the most competitive game. So if you're a fan of Carlson, I mean, you really need to see a dramatic increase in chess being displayed, because his losses, his 2 losses have been very one-sided. I think he was down 3 pawns in both. Being down 3 pawns is overkill. At the top level, 1 pawn is enough. So really, some very poor chess, and I can really say the opening here today. I mean, I don't know what's going on. When you put your knight on d2, taking on c4, I mean, he did, and I thought it was some preparation, because the knight is very happy to go to c4. If you don't, one of the drawbacks of putting your knight on d2 in the opening compared to c3 is, if black doesn't take here, I just want to show a position. This knight is really stupid, and a lot of times you're taught to reroute it to c3 because it can't. b3 is not the best square. It's not. c4 is not accessible. Here's not accessible. Like, your knight's not doing anything there. Giving it the c4 square is the whole reason of putting on d2, but doing it without being prompted to is even more crazy. I mean, usually you have to. You get pressure to trade, so he took a bit too much risk in the opening. I don't understand it. It was a very easy opening edge. I mean, it was not a hard game to understand, except that one phase where there were tactics to calculate. That was the hardest part of the game, the part where people used engines. But besides that, Ivanchuk played extremely clean chess here. And let's move on to another game, but Magnus knocked out of the ring by Ivanchuk. Let's check some ongoing games. Azerbaijan against Armenia. We have a rook against bishop, but because it's the presence of h-pawns, rook and bishop is a draw. Rook and bishop with pawns is often a win, but because it's an h-pawn, you can't sack your rook for the bishop and a pawn unless the king would be really far away. So this position looks like it's a draw to me. Thank you, Martin Hallen, for setting Norwegian television. Magnus said, I just have to play better. He played very good, so it was not only me playing bad. He played some moves that I hadn't seen. I'm not way too behind. It's still possible to play for something. It's still possible to play for something, but playing for something is different than saying it's still possible for me to win the event. I mean, obviously he's not going to necessarily say that, but finishing on the podium is one thing. His tiebreaks are so bad that he has to actually... Magnus Carlsen's tiebreaks are going to be very bad, that he's going to have to win the tournament outright. He cannot tie for first, and that's why his chances are going down. This game is ongoing. What else is ongoing? Corob won, as we talked about. Nepomniachtchi won. Zhilgalko was playing here. This endgame is ongoing. The players are moving pretty quickly. It should be a draw. You keep this pawn on d5. If you ever push it, you allow white to play king e4. As long as you keep the pawn on d5, this should be a draw. Big result though. That last game, that was a pretty powerful win. Pretty instructive. I mean, if you ask some people in the chat, they'll probably say Ivanchuk played pretty well for engine standards. He just got an advantage. He handled the complications and he converted well. It's a game that you could study, even though it's a rapid game. But I'm a fan of Magnus. I like him winning. But I always feel happy when Ivanchuk wins because, he's just a chess lover, very talented guy, or, one of the best players in the history of chess. But never really got to the very top, even though he's tried really hard. So it's kind of nice to see. He gets very youthful when he beats Magnus. And it's nice to see someone derive so much pleasure from chess. I can't relate to that level. Is it true that Magnus is only 160 centimeters tall? I think Magnus is around 178 centimeters, maybe 179, something like that. So yeah, this game they agreed to a draw. Most of the live games are done, but big result. I mean, that was an exciting game because yeah, it was an exciting game. That was nice to follow. Coach for Man, 17 months in a row, resubbing. Thank you very much. Thanks to our mentor 7 for that donation as well. I missed that. That's great stuff. Is Mamedyarov still playing? They are maybe still playing here. Let's refresh that. No, it's just a bit concerning. The games Magnus has been losing have actually not been very competitive. I'll give you an example. Either he doesn't take Ivanchuk lightly, because imagine Kramnik was playing that game. That last game. It could have been Kramnik, and Kramnik's going to convert that every time. He's not going to have a breakdown. So is he playing differently because he's Ivanchuk, or he's just taking liberties in all his games? Because, I mean, if he's playing Caruana or Kramnik, those guys are going to steamroll him in those positions. Carlson is now at 4.5 out of 7. +2. Guys, you can troll in the chat, but try to keep the racism out of it. You can make fun of Canadian chess players, Canadians playing chess though. That's allowed. You can make fun of me, but try to keep that out. Although, didn't we just beat Russia in hockey yesterday? I think we did. Canada beating Russia, World Juniors. It's actually here in Montreal. I want to go to a game. This game, as I said, it is a draw because the bishop does not, unless you blunder. And of course, you're not going to make a draw here. When it's Armenia against Azerbaijan, you're going to play the whole game out. Sexism, okay, racism, not. Spamming is the main thing. Well, try not to spam too much, guys, because I'm trying to read a few comments out. That was round 7. I forgot to change the top title. Somebody pointed that out. That was round 7. Magnus won round 6, and it's round 7. People are baiting me again. Have a look at Jobava against Wei, sure. Just keeping this game on the board, but watch how Black plays. Black is playing all the right moves right now. As long as he doesn't blunder, this is a draw. But it's very easy to blunder after 40 moves of playing, playing the proper defense. So. Can't you force the win here? No. Yes? Can you force the win? Oh, okay, actually, if you can force the win here, I'm not the best at theoretical endgames. I thought this was a draw, but I could be wrong. That's my intuition. Dr. Robotfin, yeah, we have a couple mods lurking. White wins here 100% of the time? Is that the case? Is that the case? So how do you win this? Oh. That's winning, huh? Yeah. Well, he showed why it's winning. I'm not the best at theoretical endgames, so that doesn't surprise me. Mamedyarov showing some nice technique. The reason why it's winning now is because you're going to be able to force the bishop off of the defense of the pawn by going rook h7. Was there any mistake there, by the way? Was that always winning? If that was always winning, I'm just curious, was that always winning or did black make a mistake? If that was always winning, that's still, people still draw this and people still lose it. Like, it's still very, very nice. Rook here, rook f4. It was drawn. Okay, if it was drawn, okay, if it was drawn, that was my impression. My impression is that this endgame was drawn. If it's winning, I'm just wrong about it, but it doesn't happen too much. Okay, okay, at least that makes sense. Because I have Dvoretsky's endgame manual somewhere nearby. I've gone through it before, but not enough that I always remember. The problem with studying endgames is, I've gone over them. I still think one of the main processes, best things about endgames is you learn how to analyze and be a bit more precise. But unless you get to repeat some of the endgames, it's so easy to forget them. And it's not clear that you should, for most people, it's not practical to always study them. So I've looked at quite a few that just never appear, and then you eventually lose knowledge of the exact definitive evaluation unless you get to practice it. And yeah, so practice. No, rook f4 just doesn't do anything. Bishop g3, check here, and you don't do much. Let me check that game again. How do you cut the king off, MCJGP? As soon as you move your king, I move my king. As soon as your king crosses the barrier, I move over. I don't see a way that you can go to the b file as white without allowing me to go to the b file, and then we're just going to mimic each other. Unless you're suggesting, like, you put your rook here and you walk all the way down. Is this it? I mean, there's that one, but I'm going to chase you. So let's just show that. He wants to cut the king off and eventually bring the king to g4. Huh. Somebody says the table base says rook g7. Okay, the table base for this position I'm not as disturbed by. Because endgames are a lot more theoretical than just normal middle game chess play. I don't know when it's a 50 move draw rule. When was the last pawn move? 48. So 16 more moves. Oh no, I made those moves myself. Move 48 was the last pawn move, h4. So if we go back to Mamedyarov's game, this is still round 7, guys. What's up, Hans? Nice to see you here. Yeah, this is very easy if the pawns are not on the h file. It's easier, yeah. Flower Pony, thanks for that resub. Yeah, I need to stop talking and think to figure these endgames out. That's the hard part about commentary, actually. You have to be continuous about it. We can't all meditate. Well, I'm in for a lesson here because I'm here for a lesson. Have I played Magnus? No, I haven't. Although if I was playing in the tournament, there's a good chance I get to play Magnus if he continues playing like this, because he's going to be playing guys around my rating pretty soon. Not, he still needs to lose another game, but it's close by. We got some fights in the chat. That's always healthy. It's always good. It means there's a lot of energy, a lot of, I mean, it's normal. You go to a sports game, you see people arguing. So I think it's a great sign that people in the crowd are getting into it. As long as you keep it pretty clean. Not pretty clean actually, but as long as you don't cross a few barriers, I think it's okay. I still think, it was a really good comment when I was doing the World Championship commentary. Somebody said I look like a Toblerone bar mixed with James Bond or something. It was just a great comment. Really, really good stuff. Toblerone, it's... Oh, what happened? Looks like the game is over. What did we just miss? Mamedyarov won it. He won it quickly. Okay, let's learn from Mamedyarov. Yep. Very nice setup. Although apparently Black can hold this because 50 move rule kicks in. Rook e1, rook here, threatening rook a1 mate. So bishop f2 to put the bishop on a7. Rook here. Because of rook g4, king a7. Got to continue with the tempi. And your check is on the light square. Okay, that's... And not rook a2 because that's stalemate. Okay, yeah. It's not... And then rook a4, bishop a7, rook takes pawn. Very nice, very nice. Maybe I'll study that endgame later, maybe not. Nice endgame though. Who's Filthy Frank? Okay, so guys, we're taking a break here. Let me see if the pairings are out. But pretty big news with Magnus getting crushed by Ivanchuk. He's going to fall back quite a bit here. He's going to join the crowd. So I'm going to take a bit of a break. 5 or 10 minutes, I think that's when the next round will start. Probably in about 8 minutes, 30 past. So I will be right back. Stay tuned for more, and maybe Robin will be just in time for the beginning of round 8.
da seid. Vielen, vielen Dank.
What's up, guys? Round 8 about to begin. We changed that title. Got a few matchups to watch. Mamedyarov, Aronian. Vichy Anand is playing Grishuk. Corob, Ivanchuk. Carlson, Akopian. This is not an easy puzzle for most people. But let me prepare the games, and Robin will be joining me for this round. Robin Van Kampen. Let's get these games up. We got Carlson, Akopian, Mamedyarov, Aronian. Grishuk, Vichy, MVL, Nepomniachtchi. I don't know what to do, guys. You know, it sounds kind of funny, but Magnus, his game's not as he's playing, so it's interesting. But this round, favorites are playing each other. This is the first round. This is the most stacked round of the event so far, where a lot of people are playing each other. MVL, Yuyengi, Nepomniachtchi. Oh, he's playing Akopian. Oh, did the pairings change? Never mind. Sorry, I read it wrong. Guys, they just changed the pairings. Pairings have just been changed. Magnus is now playing Dmitry Yakovenko. Pairings have been changed. So I have to prepare for the games. We'll go over the puzzle later. Thanks to everybody who subscribed and donated, supporting the channel. Do appreciate it. That is going to mess up my boards. Pairing change. It's gonna definitely mess it up. Current storyline here. Yeah, this puzzle. No, I'm not gonna show you guys yet. Magnus has to win. We will go over the puzzle now. No, it takes some time. This one's not easy. This one's not easy. I'll let Robin explain it to you guys. There seems to be some confusion over the pairings. So, we'll wait. But yeah, in a couple minutes Robin will join me, and that'll make it easier. Maybe he'll be fresh. He's woken up. He should be fresh to analyze. We'll get Yasser one of these days. We'll see. We'll see. The players all got up. Okay, so the pairings might be redone here. Okay, I'll put the position back up and be right back. Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, are we on?
Yeah, we're on.
Okay, what's up everyone? This is Robin. I'm back in Montreal in the chessbrah cave, and I'm gonna commentate this round for you guys. I've been following a little bit, but I don't know what Eric has been saying exactly about all the players, but it's nice to be back. Gonna focus on 4 games. MVL against Nepomniachtchi, Akopian against Carlson, whoever Carlson is playing we're going to be looking at, and Aronian against Mamedyarov. The game you see over here is sorry. The game you see over here is Anand with white against Grishuk. So Grishuk played bishop b5 check Sicilian, the Moscow variation, and Vichy played it, and knight takes d7 was played, which is a rare line, and I think I even recommended whites to play like this in my recommendations just 24, but yeah, so white's gonna play like b3, bishop b2, and try to play d4, c4, and get into some sort of a Maroczy structure. And let's see what's going on in the other games. Okay, so let's move over to Aronian against Mamet. So we're seeing g3 Grunfeld over here, not something that's uncommon. I'm surprised, yeah, okay, he actually went for this b3 move, so this is a little bit of an advantage compared to having committed to d4 over here. And white develops the queen side bishop first, and then over here black kind of has to make a waiting move, waiting for white to decide whether he wants d4 or d3. Bishop g4 is one way to play, and then just give up the bishop here and try to get this solid structure with e6. But he went for rook e8, so that's going on there. Let's see what Magnus is up to. Let's see what Magnus is up to. Why are my moves not coming through on Magnus? Okay, well, we're gonna... Let me see what's going on with Magnus. I don't have any moves on Magnus, so his game is still incognito or whatever is going on there. So let's just switch to Vichy until these moves come through. So Vichy goes g6. Okay, I'm expecting something like bishop to b2, like bishop b2, bishop g7, d4, takes, and it could be that they just are gonna try and get into some sort of a hedgehog, and that Vichy is just hoping to play d5 really quickly with the bishop on g7 rather than e7. It's a little risky because if you just let white develop, let's say we just make silly moves, then of course in the long run the d-pawn over here could be a little bit weak compared to a normal hedgehog where the bishop's on e7. So that's interesting. Magnus is white versus Yakovenko. Yeah, I saw there was something weird going on with the pairings. Okay, that explains what's going on here. So I should switch to a new game. Okay, I see what's going on. So here we have Magnus's actual game against Yakovenko. So let's see what was going on there. Bishop f4 again. It's driving me a little nuts, guys. This bishop f4 stuff is like all over the place. And I thought it was just going to be like the last World Rapid and Blitz, but this thing is here to stay, like this London system. And I still don't really get it. Like, it's not such a dangerous opening, but people keep losing to it. People keep getting in trouble. Once in a while you see like an opening disaster on white's part, but you know, it's been doing well. Okay, so they went for one of the main lines, Okay, that's funny. That's interesting. So I never ever see disappear in the bishop f4 line. It's like almost always white who goes c3 and then black going c5. So Magnus actually switches it up here a little bit. Does Robin look like it's getting old? No, I think it's just morning over here, guys. Yeah, so he's got c4, c5, knight c3. This looks nice for white to me because whenever he played d takes c4 here. Whenever you get d takes c4, bishop takes c4 in one tempo, that's normally a good sign for white. Normally as black, if you're planning to play dc at some point, you're waiting for white to first develop bishop to e2 or bishop to d3, and then play dc. Obviously, the drawback, and probably the reason why he didn't wait, is that white can take on d5 and maybe cause some sort of a isolated pawn or something like that. But the position we have right now looks at least a little bit better for white because he's got some tempos up. And as you can see, actually white took on c5 when black had already committed at least one move, developing the bishop. So
How are the games?
they're okay, nothing too special yet.
Nothing too exciting?
Nothing too exciting. He played c4 in the London, so I've never seen anything like that before.
C4 in the London.
And I think he's got a very good position. Maybe something like bishop e2, knight e5, bishop f3 is possible.
Well, he had this sort of bad position last year, eh?
Something like this.
Last game he lost to Ivanchuk in that.
Oh yeah, and this kind of structure.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll go queen c2.
Yeah. I'm not wearing a suit, guys. No. I'm just copying.
Why was d takes c4 played instead of cd4? Yeah, that's what I was trying to point out. That I thought this was a weird moment. With cd4, it probably makes
Magnus
more
doing
sense.
DC4 last game was extremely bizarre.
Oh, he just got a horrible opening position in the previous game.
But I don't know why you take on c4 and give white everything.
Funny. Okay, let's see what's. Actually, really excited for this game, but it's
on
probably
the
the wrong.
So here,
is it the wrong pairing?
Yeah. Exit it.
Yeah.
Click on this. Look for them again.
Yeah.
There. They changed the pairing.
Okay.
So now Nepo's playing a Kofian.
So who are we watching? Are we watching Nepo and Vache? Or do you want Nakamura?
Doesn't matter to me. Not the guy Nakamura's playing is dangerous.
Yeah, that's the guy who beat Magnus.
And Nakamura lost also against Michidashvili at the Olympia. These sharp positions, the Georgians. I think he lost with white or something.
Yeah, he lost with white in some sort of a
King's Indian or
Slav, something like that.
Bach, he's doing well.
Yeah, Bach is doing really well, huh? I don't know how his... okay, he lost to Magnus, but he still's got like 4 out of 6, I guess. Yeah. He must have like a 2750 performance or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like this position for black, by the way. At first sight.
At first sight?
Because, okay, he's going to play like bishop e2.
Because the bishop c6, the bishop's going to get stuck there?
I think, I mean...
And you also want to cover c4 in the future, knight e5, c4, so...
Well, this knight's kind of out of the game for the moment. Okay, probably bishop c6 is what you should do, but like, he has to go like...
Is this what actually happened?
Yeah, I think so. He wants to go to c4, I guess, with the knight.
But you're not in time, are you? Oh, like for
on knight b3, I'll go c4.
Knight b3, I go here?
Yeah, I've got to go through d2 then. But like knight e5 is coming, right? So,
yeah.
Yeah, so I have to... Yeah, but the problem is that this is also coming in c3. Or am I happy to...
Knight e5 now?
Yeah, I don't like it for... I don't like it for white, but maybe it's playable.
Yeah.
Looks a little clumsy, but maybe it's not too bad. You could, yeah, c4. There's always knight d4, so it's not that big of a deal.
What about this position now?
Yeah, so I guess that Magnus doesn't want to change queens with the lead in development. So something like e4, bishop h4, e5 is like his dream.
E4?
Or just e4, e5 in general, like if he wants to get something going. But then the bishop on g3 might be a little out of place, so maybe he's just planning to go rook d1, rook c1, and then see what's next.
Yeah, without making a serious weakness.
One thing is that if you just play rook d1, rook c1, and sort of nothing, maybe black could be doing well if he can get knight h5, knight takes g3 and at some point.
There you go. Now people know who you are.
Yeah. Okay, let's actually have a look at Vichy. Yeah, so no, this is not the actual Vichy game. Where's Vichy? Yeah, so they got into a position like this. That's what I thought, some sort of.
Vichy hardly plays bishop e5.
I find, yeah, he hardly plays bishop e5, but I also think it's a strange decision by
Rishuk
because, okay, maybe he just wants to play for a win, like, in a hedgehog, but it doesn't look like a pleasant outcome of the opening. Like, I mean, yeah, okay, if you have to play moves like h6, it's like...
Oh, it looks like white's a bit better here.
Yeah.
He went for a line that white's comfortable with, not so challenging.
Yeah, he's just gonna sit and wait and try to play d5 at one point. Was it possible to play d5 here? Or is it just crazy?
e5?
Yeah, e5, knight e4.
Take on d5.
Take on c3.
Bishop takes.
And let's say rook takes.
Rook takes.
It's just better for, it's just a bit better for white, huh?
Bishop d4.
Yeah.
Maybe queen a5, knight e6.
Yeah, if I can get knight e6, I was hoping that maybe I'm not doing too bad. Maybe there's something slightly more precise.
Rook d1.
That doesn't look that bad for black either.
Yeah, but what if I play bishop d4 and now take and play e6?
Ah, yeah, okay, so something like this. At least practically pleasant.
It could. It looks a bit scary.
Yeah. Okay, he's not in a rush. He just wants to keep this like hedgehog position alive and wait. How do I get back to the?
You can always exit and find again. It's not the easiest, I know, but then I'd go back to it.
Ah, okay, so he's just waiting 27. So G3 is kind of a strange move though, but okay. I guess it doesn't matter that much. It's G3 king G2.
Who do you think is going to win the rapid?
Who's in first place right now?
Aronian.
Aronian?
And Ivanchuk.
Well,
these are the
what do you think of Ivanchuk right now? Because the only thing, the only game I've seen is maybe.
Sorry, Aronian and Corob are in first.
I think Corob has decent chances because he's been playing like a monster. Like, but of course, I guess Aronian is.
Well, this is a big game then. Ivanchuk, Corob.
Yeah.
Ivanchuk is
well, Ivanchuk can do
really
really well
rapid
here.
before.
Oh yeah, but okay, it's hard to say with Chucky, but maybe there's a bit less pressure on him now because I feel that whenever Ivanchuk can win something, he messes it up.
So
through nerves.
maybe tomorrow or something.
Yeah.
This looks fine for black.
Yeah,
This
I
looks
would
very
even,
comfortable.
I prefer black here.
Yeah, we have a case where the bishop on h2 is not good again.
Yeah.
And this was one of these openings, huh?
Well, again, I just don't really get it. Like, they're just playing this position. There's not really any real point to it. Like, sometimes white gets a better position, sometimes black gets a better position, but I don't feel like people are just playing it to get an advantage or something. Even though it's not just Magnus and like Kramnik, it's like everyone's doing it now. Even the Chinese guys are playing it.
Yeah.
It's just-
Amon plays it too now, yeah.
Amon plays it too?
Oh.
What's happening to the world?
Maybe Lafon is next. It's spreading.
Who knows?
I know. I mean, this looks really nice for black.
Yeah.
Bit of a
I would have
minority
considered
attack.
queen takes as well, maybe.
I guess he didn't like the idea of like, if queen takes, you use the a file, you put a rook on a2. Queen takes is even. Black's okay. Black's more than okay here.
Yeah, because if you don't want to change queens, I can also go a5, a4.
Anand's game is a draw, they said?
Already?
Is that really the case? It is a draw. It's a draw. They agreed to a
What the-
draw.
That's just awful. Like, there's a lot of life in this position. Okay.
They want to beat up on other people.
I find it really weird, but especially, okay, Grishuk, maybe he just didn't expect to get a slightly worse position, but Vishy didn't do anything new. Like, everything was known.
No, almost all the guys have at least one quick draw per day because it's kind of a tough schedule to play 5 rapid games, but still.
Uh-huh. So, this is still Korbov with white, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, so what's happening in Naka's game, actually?
Yeah, let me find it.
Naka hasn't been doing well, too well, right?
No, but he's still nearby.
Yeah. I mean, you're still in striking distance.
But his game, the pairings messed up. We might have to check the other screen for it.
He's against Pansulaya still, right? Ooh.
Oh, this is the position, right?
Well, looks
This
like
is a
he-
very interesting position.
Well, it looks to me like he's been outplaying him.
Naka's outplaying him,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Outplaying
Knight's
him
on
badly.
c4 and e5
Yeah.
is coming.
You even have like, let's say black goes knight d7 or something like that. You even have e5, f5 already starting to show up.
So let's say I go here.
Okay, rook e2.
And let's say I go here. I'm happy to exact the exchange in some lines, depending on how ambitious you get. Bishop on c6 I'm not used to.
Well,
But-
bishop c6 is a little bit out of the game. Yeah. Can I go e5?
Yeah. Are you worried about queen h4?
I was planning on. But my knight's hanging. Yeah, I was planning queen h3, but it's probably.
Your knight's hanging and
Yeah, I was hoping
I-
to get like my d pawn or something, but it's probably very far fetched. And you have knight f2 check in between those. Okay, so actually knight g4 I have to be very careful. He should probably play that. You think that he should play h3?
h3 I'm thinking about doesn't work
King.
king g7 you can
Yeah, g3, g2.
take, but
Well, I mean, normally you take the exchange.
so queen e7 same idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually your rook's not on e2, so b2 is hanging.
And knight takes d6. Let's say. We're now. Oh, now also knight f2.
Knight f2 now.
Yeah. Looks.
I mean, black gets some counterplay here. Well, obviously, but still.
Yeah, just it's very.
This is a
like-
very sharp game. This
Yeah.
is nice. I like this game. Naka loses. He's. Oh, I keep.
He's really.
He's really out of it.
Yeah. Well, this doesn't look very impressive at all. By the way, what Magnus is doing.
And he did play knight g4 and rook e2 is on the board.
So queen e7.
Doesn't look
Queen
impressive or looks good for black?
Well, it looks. I almost prefer black unless you come up with something like. I mean, you can go knight d6 maybe, but it's very committal. Like, could turn out quite bad.
Knight d6, I might just play like queen b6.
Yeah.
Not give you that e5 square for your knight. Carlson's chess has been very shaky. He won all his games easily, the ones he won, but his losses have been really poor. Do you take? I don't think you take, because if you take, you're allowing this queen e5, knight e5 in some lines. If you play queen b6, what's the threat?
Yeah, you would like to play queen e3, but I don't think there's tactics if you take on d6.
Yeah. And endgames, queen endgames are, with the queens off, it's better for black, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're going to put a knight on d5, f6 at some point. Magnus needs to win this. I mean, he's really on the verge of just like...
Well, yeah, he generally should be beating people like Yakovenko. I mean, they're literally rated 200 points lower than him in Rapid.
Yeah, he took.
Okay.
Yeah, Yakovenko's not the strongest blitzer Rapid
Actually,
player.
now I see some danger in the position. Because, like, for example, queen b6, at least you have to watch out for, like, 95 queen f3 tricks. But maybe you're still, like, maybe it's still okay if you go something like this. I mean, this would be the ideal follow-up, but...
Okay.
Maybe there's still just rook a7.
So instead, would you just take on d6 and take on f7?
Yeah, exactly.
Then there's queen d3 I was looking at, but...
I don't know if this stuff...
So queen d3...
Well, this looks nice for white though. Like, I don't know,
queen e5,
queen e5. When the king gets in trouble like that, it's normally bad news.
Although...
Queen f... Queen f5.
I was thinking that, queen f5. No, but that's... If he gets a better rook endgame, he's been doing...
even queen f5... No, I don't know. Maybe g4 or something. But, yeah. It's...
But Yakovenko...
But he doesn't have to go for this.
Yeah. It's still...
Yeah, let's bring it back real quick.
Naka went g3, which makes a lot of sense, not rushing into it.
G3 I like.
Yeah, g3 is a nice move.
Yeah, that's a good move.
He sees the danger.
Well,
he's in time for h4, h3.
I still think black is, really busted unless you can do something quick.
Yeah, no,
because
for sure.
Like e5, f5, or e5, f takes e5 maybe even just works. Look, there's e5, d6 ideas.
Right now, h3 and e5.
Yeah, h3 and e5.
It doesn't sacrifice anything.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is a...
This
unless
is a
that
very
rook
nasty
gets,
position.
that's a very nasty position. Unless that rook
Yeah.
gets trapped. Queen c7 is likely.
Well, if the rook doesn't get trapped, you don't want to go g3, f4, because that's gonna land you in some sort of trouble.
g3, you probably lose his pawn by force, or close to it, or rook e4. This is bad. I mean, I expect Corob. High chances he loses to Ivanchuk here.
Yeah.
High chances. But very, very annoying position to play in Rapid. And Ivanchuk's got double his time, 9-4. Interesting. But that's really good for Ivanchuk. And Korobov's not the type who I think would make a comeback. He'll start off strong, he has to keep it.
He's very streaky.
He has to definitely keep it. Karyakin is trying to make a comeback. He's playing Mamedyarov. Mamedyarov beat me in this system in a Rapid game or a Blitz game once. This is all he plays, mainly accelerated Dragon.
Yeah, I think it's a really good opening for Rapid and Blitz.
He's got 11.
It's very hard to play against. At least, it's not hard to play against, but he can play it very fast and like he knows it well. And it's always the same positions at the same time.
Well, okay, you've been asking for the Wojtaszek game. I can take a quick peek at it.
Wow. By the way, I think Vidit is playing very well.
For like the last year or...
Yeah, like just nothing even specific to this tournament, just getting extremely strong. Like he's gonna make 2,700 for sure.
He lost like 25 points recently. The only reason he did is because he played in the Indian Championship. He would.
Oh yeah, but that's a really.
Yeah,
really
Ivan and Vidit both lost 20 points.
Yeah, if those tournaments are forced on you, then it can get a little rough.
So besides that, yeah, he'd be close to 27.
But
well, now
White seems to be Well, knight f5, I guess.
Knight f5. Yeah.
Maybe just take on d8 and play bishop b6 or something. Yeah, b4. Should be that, like, black should probably be active enough here, but yeah, a5, I guess.
And now I bring my knight.
Knight to b5. No.
I prefer white.
I prefer
that's
white.
Nice. The nice the bishop covers f2. There's no ideas there. What's wrong with the Indian Championship? Oh, players are underrated.
Yeah, very.
As
like,
a top seed, it's very.
It's just like playing like Chinese league or something.
Yeah.
There's so many players who don't get to play out of their country too much, and they're just much stronger than their rating. So you're gonna drop points, you're gonna drop half points, and it's gonna be very expensive to your rating.
Carlson's game. Well,
Yeah,
you know,
this should turn
unless
into
Yakovenko blunders, though, he's actually up on time. He's a very solid player. Like,
yeah, and he loves.
He understands these positions. He understands these positions pretty well. I don't think he's one of those guys who doesn't get phased very much by these positions. He might randomly blunder, but he's got enough time. He's up on the clock. ABR subscribing. Thanks, buddy. There we go. Magnus, so Robin, rook d7 and then rook c6. Are we just gonna dance together? Rook d2, rook d1,
rook
and we just
d1.
copy each other. So
well, I mean, I
do you
like the idea that maybe Magnus could try to do some rook d4, like. You know,
okay, so
but
I
it
play.
Probably stops after g6.
I play here.
Yeah, rook d1.
Now I go. Do I want my queen on f6? Because if I do this and we just play the natural moves.
Rook d4? That's it?
Yeah. And this is where
I'm
this
gonna
is
stop
with the
for queen
queens on the
f6.
board. Yeah, with the queens on the board, this is favoring white a lot.
Yeah, it's not so easy for black to see how to.
Although I'm supposed to play this.
You could have played other move.
Yeah, I should have played that.
I was gonna change one pair of rooks.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I didn't see what else I could do.
Yeah. Now like queen c6. Ah,
Yeah,
take the queen
c5.
c5. That's not good.
No, actually, with one pair,
need-
pair of rooks off, it's probably even better for white if you can get queen c5.
And you're threatening it anyways. This is that's unpleasant. Well, this is.
Wait, okay, so how about queen d8, rook d7, rook d1, queen d8?
Oh, that happened.
Okay.
This is on the board. And h6 makes sense because we saw lines where the back rank is a problem.
Well, queen d8, queen f6.
By the way, now you don't have any rook rook lifts.
Rook c4 he can play now, though.
Yep. Rook here.
Takes, queen takes, and yeah.
So I'm gonna
Maybe
queen.
it's better for white, huh?
It is better for white.
Yeah.
The queens are going to be on the board. Well, then Magnus fans can breathe a sigh of relief because
Yeah, he's still up here.
If he- if
Although
he's-
he's quite a bit down on time.
if he's pressuring though, it's pretty good. Pretty good. What happened in this Nakamura game? Oh, Nakamura's
wow.
going for the kill here. He's up. He's doing well on the clock because you can easily blunder against these Benoni positions.
You know what was very surprising to me is that Naka lost the white side of Benoni to Benjamin Bach.
Well, it was surprising, except he kept getting killed by Fabiano and Benoni in the rapid event in
Yes.
Paris and Leuven. So
Thing is,
then I
but
realized,
I always thought that he was like amazing at Benoni and King's
As-
Indian on both sides.
yeah, and then
But
Bach
then
beat
with
him.
white, he's not like so comfortable
No.
always.
No, it's interesting. Yeah, and I guess Fabiano and Bach both did really well with it. By the way, this is
really
critical
bad, by the way.
because isn't Pansulia planning this
Yeah,
and take?
Six.
And now I want to.
95 or
Yeah.
97. Okay.
I think this is what he's planning. I think that's why he played rook to sack and try to play knight g5, followed by queen queen c7 and try to pick this off. But you know what I mean?
This
It's
could
so
turn
easy
out
to
quite
lose.
bad, yeah.
If Naka was low on time, you could easily lose this. It's still tricky though. He just sacks an exchange and says, you know, like, I might be losing, but you're gonna have to play like
I'm
very
not
accurately.
Sure this is so losing. Like,
no, if the knight goes to
the
g5.
knight's really nice on g5, and then just like you indicated, queen c7. Well, Pansulaya is on a roll, so like, you know, if he beats he beat Magnus like it was nothing. I thought it was such a convincing game.
Yeah, no, it was
then,
definitely.
Then like you can beat Naka too, like what?
He beat Artemiev, he beat a bunch
and
of
he's
guys.
actually really good at Benoni, Pansulaya. Like it's one of his main openings, so it's not like he's just going wild here. It's just his style.
And the Georgian guys have.
Oh, they're very streaky.
Very
Except maybe Mishishvili, who's a bit more solid, but like, I mean, this guy is basically kind of like Jobava. Not as strong as Jobava, but very capable of crazy upsets. So yeah. But that would be very.
If this happens, we're gonna see what happens. That's gonna we're gonna stay with that game.
By the way, Kuryakin is doing this quite nicely so far. I think he has a good position. Okay, what happened? Oh, so he probably saw rook takes e6 and he was like, that's not what I'm up to. Like,
yeah, he saw it. But then you run a riskier as well.
Yeah.
I don't like.
I see, like, for example, knight c4, you take it, rook takes c6.
Yeah,
and that's it.
That's nasty. And is knight f7, rook e6 ending? Knight c4, as Robin said. Take, queen takes.
You're actually getting mated. Like.
Yeah, it's actually.
It's really nasty.
And Benoni guys are always going to see this.
Yeah.
So take
rook e6.
Rook e6.
Yeah, this is what you should be looking at.
I want to play queen here.
Rook h7.
Ooh.
It's gonna come anyway, so like queen d8 still looks like a normal square. I'm not sure it's winning though, because I'm running out of oh, that's possible. Rook h7. Take on d6.
Yeah.
Take on g6. Looks very.
That's lost. Well, then what's the thing here?
So queen d8. Is this mating immediately? Here. Takes. Here.
I didn't think it was made immediately. I just thought.
Yeah, this is what I was planning to do.
But
rook c7. Yeah.
Rook c7.
Yeah. Maybe it's not because you get this bishop g7 stuffing.
It's a bit of a.
This is so easy to lose with white though, like to go for something like this because it looks good, but opposite color bishops also means the defense can be a little easier sometimes. Yeah, I really don't like this bishop on c6. Yeah, I still haven't really seen whites there. Could have been on d3.
Game. It's Artem. Oh, that's not apparent. Aronian Mamedyarov. What's going on here? This is a critical game because Aronian's had a great start so far.
Well, just counting the pieces looks good for black.
That's
Looks like
true.
an exchange up.
I go here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go knight c2, I guess. Bishop takes b6. Knight d4.
And I don't think I should take because your pawn runs.
Yeah, but knight takes e6. Maybe you can allow it. Yeah.
It's just the b3 pawn also if that falls. No, it looks good for black.
Looks good for black. Yeah. Looks like just some material. I'm not an IM, guys. You don't get downgraded like that.
Man or monkey?
Leave John alone. Oh, you actually look like that guy now, huh?
Okay, Mamedyarov's doing well against Aronian, and
What
is
happened
Nakamura going to lose here, Robin?
No, I don't think so.
Why?
I don't think he's lost yet.
I'm threatening rook c6 and queen d5, and I'm extremely bothered by that possibility.
Is it rook e5 possible maybe, or is that just no? Some
I mean, you can
move is like
yeah, you can.
Yeah.
This is looking.
maybe it's not looking too good. Yeah.
Bishop on d4 covers back rank mates. You can always break in h7, rook e8.
Okay, queen e8.
I saw that move.
C4
But
is really bothering me.
C4, as a Benoni, just thrilled to have this.
Yeah.
This looks horrible. I mean, this might just be lost.
Yeah, it looks actually really bad. But it's quite impressive because this is like
If
a
he
really
beats
sharp
Nak,
game.
yeah.
This is so impressive. Like, I still always think that Naka is one of the strongest, really strongest players in the world when it's lower time controls, but he hasn't been proving it too much. You know, not necessarily in the last World Rapid and Blitz, although I think he did poorly in, for his standards, at least one of them. One of them he made a comeback, but he's not doing so well against most of the guys that consider not that good at Rapid and Blitz in the normal tournaments.
No, the increment time controls.
Okay, but this is I think this is gonna be a really nice game by Karyakin. Or this is not working, but I had the feeling he was playing a really nice game. This feels very shaky for black.
I don't have the move.
I don't know why King F7 was that necessary?
Why not king g7?
Why not King G7? Yeah.
Oh, because then the knight's pinned though. Like still, then rook d like then queen e5 and
Or
e7.
E5. E5 was there.
Yeah.
Queen D5 and E5, sorry. Yeah. But now it feels like rook H1 or something might do. Okay, rook D7. Yeah. I think this should be over in a few moves.
Yep, agree.
Rook D1.
Agree. But Naka, if Naka loses this, that's kind of. Look at these positions.
This is
Did
crazy.
he do rook e5? This is just a crazy game. Let's just stick with this game. We haven't watched Naka, and he might be getting eliminated off the top board, so this might be our last chance. But Naka looks
This is
busted.
completely lost. Bishop takes E5. Like,
You gotta take back with a rook, and then
Yeah.
that's not what you want. Bishop e5.
it might just even go F6 or something. Like, he might just. Well, maybe that's unnecessary. Yeah, rook C7 just.
And
C4, C3 is coming.
C4,
like,
C3. And f6.
and F6 is also.
I think Naka's going down, ladies and gentlemen.
What an awesome game though by.
Yeah, very
Arcelaya.
very resourceful. Started to
The guy's having an amazing tournament.
maybe the Benoni is making a comeback solely due to the fact that Nakamura has a bad score against the Benoni.
Yeah. Well, actually,
I might have to start playing the Benoni.
Actually, the biggest reason is the Bishop F4 line was kind of the reason that it
Yes.
went out of, and it's fine for that line where you go they don't play A6, they go Queen A4 check, Bishop D7.
Yeah, and they play C3 at some point. B4 is
Yeah,
the
that
deep
line they fixed it for black. Like it's fine again. So
It looks like you're having problems looking at me. That my facial hair is disturbing.
yeah.
Because every time you tell a variation, you're looking at my chin.
I'm going for the John Bartholomew loop.
The
So
queen
I'm
look.
putting the faux Hulk up, and I'm like.
That's true. Your hair's not.
Right.
I've never. Are you changing your hairstyle? I didn't notice that. Oh.
I have a new hairdresser, and I just told him you just go with whatever you think is good. But like I'm going for the white guy look, and you're really going with like the Confucius look over here. Like
Confucius, yeah.
we're like miles apart right now.
Yeah, that's right. That's the single life Robin.
Is Amon calling me the pill guy? Because I feel that
No, someone else's.
he could still battle me on that.
Someone
Like,
else's.
I know what a mon looks like. Is that Karpov?
No, Karyakin. They think this looks like Karyakin. Smiling.
Really? I thought it looked like Karpov, like a young Karpov. That doesn't look like Karyakin.
Aronian lost to Mamedyarov with white.
Yeah, that well, we
Mamedyarov
expected
in
that.
form this year. Yeah.
Yeah.
You love listening to me.
Wait. Did he just?
Yeah,
Whoa, what
Mamedyarov
happened
won.
there?
Mamedyarov
How
won.
did this happen? This was so winning for Karyakin. The kid's getting kicked by everyone.
If 5 people subscribe in this stream, Robin emote comes back. He needs to work for it. 5 people have to sub. By the way, you can still play Queen D5 after King E8, right?
Rook G6 here? What's happening? Takes or something? Why not Rook G6?
Rook takes E7.
And sorry, and the Rook is just hanging. Yeah, my bad. So he went with what? King E8, threatening it.
Ramadan, those subs are for my chin, not for
no,
Robin. But we got 5 subs, he gets
He's just lost here?
5 subs, and Robin gets his emote back.
Guys, I need the emote back. Like it's been a bit of a ridiculous thing that's been gone for that long.
Magnus, okay. Magnus Yakovenko.
Ooh, this is really nice. Did he?
Having so many pawns is not a good thing for black.
No, he's completely lost. The king's going to b8 and just running. You know, he would actually have much better chance if he didn't have the A and the B pawn.
So Carlson once again winning a slightly better endgame.
This is. So how did he get here? Like, just moving. Oh, he was trying to give a perpetual. Okay, it was actually better for him, and the guy just tried to give him a perpetual here, and okay, it made sense. Like, he had to escape, give up the rook, and now that's a very nice game. Very nice game. So Magnus is still chasing.
I'm done chewing, guys. I'm done my gummies. Okay.
But that was a really bad loss for him against Ivanchuk anyway, right? Because he's down, what, 1.5 points? 2 points?
Well, he was 4.5 out of 7.
Yeah, it's a pretty poor score.
You need like +7 or 8.
What?
I like seeing Naka run around naked.
Okay,
He's
this is
checkmated
so
him.
done. Yeah, this is so done.
Find the
he
checkmate.
can even play g takes f4, it really doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Like, but yeah, he will checkmate him somehow. King f4.
Nakamura's just isn't impressing me at these world, but he's not winning these tournaments. It's bad. Nobody wants to be known as a keyboard warrior, so you win online is good, but you want to be able to defend it in person, and he just doesn't do that, Robin. He just isn't
How
winning.
old's Nakamura right now?
29.
29?
He's getting it.
Do you think he's reached his peak?
In some of his blitz chess, yeah, I don't see him getting at a
Well, what
higher
about
level.
classical chess?
He would have to peak more in classical to get better at blitz, and I'm not sure that's happening.
Maybe a foot long, yeah.
Juicy Knight said, Hikaru Nakamura is the type of person to get a mayo only foot long at Subway. Nakamura lost, Karyakin blundered, Carlson won, his opponent resigned here, as Robin pointed out. You can check, but the fact that you have pawns on the A and the B file prevents you from checking more, and the king could run this way. And 6 pawns doesn't beat a queen. You can run.
He might try to. Yeah, he's gonna try to run for it.
But
it might not be that easy.
You don't make it to the border.
No.
Which pawn do you push? The problem is, yeah.
Yeah, queen c8 is. Well, let's say e3. Let's say e3.
Why check?
Oh, you have check right away. Okay.
Well, you want to do this?
No, it's just totally lost. Like, okay, he
So
resigned.
Carlson wins.
Pansulaya wins.
But that's a big story. Pansulaya is at the same score or more.
I'm rooting for this guy, by the way. I like his chess a lot.
I've been checking his games. He drew Nepomniachtchi first round. He got tortured queen and knight against queen for like 120 moves. He played Nepomniachtchi first round.
Queen knight against queen.
Yeah, but he had a pawn. So he had queen and pawn against queen and knight. So there's no stalemate ideas. But he still held it. His nerves were very good. You got your first sub.
I got my first sub.
Right here. Gaso chess or I don't know.
Gakoches. Thanks, buddy. 4 more, but I'm gonna remember that name because it's bringing me back from the dead.
So what other games are ongoing?
Li Chao.
Artemiev beat Wei Yi. That's a big matchup. They were rivals before.
They are rivals.
They are rivals. And Artemiev playing the Catalan is kind of scary actually, because he's an E4 player.
Is he?
No, sorry.
No.
He's a Sicilian player. He's not an E4 player. Yeah, that's right. Never mind.
This sort of stuff.
This is a game, guys, between I believe starting in 4 days, top 2 juniors in the world or close to that, because Richard Rapport will no longer be a junior. So it is a serious matchup.
Yeah. Although I do think that Richard Rapport is quite a bit stronger than these two for the moment. This was actually just. Artemiev is very good position.
He's not,
and he's good at the little tactics, kind of like almost like Magnus, I would say.
Yeah,
a little bit similar to Magnus's style.
I think there's a better chance Artemiev becomes a top player than Wei Yi.
Yeah, it's funny. Wei Yi still has quite a bit of hype, but I think people are starting to realize it's not the next Magnus. It's
Vedit beat Wojtaszek.
He's just really strong. I don't know if you saw the game Vidit against Artemiev, but Vidit destroyed him. Like, really nice game.
I think I saw it. He must have out-calculated, or the knights were just annoying.
I think he just
he played rook b4.
Yeah, he managed to keep pressure on the b pawn. That's the deal. He didn't allow any advances. It still looks kind of pleasant for white here, though. He just blundered a pawn. He just blundered.
Yeah, you blunder a pawn because you can play rook c4 here.
Or a5.
a5. Do you want to allow this?
Okay.
Maybe you don't need to do that.
Yeah,
but
rook c4 would have been.
I just thought
safe.
Rook c4 and you're threatening some better endgames.
Yeah, this is better for white.
Okay. What else? Rajabov's in the event, but unfortunately nobody considers Rajabov a contender anymore, and there's some reasons why. But maybe he'll. Okay, this is a draw.
Yeah, Rajabov is a really history at this point, unfortunately for him. He just hasn't put in a decent result in ages. So I think the only reason why he's retaining 27 is because he's not playing so much.
He's below 27 now.
He's below 27? Is he?
He was last I checked. Okay. Yasser tomorrow. Okay. Yasser, probably tomorrow, guys. Just got a message. Oh, then he had a good event. European Club Cup, he gained rating.
Oh, okay.
He was 20.
Oh, yeah, he was below.
He was below, and then he gained it in the European Club Cup.
That's kind of ridiculous.
He beat Rapport. That was the game. He killed Rapport. I remember now. Yeah, okay. Oh, whoa. What the hell? You got 4 subs.
I got 4 subs?
Samuel, 154874.
Samuel, shout out to my boy Samuel, who was trying to hype the crowd up for me being back.
Awesome Possum and Fruit Wings. You just got 4 subs. That's the quickest 4 subs in chessbrah history.
I just sit here and I'm just, I'm patient. Like, I know that at some point I'm gonna have my revenge, Napo is a bit of a neckbeard.
But he's playing well.
He's playing well.
So I'm trying to follow Nepomniachtchi.
I can't believe you're just trying to sit here next to me like Confucius. It's intimidating.
It is.
It really is intimidating.
Confusion
like.
can be intimidating. That's yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a draw.
Nakamura losing Aronian. What happened in this game? Aronian losing with white is serious.
Now, first of all, this is a good line for white.
Do you like playing d4 or d3 in round?
I like to play. Well, after rook e8, I play d4.
Yeah,
After bishop g4, I play d3.
Yeah. Uh-oh. You just hit your fifth.
Oh. Who do we have?
Yosarian
80.
That was very quick.
Guys, we're bringing it back. Finally. I know everyone's been waiting for this. But, ooh.
He went for it.
I like how he's playing this, though. He just didn't work out.
The problem is the knight.
Yeah, knight's out.
The knight's out. It takes a couple moves, and this knight goes to c6, and there's tactics on d4.
Yeah, he's just gonna give this pawn back somehow. Yeah. e5 is a nice move, by the way. I like that. Because getting rid of almost all the series attacking chances. Oh wow, that was quite sharp.
Forces the queens off.
Yeah. No, but I think Mamedyarov played
And then
this
he
very
converted nicely.
That's something that people don't realize, by the way. But I think Mamedyarov has probably one of the best technical players in the top. He's got a very good technique.
Yeah.
Yeah. And people don't associate that with him because he's such a wild, crazy player. But actually, him and Rapport, like perhaps the two craziest players with like 2750. They have really great technique. Technique is all about calculation. So a good calculator, a good technician.
You just got a 6. Dylan Lennon 13.
Dylan Lennon.
Dylan Lennon.
Welcome to the club, buddy. You're among some of the honored subs. Like, people are gonna remember this.
If you get 10 subs, then you get to pick which one you replace.
Oh, that's even better, guys. I need 4 more because I'm gonna be able to troll some. Oh, I know who I'm taking out.
You hit 10 subs, you can pick which one to replace on stream. So we're waiting for round 9. Let's update that. Magnus moves to 5.5 out of 8. If he wins his next couple of games, 7.5 out of 10 is still nearby. Although he has to really beat his rivals because his tiebreak is so bad.
So it's 3 more. It's 3 or 2 more games.
2 more games.
2 more games. And how did our friend Bach do?
We can check. Bach lost to.
Okay, so Bach on his way down again. It seems.
Nepo, by the way, Nepo is doing very well.
I mean, if you had to bet on someone winning this tournament beforehand, and like you could pick 2 players, it was clearly Nepo and Carlson.
I picked Grishuk, but I had Nepo very close with Grishuk.
Oh, really? I would have picked Nepo as a second. For sure.
Grishuk's been hiding.
He's been hiding,
and he's a dangerous guy. He's a dangerous guy.
He's been kind of like you, probably growing out some facial
playing
hair.
poker, and he's doing a few things.
But he takes the rapid and blitz more seriously than anything else. So.
And he's good at beating Magnus. So, where's Grishuk?
Our buddy Grishuk actually drew with Vichy, remember?
Oh yeah, that's right. Which is a good result for him.
Really?
For Black, right?
I mean, it's fine. Like.
It's
fine. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I still feel that
Vichy normally beats Grishuk, I think, head to head.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know.
Oh, Li Chao beats Melkumian. Li Chao's having a good event.
Li Chao's playing really weird games that I don't understand as usual, but he's beating people, so. You know,
he's really beating people.
I literally don't understand. Like, I was watching his game with Onishuk with Li Chao, where he gets like a worse position out of the opening. Like, the other guy has a bishop and he has nothing in return, and he's just playing, and eventually he beats him with like a knight and a bishop against the bishop in an equal position. He plays very similar to our panda friend.
But well, less sound,
less,
right?
Oh,
For
no,
sure,
he
way
plays
less
much
sound.
more. He plays much more
Yeah,
tricky stuff.
with
Yeah,
black.
but
Who's the panda friend?
yeah,
Wang Yu, right?
Wang Yu, yeah.
But his converting is very good, because they're technical.
Yeah, this is a nice endgame, by the way, that he's winning. Yeah.
So I had this position up, Robin.
Yeah, actually, I already looked. I think I know which position you're.
So what do you think?
I thought it was
Easy?
totally winning.
You want to show people how to do it? That's what I said. I
Uh,
said you'd show people how to win this. You're going to show the crowd what you-
Okay, so it's, yeah. And the bishop on a3, yeah. Queen is on.
b6. White to move. This was the puzzle we had. And white to move. White to play. Sorry, that's it.
Well, I'm not even sure it matters how you start. I thought it was just the idea in general
Mhm.
was to like check, let's say queen a4, let's say you move it up, or let's say you move it back. Then slowly but surely what you want to be doing is push the black king further and it's actually tricky. I have to think how to do it with the tempos.
I think the first moves might save some time once you get the pattern.
Yeah, I think I need to do it very precise from the start. So let's see how we do it. How do we do it?
Queen a6.
Yeah, queen a6, king
Queen
d8.
Queen a5.
Yeah, that's what I was at, and then
Queen d8.
queen d8, king here. Queen c8. King b6.
Queen a8.
Yeah, that's what here's where I was at.
So Queen a7. Queen b6.
Queen b6 exactly, and now we're driving it further. And well, okay, let's say, you know, you could go endless, but the main idea is that eventually, when you get really really far from here, is it already the right moment? Probably not.
Gotta drive it to h1.
Yeah. So how do we reverse the pattern here? Is it here? Okay, here,
Mm-hmm.
here. No, then he's going here.
There we go. Queen d6.
Yeah, so here, queen d6, king
E4?
e4, queen c5. Now you don't have king d3, so you gotta go like here. Oh, and now I start pushing per king again.
Yeah.
So here, and again we have this pattern over here. Actually, and then here,
This is where it gets a little tricky. Maybe.
now, because now if we go queen a7, king e2, I think I'm in time already,
Mhm.
right? So queen a7, king starts to come back, and here we start running. And I don't think there's any spot where it's stalemate or something like that. So now you just queen it, and you pick up the pawns. So something like this. Steal these two guys.
Awesome.
It's a funny puzzle. It's a funny puzzle.
You got a couple more subs. Josh Lemoyne 17 and Jens 009.
Jens 009.
So are we at 8?
We're
Are we
at
at 8 already?
Eight. Two more, and I can. And then my subs. Please let me know who you think I should kick out of the emotes. I was personally thinking of Lefong, because I like to troll Lefong and I haven't seen him in a while. I told him we're gonna hang out tomorrow, and it will be kind of nice if I could tell him the good news.
He's coming later today to stream with Dr. Usek. They're doing a dual
Oh, that's
stream.
even better. So then we can troll Lefong today. But but I think I should let my subs speak for me. So I do think it's very funny to troll the phone though. Especially, you know, he's expecting people to like use his emote during his stream. Who's winning the women's event?
I haven't actually checked yet. Let's check Gunina probably.
I think Gunina was doing well, yeah.
No.
No, after round 7.
She's not here. Where's her name?
No, this is... Oh. Gunina's 10th. That's not good.
She lost to... Muzichuk,
Is this
Kostenyu.
ranking list after 6?
This is the ranking list.
Where's board pairings, right?
This is the ranking list.
Isn't this here the ranking list? This line over here? Or is it the same?
It's the same.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here you just see the real points. Okay, so Muzichuk, Anna Muzichuk. Actually the highest rated player in the field, I think. So.
Lano is supposed to be good at speed, so she's a bit higher rated, FIDE wise.
Oh, right, okay.
Apparently she's good at that.
Okay. They have a lot of good players there as well. Okay. So what does the men's cross table look like?
They haven't put round 8 still.
Oh, they haven't. It's still going somewhere.
Oh, I'm gonna get my sandwich. People have some questions for you. Couple eyes.
What do I suggest against the Samish? I still stick to the same line. I don't know where black has bad results. If it's the line where you take the pawn on c5 or some other line, because as far as I know, it's still the best line out there. Although some people have been trying out b6, c5, but I don't like it at all. It seems slow to me. Amon is still an expert in the Samish as well.
Are you hungry? I got a sandwich for you. A small one.
Yeah, sure. Very nice. I'm getting some coffee too, actually. Yeah. Nice. Thanks. Did you get Timmy's?
Mm-hmm.
Have I seen the new Star Wars? No.
Watch Star Wars with me? I've seen it once. I'd love to see it again. I want to watch Star Wars.
Really?
I love Star Wars.
I was actually planning to go to the movies one of these days, so I would like to go.
There's also Assassin's Creed.
Sesame Street?
Assassin's Creed.
Oh. Oh, they have a movie about that?
Yeah.
But I never played the game too much.
I never played it. I don't know.
Oh, cheeseburger?
Egg and cheese.
Egg and cheese. And Timmy's. Cheers, boys.
Cheers.
Alman is an expert at the Samish. He plays it. It's the only thing he plays with white. Sesame Street. Assassin's Creed. I would actually like to watch a Sesame Street movie. I mean, that would be pretty dope. Like, I haven't seen Sesame Street in forever.
Looks like since you said you want to get rid of Lafong, nobody's gonna sub. There's a lot of...
I didn't say I'm getting rid of Lafong. I said that whoever subs can vote. Got coaches. Got coaches. What do you think, buddy? Who should go? Who has to make space for me? Looks like all the results are out. So we should expect a pairing soon.
Yeah, there are.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is the round.
Match,
okay,
big match.
This is it. I'll get your coffee.
Alexander Grishuk with white, Sasha short, against Magnus Carlson, and another big lineup. Actually, oh my God, we're getting really treated this round. Mamedyarov against Corob, two crazy players, leading the pack with 6.5 points. And then we have Nepo against Aronian, which is also a huge matchup. So, we have our boy Pansulaya. Pansulaya white against Ivanchuk, so that's going to be another crazy game. This is going to be an awesome round, guys. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're in Montreal in the cave, guys. I'm in Montreal. Came to visit. It's burger time. Yeah, exactly. It's burger time. I'm gonna add some more burgers later today. Welcome, scientist. Nice to have you, buddy. Pretty good burger. So, any predictions, guys? Grishuk Carlson. Grishuk with white. What time is it in Trudeau land? Almost 11.
With my chin here, I can't dress up. I'm going back to my look.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
I'm watching a video of Lafong that Hari Shiva posted. So give me a second, guys.
It's a great video.
Wait, can I put the sound on?
Yeah, let me set it. So.
You quit. At 5-1, bishop h6. You're not good enough for me. Bishop h6, I'm gonna kill you like this.
Can you play that again?
Still good. Typical Lafong dirt. Trick number 1. Bishop h6. Bishop h6. Guys, this is for you. And the way to do it is that you do it to end a match. And you quit. At 5-1.
That's disgusting.
H6, you're not good
That's
enough
so
for me.
unsportive.
Bishop h6, I'm gonna kill you like this. Still good.
That's disgusting, Lafong. Okay, I definitely, unless I get some kind of really good reason and other people want to take someone else out, I'm definitely taking Lafong out because he's been doing some very dirty stuff to people online. I can't believe that I look like John Bartholomew. I mean, I don't know if it's a compliment. I mean, maybe John's a handsome guy, but at least I compare to other people, you know, not John. I think we have, after the scientists, do we have more people subbing in?
We need 2 more to hit 300 and 1 more to dispose of someone.
1 more sub. If you want to make history and get my face back into the stream, for at least, you know, whenever someone else gets to take someone out, I might be a victim, but have I watched myself get a double cheeseburger?
Oh my goodness, oh my damn, oh my goodness, they're going ham, oh my goodness, oh my damn,
Is this a cheeseburger song?
oh my goodness, they're going ham, this is how making is supposed to be, the fries, the glass roll perfectly, the cheese up in here, it's going ham, damn,
It's pretty good.
damn,
Have you ever seen some really, really weird videos of Shrek on YouTube?
Of who?
Shrek? No. I'm gonna have to show you that later then. I saw some of the craziest stuff ever, yes, like some sort of Shrek series. Maybe someone in the chat knows what I'm referring to. There was something with like a guy and Shrek. Shrek came by every single episode, and it was some of the weirdest stuff I've ever seen.
Have you seen this one?
Yeah, I can't do both. No. Study chess and stream.
Yeah, I can do. If you're here, we'll be streaming. You're not here, I'll be studying chess.
Yeah.
Lafong, you're bringing sexy back, and I think everybody here can agree with that. So everybody, cheers to Lafong bringing sexy back.
Guys,
Thursday night.
Are you drinking beer?
my dream.
Stop pubic hair. Okay, my pubes aren't that light, so that's a
There's that one. Well, there's like lice in it too.
yeah. Shrek is exactly. Shrek is love. Shrek is life. That's the weirdest stuff I've ever seen. Oh my god, dude! And I watched like the five parts in a row. I did not understand like what.
So Lafong, okay, I have to see the Shrek thing, but Lafong, for 10 minutes, it continued afterwards.
About the pubes?
And we talked, yes. He was trying to convince Amon it was his pube. He built a case around it. So, next round. Has it started? Oh, it's about to begin. So let's close these. And what games are we watching?
Well, we're definitely watching Grisha Carlson, Mamedyarov Corob.
Prediction: Grisha Carlson.
Nepo Aronian. Yeah, I was asking people already. My prediction is 0-1.
That would be Carlson really rising to the occasion and getting back into this event, because Grishuk is one of his toughest opponents. Opening, he played against Bach. What is that?
Grisha?
No, Carlson. He allows...
It was London, right? 92. 93. Yeah. This
No,
is some
it was... the
some
night-
BS, I think.
Sorry.
He did it without. He did E3,
Yeah.
knight C3. It's like the Jobaba system, basically.
Yeah, so it's not the
Yes.
London.
No, it's like, and then I think actually he went E6. or
No,
something.
no,
No, sorry, he went Bishop G4. No, how was it? Yeah, he went A6, of course. He went A6. Like knight C3, he did something A6, Bishop D3, and somehow he took.
Tick. He did, this is what
92.
this is what happened.
Wait, he allowed knight B4?
Yeah, but Bach didn't play knight b4. This is Bach
The bishop was on G4 already, right?
This could have happened.
Well, that's ridiculous.
he-
That's
he-
like immediately better for black.
This is the game. Carlson allowed knight b4. I'm sure of it because I was analyzing it. I mean, how else did the game happen? Because
Well,
you
how
can't
do you
act-
explain that? Because that's like,
Well, this is what
you
I
know,
explained.
like small.
I explained that
like
he wants to
positional
go here.
advantage 101.
He wants to go
like,
here.
you know.
Take,
Okay.
and now? This was available in the game, and that's why I didn't know. what
Bishop
was on.
G4, let's say.
Okay. And then H3 here and castle and try to put something on E5. That's the only thing that
so
could
he's
justify.
trying to keep the bishop outside of the. Okay, maybe it's. Well, I mean, it's not better for
I've just
white,
never
it's-
seen it before.
it's
Like
really
he's
strange
actually
to me.
allowing knight b4.
That's really strange to me.
Waiting for the new games. Somebody donated for you.
You remember Eric being exchanging a pawn up when you're eating your burger and he loses? I remember like it was yesterday. The Battle of Burger Bay.
Okay, so round 9 beginning very soon. I'm waiting for the games to begin. Do we have round 9 here? Let's check the official website. They haven't started yet. Oh, Aronian.
Oh my god, these guys.
Players are sitting down now. Yeah. So I'm competing. It's hard for us to compete because a lot of those guys
really, really greasy again. Eh? I don't think he showered the last 3 days. I think he prepared for this. Like,
well, I mean, it is.
He hasn't been
You
showering.
do have to be in that mindset. I noticed I flag too much. I'm too friendly. Like, really, you do have to kind of want to. And he's the world blitz champion, Robin.
I know, but he's not showering. How do I drink my coffee? I either drink latte or espresso. Mostly, in the morning it's espresso.
Lots of chess players don't shower out of superstition. That's true.
Well, I know that lots of them don't shower, but I never realized it's out of superstition.
I've heard it out of superstition.
Really? Okay.
Or wear the same clothes. Have you heard wear the same clothes?
Yes, wearing the same
Which,
clothes.
for a lot of people, isn't so good.
No, sure, but
Robin looks like AJ Macaron. Who's that?
well, let's.
AJ is a nice name, right? Sounds
Nice
like
name,
you'd want to
nice-
look like an AJ.
Nice American name. American football quarterback.
For the Cincinnati Bengals. I haven't followed the current NFL season. I definitely never followed the Bengals.
Yeah, look like that. Okay. Yeah, I got a couple of tats hidden under here. Yeah, definitely.
He's not a bad-looking football player.
Not a bad looking fellow.
He's
Got a bit of a. This doesn't really fit
the Jesus tattoo.
the Jesus tattoo.
It's a weird. It's kind of a.
It's a little bit intense for me, but you know, seems like a friendly guy.
You'd say you'd be a quarterback.
Well, yeah.
It
I'm a
started.
quarterback.
It started, guys. Let's refresh. See if it came up here. Where the heck are the games? Okay, so let's just do a new one. Even Playchess doesn't have the games updated. So the official website. Guys, keep up the
It's
memes.
the evolution of John Bartholomew.
Can you tell me the moves?
Yes. D4, D5, C4, C6,
Mhm.
knight of 3, knight of 6, knight C3, D takes C4, A4, E6, E3.
Sorry.
D takes C4, A4,
Yeah.
E6,
E6,
E3,
C5.
C5, bishop takes C4,
Yeah.
CD, ED, knight C6.
Uh,
So this was actually Peter Sittler who was playing this every single time in the Canada tournament. So
and
few
he was
pe-
holding.
yeah, I was holding.
He was holding.
I think in the first game it was like Nakamura or someone like that went for a really sharp line and he showed really deep preparation.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And
That Magnus playing. Yeah,
he's
well,
playing solid. He's playing solid.
playing solid.
What I hope is not gonna happen is a quick d5 and that's it. But with knight c6, he's basically saying, okay, knight b4 next, and no, there's not gonna be like easy ways to simplify. These positions can get really exciting. Like if black goes knight b4, then white goes castle knight e5. Sometimes even rook a3 to the king side. But obviously with an isolated pawn, normally you're gonna try to play for an attack. But we'll see what Grishuk.
Let's continue.
thinks. Yeah, we've got
Castle.
yes,
Bishop e7.
Queen e2 castle, rook d1 knight b4, bishop g5 h6. So this is good news for us, unless something like bishop takes f6 and d5 happens. That could turn out a little boring. Which, by the way, looks very logical in these types of positions.
If I check everything.
Yeah, and normally it's not much better for.
With is a4 a good improvement here?
I don't think normally it is.
Looks a bit off, huh?
Yeah.
So yeah, if you can't go that, yeah, you can liquidate. But Grishuk,
I don't think Grishuk wants to.
you think he's ambitious?
Yeah, for sure.
With white here. Well, Magnus is shaky, so I think all the guys, everyone wants to beat Magnus too. It's still a big name.
Yeah.
Naka's playing. Okay. Oh, he's playing against Moisenko, who beat you in that variation, didn't he?
Yeah, but then I drew him the last time.
Same variation?
Same variation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, improved. Actually had a better position out of the opening. Played him in the Bundesliga in this line later.
Did they update the games here? Come on, see, they stop updating the games, then I'm screwed. Then you're gonna have to Control C for me. Can you do that? Control C. You're gonna have to go here and click on a game in the round. Where's round 9?
Oh, you're opening everything now.
Oh, okay. You know what I mean. So, which? Just
We're gonna go. Oh, it's loading something. Loading.
click here.
Here?
PGN.
Okay, so here we're talking about. You can take it over. This is Nepomniachtchi with white against Levon Aronian. And they're playing this typical Spanish. You know what's interesting, Eric? That I was told that you shouldn't play a4 before black has gone a6 because of a5. So someone strong told me that this is a mistake. I don't know exactly the details of it. Let's see how it worked out. The positions get a bit more exciting if black goes for an early d5.
Is this Sidler's postmortem against Inarkiev?
Looks very similar.
But not quite.
I don't think it's the same.
Oh, this is the line with bishop. The bishop goes back to d6. Right?
Yeah. Well,
They
I
play
think.
knight b6, bishop b5, bishop d6.
Yeah.
Aronian's had
Yes.
some games there.
And Kromnik as well, similar positions. But. Yeah. I always like these positions for white, but.
I do, but Aronian
It's very.
always plays them, so
Yeah,
at
because
least
they resemble a bit of a Marshall
Yeah.
type of position if you get some active play going.
Well, you think he can definitely be a guy to out-prepare Nepo or get a good position
Oh
as
yeah,
black.
he knows this very well with black. Yeah, he's actually one of those guys who he's not happy to equalize with black in e4, e5 necessarily. He tries to find stuff that is like really interesting and play for a win. He just likes to play for a win in solid openings and not in, suspicious ones. But I like black's position here actually, at first sight. At least it's clear what he wants
I
to
don't
do.
know what to do with my bishop on c1, and black might reroute that knight to d5.
Yeah, and maybe rook e8, e4 ideas.
So Nepo plays c4.
Oh,
And that
okay.
looks ugly, but
Looks ugly, but it makes a lot of sense because if you go like rook e8, then there's bishop d2. It looks very annoying.
there's bishop d2. I wouldn't even be surprised if
Yeah,
if there's
something
this-
has to go forward.
like e4.
Maybe takes queen b3. Oh, you're taking there.
Oh, should I? I thought
I thought f takes. I expected f takes.
I thought to take here and try to play.
Yeah, makes sense actually. It looks like a good move. Yeah, so I have to be careful after rook e8.
And as you said, it's a marshal, so
Yeah.
Aronian doesn't mind playing the critical variation where you sack a pawn. And he played rook e8, and b3's being played right away.
Okay, so preventing the line we just.
But
Yeah,
I mean, in rapid,
looks like he's-
rapid, you kind of.
Well, I mean, the knight is out of play, but it looks very slow what he's doing. Like, if it works out, then of course white's
Yeah.
positionally better, but I mean, e4 anyway seems very logical. It is a little bit bothering how misplaced the knight is on b6 now, though.
Well,
I give him that.
Queen f7, knight d7. Oh no,
Yeah.
Queen f7. Like, Black's probably gonna end up giving a pawn up. Just depends how.
Well, he could go, bishop b4 and try to hold
Bishop
off.
b4, c5, then reroute
Yeah.
the knight to c6.
Something like
That'd
that.
be perfect if you could achieve it.
Yeah.
Bishop b4.
But you do have to watch out for your
What do
pressure
you-
on the e-pawn.
what do
No,
you-
like rook e2. Bishop c5 has been played. So that's threatening e4 and rook a2. Wow, interesting game. Really interesting game.
Aronian's so dangerous though. I remember he killed Carlson, European Team Championship.
Yes, in a similar kind of Berlin.
Yeah. But knight c8, knight d6 is now a possibility to support e4. But this is going to be a dynamic game, so this is good. Nepomniachtchi, Aronian here should be one of the games that decides the tournament.
So
Rook
I mean, what happens if e4?
take queen g4.
Takes queen g4, and then you want knight takes e4 after any.
Yeah,
any
or
sort of normal
rook.
play.
Yeah, although knight e4. Although my rook has been.
I'm really annoyed with my knight though. Like okay, let's try actually. He's played bishop b4, which looks very strange. But just quickly, I thought that this made sense as well. Maybe if I can. No, but I can't get away with it, probably, can I? I was
Just
hoping
if
to get this
It's
guy.
like my game is Shanklin, then I'll just double my rooks on e file.
Also, this is here.
Yeah, everything.
Knight f6 is very nasty. So. Yeah. Okay, so he went bishop b4 in this position, which
You
looks
feel like his
that looks like something has gone wrong because rook a2 is clearly a useful move,
But
he just gone.
you can't double rooks now.
Yeah, but I'll play rook d1, I guess. No.
Okay. You play rook d1, and now I go.
You just want to play position weight.
Yes.
Okay. Rook e2. Oh no, sorry. There's e4.
Yep.
That's kind of a problem. I didn't think about that.
But is the position really so?
Very
Yeah,
awkward.
e4 works, but even if it didn't,
Yeah,
it looks
it's
kind
not
of
so
good.
bad. Yeah. So what do you think that he's not gonna play? He's gonna.
Well, I
play
think
bishop d2?
Aronian is happy with whatever's happening.
Okay.
I think Nepo was prepared in this line, but it's quite possible Aronian is prepared deeper. He did something very nasty to Ivanchuk yesterday. Ivanchuk's only loss was preparation to Aronian
Mm-hmm.
in some sort of, I don't even know, line. It's not a mainstream line. Let's check some other games.
Yeah.
But this one is serious.
Let's go to. Who did
We'll do 3 games.
I like this one. Oh, I wanted to see Ponsulaya's game because he's doing so well and he's playing Chucky. So.
You can already click on the board and then Control C. Yeah,
Yeah.
Control C.
He actually plays quiet lines with white. So let's see.
Yep.
So Ponsulaya with white here. Plays knight f3 g3 sort of stuff. Yeah.
Giving Chucky space.
Okay. Ooh, that's sharp. Well, I mean, he got space, but if you just get some sort of a normal hedgehog, it might not be so good.
248 seconds. So he's trying to remember analysis.
Oh, okay.
Because and Ivanchuk immediately takes on e4, 7 seconds.
But this looks, this could be really wild.
But b4 is nice because there's no knight c3. So let's
Yeah.
say, I don't know. But I guess the problem is the knight can't go to c6 easily. So still some problems for black. But Ivanchuk seems to be aware of the position. Because what to do is white here. We need a move. Rook d1.
Okay. Yeah, rook d1 might be sensible.
To play knight d2. Because then you could get some positions where you take on d5 and have knight f5.
Yeah. Okay, rook d1 looks logical. Let's check.
It looks fun for rapid, right?
Yeah, it looks fun for rapid. Yeah, looks really. Oh, rook e1 has been played. So actually, with the same idea
Yeah.
to provoke cd5, ed5, so your knight can go to f5. Okay, let's say what happens if he just castles? What if he just plays the logical move? So takes. Because knight f5, bishop f6, and it's not impressing me too much yet.
Well, yeah, that's why I was. Well, that's a problem.
Doesn't look impressive
I don't
at all.
know that next move now. Because bishop f6 is now a pre-move. Queen g4, bishop f6, anything
Yeah.
bishop f6. Bishop f6, queen d7, knight c6. And black is happy. And he has castled, Robin.
Yeah, he has castle.
And he's got
CD
14 minutes and a half, and Pansulia has 7 minutes. And I have a feeling Pansulia is not being practical
CD5
here.
has been played, ED5 will be played. Yeah, he's definitely not being practical. The question is, can he still make something out of this? Or did he just forget his analysis or go for an incorrect pawn sack?
Let me check on Carlson Grishuk. And
Yes.
we didn't miss a lot, fortunately.
Well, fortunately, bishop takes f6 didn't happen.
No.
But it's actually kind of subtle. Like, he wants to pretend this h6 move is a bit of a weakness in the
Mhm.
long run, which might be the
And
case.
sometimes there's sacks against it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also weakens the g6 square. Yeah.
Sometimes you'll see wild stuff, like g4, h4, g5 even. But for the moment, it's probably gonna be quieter than that.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
Love to see g4 and h4 against Magnus. Magnus has not been handling himself well in complications.
I think Magnus once won a very easy game against, was it Jobava or someone like that in Qatar? In this no, against Mamedyarov actually.
You
beat Mamedyarov.
got your 10th subscriber.
I got my 10th. Pusa Moika.
Thanks for subbing.
I got, this is my 9th. On
No, that was a donation. That was the guy.
That's the $1 donation. Thanks, buddy. Let me know who you think I should kick out. Is it Lafong, or do we really need someone else here? I mean, Lafong has been misbehaving, so he seems to be the logical choice. But I'm open for suggestions.
Whoa!
What happened here? Oh, that's nasty.
Rook d8, bishop g5.
Bishop's just getting trapped if you don't
And,
take
oh,
on the
yeah, it gets trapped. So if you play knight e4, rook just goes back to e8 and h6, followed by g5 wins the piece.
This looks better for black, eh?
Significantly. The problem is after queen. Okay, queen c7, queen b3.
Yeah.
No, then this is good for black. I was gonna say if queen c7, c5. If you can hold on to the b3 pawn, black wants c5 for the knight. He doesn't want it, but it's not happening. Well, I thought Aronian, and he's got 13.5 minutes. He just remembers. He just knows us. He knows the moves. His pattern recognition. We have to speak that Napoleon actually is a Scotch player.
Yeah.
He really is mainly a Scotch player. He has
Yeah.
less experience than we do in the Roy Lopez even.
Almost,
Not,
yeah.
not that he's worse, but he really doesn't play it that much. And Aronian's one of those guys who will actually, as you said, try to beat you with black. So
Okay, rook b2. I think he has to play. It's sad, but I almost feel like it's the only move. You just can't give up the b3 pawn. You're gonna lose everything if the b3 pawn falls. I mean, you could go queen takes c7, queen takes b3, rook to e2, but I thought you're just going knight takes a4.
but rook b2, aren't you just gonna lose?
Queen e6 check.
Yeah. Because of lack of activity, I play h6. I put my bishop on c5. Like.
Okay, let's say rook e1 sort of move.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe something like g3. G3, yeah, I'll probably play that. You still have some trouble getting your knight back into the game, so of course I prefer black, but I don't think it's done by any means.
Well, I wanted to play.
By the way,
queen
what
here
was
and
your
bishop.
idea? What was your
I
idea
wanted to play
about queen
here
e3?
and bishop takes g3.
Okay, that's annoying. What if I went queen e3 instead of g3? Queen f5, yeah?
Yeah. And I want to play knight d7, knight c5.
Yeah, no, it is a nasty position. It's not
The rooks just aren't effective.
Yeah, they don't really have good files to. Bishop d6 is very good.
Rook e2. So rook e2. Queen takes b3, queen e6. No, rook e4 has been played. Prediction here? You're gonna throw out Aronian win? Is he gonna convert this? I think if he plays very accurately, this should be a position that in
I'm
rapid
predicting
two pieces.
a win.
In
Yeah.
rapid two pieces, these endgames are extremely frustrating.
Yeah, I
to play.
think this is a Aronian win.
This is an Aronian win, all right. And Carlson playing standard here. What do you do with your bishop? F4.
I don't think you have to move it yet, do you? Like, you could technically you could take on h6.
Queen h4. Now with the bishop on. Okay, maybe.
Maybe you could still do that though, like bishop e3, and then try to play with
But
two bishops.
so you're gonna move your bishop?
No. I'm
You
talking
need
about
a-
after queen takes d4 and a bishop takes. So,
so-
rook c1. So yeah. Bishop e3.
Mm.
Then knight takes c6.
I don't know how this imbalances. Because there's no attack anymore. Let's say I go here.
Knight takes c6. Or actually, did you allow bishop takes a7?
Okay, well,
I'm pretty greedy these days. I like the position for white. Like,
well, if you're threatening the pawn, because if
Yeah.
you're not threatening the pawn, that's if the queen is annoying here. It can go.
No,
down.
it is annoying, but I'm not planning to take anytime soon on c6. Like, I just want to take on a7. Well, don't you agree that if he's gonna have to move the bishop again, that's very strange? I almost feel like he's playing bishop g5, bishop d2, so that he has something after queen takes d4.
But he's going to do it at some point, right? Black has the other useful moves.
It probably does, yeah, but
Okay, so you have rook c1, but after rook c1,
I'm running out.
what do we do?
A6?
Okay,
Yeah,
let's go
A6.
a6. But okay, a6 compared to rook. No, but the rook's already on d1. I don't see why rook c1 is necessary for pushing. Like,
Okay, but where else should I go with my bishop? Because I don't like the e3 square.
oops.
Oh, what happened here?
Oh, Grishuk's taking a page out of Carlson. Push the pawn to a5. That's how you beat
Okay.
Magnus.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
actually,
it's a more positional approach.
from what I understand, I believe this is better for white as long as you don't trade anymore. If there was a pair of like the knight on f6 and d5, like there's two knights on the
Yeah,
board.
it's one knight to
One knight,
yeah.
one knight too many.
Like, yeah.
If there's one more trade, it's like okay. With two knights, I think it's a bit better for white.
It's still very solid for black though, like
So-
queen d6
So
maybe,
I play
or
queen d6, g3.
let's say rook c8.
What are you doing there?
I'm not doing anything. I'm just putting my pieces like bishop f8. Like I think I just have to wait here. Like,
Okay.
Can I go knight knight d7? Is not possible. f7.
I mean, knight e7 is inviting bishop f4 or knight takes f7. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. Bishop.
Just f7 is yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Queen d8 and then g4 g5.
This looks good for white. If we're just we
Okay,
double on the
let's say
c file.
let's say queen d8. Let's say queen d8.
But okay. But you're not threatening like.
I'm not
if I don't
threatening
do that.
anything. No.
Okay.
g6.
You wanted to provoke me to do that?
I don't know. Like takes knight h5. Or knight h7. Knight h5 probably. Koryakin is getting
Okay.
beat
Oops.
really badly.
Okay. This doesn't look good to me. I mean, this is what you want as white when you play this opening. Oh,
Yeah.
unless no. I mean, knight g4 is annoying, and then bishop d5.
Yeah.
If there's, I
No,
mean,
okay, it is
but
dangerous.
I don't have to do this. I can wait and I.
But
just-
what do you suggest for black? Like, should I try to push b5 or something? Koryakin.
He's
Oh,
getting
no,
he's
Koryakin
getting
a lot.
he's getting manhandled.
Okay, he's thinking here. That makes sense. Like he needs to be careful there.
Is Aronian tanking here?
No.
No.
They're already in an ending.
Oh, that's bad. Rook
Just
here.
rook of 7, yeah.
Okay. This is lost.
Yeah, it should be.
Two
lost.
pawns on the queen side. They're gonna get picked up. Aronian is surging ahead. Mamedyarov, Corob. think Carlson
What is the
is not doing well right now. Robin, people are treating us like strippers, except they're doing it 5 bits. A bit is 1 cent.
A bit is 1 cent.
So they're donating 5 cents.
Oh, it's like
They're
the
throwing-
in Calgary where you
yeah,
throw
but it's a penny. It's a penny. It's actually a nickel. A nickel.
They're throwing the nickels at us like
Nickel, not even a loony.
okay.
It's a nickel. Yeah, it's
How many cents is a loonie?
loony's a dollar.
Oh, loonie's just a dollar.
It's a good dollar. It's a good solid dollar. You can
Canadian
get.
dollar.
Yeah.
I would like to see more loonies being thrown then.
No, we're not getting loonies. We're getting nickels.
The nickels?
That's not. It's not classy.
It's not
What do you think of
classy
this
though.
position? Mamedyarov is going to convert. He's up a pawn. He's got a better.
No,
actually,
there's
not just-
nobody's up upon.
Oh, never mind.
This
Okay,
look-
he's
but
just
this
got
looks
better very
Really
good
good
position.
for, nice for white. Yeah.
Bishop c5, bishop f3, king g2. Make push.
Yeah, this looks unpleasant for black. Maybe it's not the end of the world though. That does look very unpleasant actually.
Because
No, it's
this
very-
can
very
stay here.
difficult,
You can
very
never. Your king is weaker.
$1 is around 100,000 Canadian. Well, it feels like that.
Nepo going to lose. Actually, pretty disappointing.
Yeah, that was actually.
that was not a very competitive game.
Does he have any chance? Like Rook A1, he has to play.
Nepo?
Yeah.
I don't see any chance in the long run.
Just something like G5 or something, or H6.
I might even.
Immediately start with rerouting.
Okay, no, right, H6. I'm gonna reroute eventually. You're gonna
G3,
have.
let's say.
Yeah.
King G2.
One sec. Yeah. Okay.
So G3, King G2. Rook A2. There's still some technical difficulties here. Like it's, I don't think it's. Okay, you want to go to C5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 94, 95.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not a nice position by any means, but
I think it's a long-term just
Yeah.
loss, but
probably.
he has to. Yeah.
Well, the rook
Well,
is good
okay,
on
he-
C6. Like it's still.
Yeah, there's no actual way to. I was thinking about no, I can't really get it out. But I think he will win. Mamedyarov pushing here. People want to check out. People want to see Karyakin's game, but I want to quickly go back to Carlson's game because I think.
But
Magnus
I think we're seeing something similar to what is this is the
is a
game,
good
right?
position.
But what I was saying is that it's hard for black to find some really good
Yeah,
counterplay.
but what he did is kind of clever.
Yeah.
Queen b5 somehow he just found like that looks like that's the square.
Okay, but G4.
And just continue. I'm not threatening anything with Queen b5.
Well, like the thing is that at least G6 was sort of stopping white a little bit. But if you don't have G6, then G5, G6 might be possible.
Yeah. No, well, I evaluate
It's a
this
nice
position is
position
good
for
for
white,
white. I
yeah.
do evaluate. You need more trades.
Definitely gonna be sharp though, very soon.
We're gonna have to find Karyakin's game on a lower board. Can you? Let's see. Oh, he's playing an
Oh, he's
IM.
playing
Oh,
an
okay.
IM.
Then I want to see if he's losing to a 2400. That's always
That
gives hope.
must be rough. Is he actually losing though?
Well, Sergei Karyakin playing against an IM from Georgia, and
Kuparatse. This does look good for white because you're not down that much material.
I think people are shocked because it's a Najdorf and Karyakin's losing to a 2400 from
Okay, I
Georgia,
think-
who
I think-
likely does not have a supercomputer.
No, I think G6 you have to play. Queen takes G7 looks very bad if you allow that.
But why didn't I go to F5 from D4 if G6 is a good move? Is he
Well,
making
I mean you do win the exchange as a result on B6.
I figure you win that almost no matter what.
Yeah.
You're down 2 exchanges. Is it Do you want to collect your exchange?
Well, I
And
mean,
put your
what-
knight back to d4? Is
maybe
that the
g6 knight h6 is an idea, but it looks a little
plan? Rook e7, queen,
queen h8.
queen h8, and
That might be
Rook-
annoying.
yeah, that's
Because
right.
bishop f4.
Yeah, bishop f4.
So we're talking here about the move g6, knight h6, attacking this guy, and this looks lethal because there's king has to go to like c6, then the queen comes back, and I don't know. It should be quite bad. So here knight h6, maybe that's his idea.
I'm not sure White's gonna go for the kill or just let Black blunder in a rapid game.
Yeah,
Because if you keep that knight on d4, the king is stuck. You
it's
can't
very
really-
hard to move. Yeah,
It's a very unpleasant
But he
position.
did
in
play it
rapid.
here.
He did play it. But you could definitely mess this
you
up.
could play something like b3 even
oh.
here. Like even that's probably.
They
the move.
transitioned to this position.
Oh, two. Okay, but this is looking very bad. How did it happen? So knight f5, d4 was played.
You don't think you can hold an exchange down?
Like two
Exchange
bishops.
up, I mean?
It's a very bad position
Yeah.
here. h6.
H6. Karyak, yeah. But his defending, like, against it's better, maybe better than before. Okay, Korobov's still fighting on here. But he is going to have to play prolonged defense. Seriously long defense here. There's king g2. King g2 is nice because you can't play h5 because of queen f7. You just sort of squeeze Black because he's lacking this bishop on b7. Bishop on f3 doesn't have a really good diagonal yet. Maybe you can go to f5, although then Black plays queen f7. So White.
Well, queen f7 is coming next, and maybe that. Then white is not.
Well, I go here.
Okay, queen f7.
I go here. Saying maybe h5, but I don't think no, probably not. Just making more weaknesses. Objectively, White's not winning. It's just unpleasant.
Yeah.
Actually, White doesn't necessarily
Maybe-
even have a big advantage.
Maybe bishop c3, something like that.
Would you play this move though? Is there a
That's
plan?
king g2 just right.
Yeah.
I was hoping to get g4 and at some point. Yeah, it's hard.
Let's check
It's
Carlson Grishuk. I think Carlson could be.
G4
in
must have been
C6.
played there though. Like that was the only.
If that was played, that's great. That's great.
It wasn't played.
Lichao Artemiev. What the heck?
This is 2 pawns down.
Yeah, but what you do? You move your rook to a1.
To a1.
Yes, rook c1 to a1.
Uh-huh.
f5.
f5.
Queen takes e6. King h7.
Somewhere.
But this is a crazy position.
Isn't this just really bad for?
What? Well, I need a move.
Yeah, you do need a move. Yeah.
Queen f1. Ah, queen f1.
Queen f1 is a nice move. Yes. Yes.
Well, if Lichao's beating Artemiev, that's good news for us. I mean, it's going to be a real asset for the chessbrah team.
Absolutely.
The way
And
he's playing,
it. Queen
yes.
f1. This was probably some sort of exchange love or something.
He was the exchange stuff. Lichao playing the exchange stuff. The highest rated player in the world who plays it regularly, as much as. Carlson Grishuk.
And this is petering out a little bit, huh?
No, if something gets traded, that's not bad. He didn't play g4. He played this.
Do you think this is a clever exchange by white? I don't know.
Isn't
I
Oh.
feel this is good stuff for black. I mean, knight
almost?
C2.
I'm looking at knight c2, take, queen b7,
Yeah, queen
rook b8,
B7.
queen a6.
Oh, you gotta check that. That's very important. Rook b8, queen a6, almost forced. Takes. Yes. How is this? Knight e4. Whew. A lot of stuff happening. Here. Queen is really out of it though.
This looks good.
Knight takes g3 does look good, yeah, knight f1. Queen takes. a6. My queen's quite good on f1.
Yeah, I can go to g2.
Then go to g2, yeah.
Yeah, queen f1 is nice.
Again, just like in Li Chao's game.
That's a critical variation. Carlson isn't going to play it, though,
I
most
don't
likely.
think so. No.
Grishuk's down to a minute. Carlson
Oh
is
my
5.
God.
Typical.
No, that's
Grishuk.
actually why I would be quite. Ooh, by the way, I think Li Chao got tricked there. Or did he? Does he have d5? No, he's not tricked. He's not tricked.
What a beast. Well, it's still...
It's still tricky, but
But the knight on f2 should cover everything,
yeah,
right?
knight f2 is a nice move. Yeah, d4, e4.
And you have a
good.
passed a pawn.
This should be very good for white.
Pawn on a5, Robin. Pawn on a5 causing problems. But black with
Is he just
the
gonna go
trade-
after it now, queen b5, or not? Is it really that risky? Queen b5, queen takes a5.
Trading off that piece, I mean... It's
Well, that's my problem with the trade, is that it gave this knight fd5 option. So now g4, g5 is very slow. It's not.
No,
even,
it's
he's
not.
not gonna do it anymore.
Well, if
I don't
queen-
like the trade for white.
If queen b5, no. Well, isolated pawn positions. You want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. If
Rook a1, maybe he wants to play.
then
It's kind of depressed. No, then knight c2 will come.
no, f7 thing.
Oh yeah, sorry.
But yeah, he could repeat for at the minute.
Oh, rook a1 did threaten bishop a4, so maybe that's why he didn't go for it. Probably that was the idea.
But then knight goes to. Oh, because knight can't go to c2. Yeah.
So queen d8.
Well, that means Carlson's playing for more.
Yeah.
Because otherwise he could do it and just move back.
Is he playing rook e7 here? Because rook e7, rook a1, knight c2 looks good.
Well, we're starting to like.
I like
If
black. I
there's-
like black a lot.
If there's no initiative for white, if there's no initiative, IQP positions like this are gonna go downhill. Grishuk down to 30 seconds. No, Magnus handling.
I don't
handling
think
the
white is
position.
really in trouble yet, but it's getting.
Well, he's done on time. Magnus
Yeah.
has a decent position, and he's been doing well with decent positions. It's from bad positions that he's been unable to hold or even draw. Well, this looks good. Li Chao here, probably converting. Mamedyarov, Corob.
White's
Getting-
still pushing.
Yes.
Of course, Mamed is just trying to make
Playing,
him.
playing against Mamedyarov when your king is
Bishop,
exposed.
Bishop f7, queen d7 is there, by the way. Bishop f7 and like if queen g7, queen d. Okay.
No, he's
even
hun-
easier. Like yeah, it's just really bad.
Sorry, what's the idea here?
Queen takes a6. Just
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. I thought queen f6.
no, just a pawn.
Having Mamedyarov,
Or is he taking f6?
allowing Mamedyarov to attack your king for free is one of the most unpleasant things because the guy loves king hunting.
Queen takes f6, bishop takes e2, h3.
Well, if queen
That's
takes,
what he's thinking
if-
about.
Yeah, but I didn't even see something here. Oh no,
Bishop e3 is my
queen
idea.
e5. If it g4, queen e5. But here black doesn't have to take. That's the problem.
Yeah,
right?
and you don't want to allow like the opposite
Although-
color bishops for no reason.
Yeah.
Maybe even d4 is an idea, to just give up another pawn and open up the way to the white king. G4 is looming, yeah.
G4 is looming,
Yeah.
and there's queen.
No,
F-
there are some issues. Bishop c8, is that a move maybe?
but queen a6 is just very good
yeah,
too.
yeah, it makes no sense to risk.
So Mamedyarov now,
Yeah,
well,
in the
he's
driver's
at outside
seat.
pass win, outside pass pawn.
No, it's just a winning position here. No, the bishop is hanging on f6.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So I think it's just a win.
So queen here.
Queen e6, let's say. Looks dominating.
Yeah, and you got the outside pass right
Yeah.
now. It should be a win for Mamedyarov, and all that is good because Magnus
I
does
think-
well against Shaq,
Yes, Magnus is just really
and
well
that's
in Shaq.
very good for Magnus that
But-
Shaq is doing well.
But they, by the way, exchanged a lot of pieces, Magnus and Grishuk. Yeah, they went for something like this, which was not,
So I go.
No, white to move. He's winning d5.
Oh, well, that's good for Grishuk.
Yeah, I was thinking if you want knight. I was convinced he wanted to play rook e7 here. It looks much more ambitious to go rook e7. A little awkward, but you're just trying to take that pawn. Knight c4, knight c6 then.
You're only wanting to take pawns. That's all. Yeah. No. Well.
Well,
I generally
played
I generally like playing the black side of these.
You know, I played a lot of games against Ivanchuk, who just, you know, in positions like this, he literally just grabs your pawn and asks you, like, what's up?
Yeah.
And very often it's the right way to play.
That's true. That is true. Did we miss any action in the chat? Oh, we have 830 people here, eh?
Let's go.
And we're getting more nickels. That's kind of interesting. Let's check on Nepo against Aronian. Well,
Looks winning for black.
looks winning for black, but at least he's putting up a fight.
Yeah. Yeah, c4 is also hanging. I think that it's just getting closer to Ivanchuk's game. Chuki's game, we actually had a look at it, and we thought it was really bad for our Georgian friend, Bonsulaya.
But he's probably...
But he probably did.
Do-
Oh my god, what's going on here?
Isn't this extremely one-sided?
It looks
down-
completely lost
He's
to
down
me.
4 pawns.
Yes. And also his king is on g4.
Yes. And he's at 21 seconds.
I feel that Aman is trolling us here, suggesting some weird... 95 check, by the way. Isn't it immediately over?
Yeah.
95, knight of 7?
Yeah, 95 out of 7 wins.
Or 93 also looks good. Well, there's nothing to see here. Like this probably just went wrong from the moment we saw it. In the opening. Yeah, just over. So Chuki winning
Chuki
with
playing
black.
very well, beating a guy
Yeah.
who's in fantastic form.
Well, you know what they say, Eric. A lot of players still think that in shape Ivanchuk is probably still one of the best players in the world, but only when he's in shape.
But
On average, he's not that good anymore.
how are his openings? How can he compete with a guy like Anish, even when he's in shape?
He can, but I think Rapid makes it a little easier to cope with some of the openings because he's
But
got an incredible memory for like sidelines and stuff.
Hmm.
So if you don't have proper time to remember your analysis to get back, into
Yeah,
the-
yeah. No, his understanding, his intuition is
and it's
just as good as
he's
these
very
guys.
good calculator still. You know, he calculates a lot. Yeah, so Pansulaya are really getting kicked there. And what about Magnus? Does Magnus still have something going in the game?
Magnus.
Yes.
Just check the game instead of declaring it lost. I don't understand that comment. Check the game instead of declaring it lost. I think it's a lost position.
Well, he resigned in this position.
Yeah.
Grishuk is playing on increment.
No, when games are finished, we have to wait for other games.
Yeah, we can have a
You-
look at what
you-
happened
you-
in the break.
In the break,
game
yeah,
with,
you don't-
Ivanchuk
yeah.
and Pansulaya, what happened in between. But the feeling is that it was bad in the opening and it got worse as it from there. So, but we'll have a look to see exactly what happened.
So this is
Let's
not
see
up
what-
to date.
This is not up to date. Yeah, we have to refresh this. Okay, this reminds you a little bit of
Yeah, so
previous
Magnus
game.
has some more
Magnus on the other
material
side, yeah.
and an extra
Yeah.
pawn.
An extra pawn too. Yeah.
But that's a huge difference.
First impression is that
And king is on G2.
easier for black, you know, because of the 2 pawns. Yeah. Probably this is very hard to win objectively, but Magnus has winning chances here. They're both really down to time.
Yeah, Magnus has winning chances, but with the pawn on h5 and there's
Oh
there's a
yeah, I
good
mean
chance.
everything about White's position is great except just being
Yeah.
having those 2 pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, as long as the queens stay on the board, I believe this is fairly balanced. Sasha Grey is playing? Where did that come from? Sasha Grey?
Sasha Grey? I think he means Sasha Grishuk, you know?
I thought he was referring to you as the guy from 50 Shades of Grey. What's the guy's name? Christian?
Christian Grey.
Yeah, so I thought, because you came here dressed up, that's what he was referring to. Oh, okay. Sasha Grey, that's an interesting one. If Sasha's into that
Nepo
sort of...
is struggling extremely well. Still
Sasha's
difficult.
into that sort of thing.
Well, Sasha's not into showering, buddy. Like, it grosses me out a little bit, to be honest. Okay. Wow, Nepo got his pawn to c6. I thought he was gonna lose that pawn.
He's
Well, he's very tough, of course. Like, he's a non-easy opponent. But okay, knight b6. He wants to play next. Well, we all know who Sasha Grey is, guys. Like, it's not like we don't know.
All the guys with the tissue box beside them typing out
Yeah.
what we just missed. Mamedyarov, I can confirm he has won the game over Corob with queen d5, queen h2, queen g2 traps the queen and the b pawn queens. So we expected that with, as Robin said, he converts very well, and that's a big one.
Mhm.
Korobov. Did he just lose before?
I think it's the second loss, right? To who did he lose? To Ivanchuk?
Aronian.
Oh, to Aronian.
So Korobov falling back a bit. The clear leader. And what else? Carlson. Carlson is grinding. And, well, we'll see the nerves, Robin, because I prefer black. Absolutely.
Wait, so what is the current... What's up, Kilimanjaro?
Hey, Kilimanjaro.
Okay, Magnus is starting to push the pawns. I actually have the feeling he's gonna win this game.
Well, he's improved his position. You're putting your queen back on b2. I mean,
I think Dr. O is probably you guys influenced him a little bit with the great talk.
no, you didn't know? He's
What?
watching a Venezuelan National League match, like the football team.
Oh really?
Yeah.
He's watching Venezuelan stuff.
The soccer National League. So his team scored.
That's actually ridiculous. Okay, this looks really bad now. What's the point if I just play b2?
Rook b5.
b1? Just take on b1,
Yeah.
of course.
But if you just play rook b6, queen b2, but that's losing probably then rook
Wait,
b5.
rook b6, queen takes b8, right?
Queen takes.
You
b8.
mean sorry? Immediately rook
Yeah,
b6.
rook b6.
Yeah.
And now rook
This
b5.
is just totally lost.
Yeah, this is losing. Carlson's gonna beat Grishuk with
Carlson
black.
beating Grishuk. My
Grishuk didn't hold that too
my
well, by
predictions
the
are
way.
strong recently.
But that's.
Rook b5, is that an easy way to do it or not?
I think so because you put your queen on c2.
Yeah. And king on h7 is very
Yeah,
safe.
queen on c2, king on h7. Carlson is about to beat Grishuk. Rook endgames, Robin. The story for Carlson is he wins the endgames. He's won 100% of them.
Yeah. He's well once he manages to get some
Like
grinding chances, he's really good still. Like that's always gonna play for him. Yeah. This looks lost. Although I really think rook b5 was a nice way to do it, but this still looks lost.
oh, oh, I just closed the board. Give me a sec. I just closed the board. Let me get
You know
everything
how to
back.
get it back in there.
Yeah. I got excited there, guys. My bad. Oh, no. Did we get any more subs? How many subs did
We've got a lot of nickels though. 17.
Let's get the board back up. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. So Grishuk has already lost.
Yeah, that was expected. Very nice performance by Magnus there. Smooth game overall.
Queen here. You put the queen to c2
And B2.
and b2 b3.
Same
You
idea.
cover any perpetuals. He plays slightly better than his opponents. He plays faster than his opponents, and that widens the gap every endgame.
So what's the
Every
situation right now? Like what's the standing? Is Levon winning first of all? Is that confirmed?
No.
It looks
Nepo
like this
holds.
is getting a draw.
Nepo holds. I'm pretty sure.
Three,
Yeah.
C4. Okay.
That's
King-
huge.
King C4, King E5. Is it so easy?
What do you do? What are you trying to?
You just play
Rook
Rook
A8?
H6 or something? Or
Rook A8 or Rook H6?
Rook A8, King D6.
First watched
Rook
your
B8.
stream in 2015, spring I think. You and our VK were on the stream. Brought me a lot of entertainment since then. Keep up the good work. Great show, Eric and Robin. More Benon.
Benoni. So we got 2 donations at once.
That's great. Thank you, Kilimanjaro, and
GM, IM, It's Whizzle. So 2 nice donations.
thanks, boys. Appreciate it. This is a draw.
Yeah.
Well, that's very impressive by Nepo. I mean, the guy's tough. The guy's really tough. That was a very lost position. Like, well, we sort of said that it's not that easy, but we didn't.
It's not that
expect
easy,
him to
but
hold
once
it. He created some weaknesses on the king side. Huh? That's
So what's better, H6 or G6?
to be honest.
He didn't
G6
want H6 because White can push the pawn H5 and try to mate on the back rank, but I'm not sure that's possible.
G6 does seem very logical, but
It does. No, I can only fault in hindsight. And he tried to trap the rook. Wait a second. Sorry. Oh.
yep, that was the idea.
Oh. That's what was missed. That's what's holding on for White. I mean, White should be lost, but like some small little thing that there's no way to. No, this is gonna be a draw now. That's very impressive.
Is it already a draw though?
Well, didn't he couldn't sacrifice on A5?
Oh my God! King C4 was the idea. Do you see that? Rook
Yes.
takes A5, King
Yes.
C4.
Let's go back.
So nasty. Go forward. Yeah. We thought it was over because of this King C4, and you're getting Knight B2 mate, no matter what. You can't defend it. It's just mating one.
I would have fallen for that.
Me
if
too.
Oh,
But no, but
especially
actually-
if your opponent looks at you like they're ready to make a
Yeah.
draw, and then they play King C4 like Aronian. Oh, finally I drew Aronian, and he plays King C4. And
But wait.
everybody-
What's the because he went like Rook H5,
Yeah.
and then there is check here, Knight E4. This was the game.
Yeah.
I think. It feels like it's a draw, but it might be tricky because Knight C3. Aronian's really good at. Our Venezuelan friend is having a good time here in the back.
That's pretty nice. That's
Still going Nepo against Aronian.
But I don't. Well, the
Oh,
king's
okay.
getting the B3.
Knight C3, King B2, King A3,
Knight C3, King C4.
King B2,
Okay, check.
and Rook
King,
H3.
Rook H3.
Yeah.
So this is what I expect.
And
Not
Knight-
expect, because he's gonna find something nicer.
Go ahead, Knight B1. Knight B1 is an idea instead of this. Here, Knight B1.
Knight B1.
Uh-huh.
Check.
Knight D2.
Uh huh.
Again, it's not enough, yeah. king b2.
I don't think it's a winning position.
King
Like
b2,
you'd have
king
to.
a4 probably, right?
Yeah.
Because if I get king a3, it's dangerous again.
Yep. But I don't think it's objectively
Okay,
winning.
so-
I think you have to blunder.
Yeah. So what if I go king b3 here? King a2. I think it's very close actually.
To winning?
Yeah. Knight c4. Knight b2. Bishops. I'm lacking one move again. Yeah, maybe it's again just not enough, yeah? Yeah, it's probably just a draw. I don't see how to continue here, because bishop c3, rook h3 is your idea. If you can get a4, of course it's gonna be winning, but I'm not gonna get it. Okay, but it's still tricky.
He's still finding very good ways to. He's maximizing with something that these guys are incredible at. Pushing and to the limit. So what other games are going on? But Carlson moves to 6.5 out of 9. He wins one more game and he'll have white. He is going to be right in the thick of things because he's had some good results. I mean, people.
I think they're
Mamedyarov is a
almost,
great
yeah.
pairing. Mamedyarov is a great pairing for Magnus.
Yeah.
Ivanchuk is the guy who he cannot. If Ivanchuk just keeps winning, then
Yeah.
Magnus is gonna struggle. But Ivanchuk Vichy will be like a nice classic at some point
Mhm.
if they play. Okay, well that game's already a draw, confirmed draw.
Okay. Very impressive by both players, because that was some nasty tricks he managed to throw in near the end.
So to show how that ended, just to commend both players. He brings his king all the way down, and now rook here, king b3.
Here, rook takes a5 is already a
Yeah,
draw, right?
rook takes a5.
King a4.
Yeah,
Okay.
making sure I'm not missing something. Hello, Mao Zedong. How are you? We have one more round. Let's try to hit 900 viewers today, guys. Magnus has another game.
Yeah, that would be.
We got
good.
some cheering going on. We got some nickels. We got actually more than a nickel. You asked for loonies. That's 21 loonies.
Yeah, 21 loonies. That's I'm happy with 21 loonies. It's a big.
That's a
improvement
lot
over
at
the
Tim Hortons,
21.
Robin.
Yeah,
You got a lot of
there's
Timmy's.
a lot of burgers at Timmy's.
Yeah, we're one sub away from 300. Any other results down the board? Let's see. Game's still going. Bach lost, or was that last round?
The last round was against Cheparinov. So I don't know where our buddy Bach is. Still going. Oh, Karyakin held that really crappy position.
There's a guy to hold it at least. He. I don't know. But out of the top boards, I'll read out some results. Tomish, no. Rajabov won. Okay, people want to see Rajabov. He won elegantly. Apparently a mate in 11.
Oh, that's a nice
Yeah.
exchange stack. Well, I mean, if you're gonna try and lose against Rajabov, then this is definitely the way to do it, playing some really crappy King's Indian against him. Because of course the guy is still an expert at the King's Indian. This is really this is a very nice mate, by the way, that happens.
Yeah. Rook takes h5.
Azeri,
Queen.
Azeri style.
Oh shoot!
Wow.
Oh, it's queen takes h5.
Even worse. Very nice game. Oof. That's so nice. That's really nice.
Yeah, rook h5, knight f6 allows too much. Oh no, it doesn't. But no, queen h5 is nice.
It's forced.
Yeah, forced.
And forced mate on h8.
Forced mate on h8.
Very nice game.
Ooh.
Let's have a quick look at what happened in that game of Ivanchuk. When he
Oh. Oh, we just got 2 subs, Robin.
we did
Canaras and Big Daddy Swaps.
Big Daddy swaps. I'm still waiting for people to give me final confirmation on the removing Lafong idea.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you go over this.
Yeah.
What's there? And discuss with your subs. What's gonna happen? Who's gonna be removed?
Guys, I need some closure on this. Is Lafong going, or do we have? I mean, who do we have even? I don't think Yasser is there anymore for the moment. We've got Fabi, but I don't really want to get rid of Fabi. I like Fabi. Eric and Amon, don't really see why I'd remove them. We've got the giraffe. I mean, if you guys say Eric is not getting any giraffes recently, and we don't know why it's there, then I could consider just taking the giraffe out. But you know, giraffe is kind of part of the whole thing, even if they're not being hunted too much these days. Mio, I'm not gonna touch because he's from Serbia, and he might, you know, there's like weapons there, and people are like disappearing. So we're not gonna take away Mio because, yeah, that's obvious. But yeah, let me know. Let me know. I mean, Lafong seems like a safe bet. I don't think anything bad's gonna happen to me. So yeah. Not the giraffe, eh? Okay, let's have a quick look because someone wanted to see what's happening in this game. So we actually left off. Okay, so he sacked the pawn here. He was thinking about that, and then rook e1, trying to force cd ed, which is what happened. And then we were like, well, we have no idea what the compensation is now because he can't really develop, and knight f5 is just bishop f6, and that's it. Make sure I get the game back now because I clicked it away. Let me find that quickly again. So he actually went queen g4. We're not touching the giraffe, guys. We're not touching the giraffe. F3 to get rid of this knight, you know, and then this is just nasty. I mean, he kind of doesn't even let the guy develop because knight d3 is there, losing everything. So rook d1, a4 again threatening. I mean, Chucky is just
Great
really.
commentary. Keep up the great work and good luck in WIJK on Z.
Thanks, Kirk Guardian. Appreciate it, and I'm gonna tell Eric to respond to you. He's gonna be playing in Vaikanze. I'm gonna be visiting and hanging out with Uncle Yasser, doing commentary a few days there. But thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. So anyway, a4 comes. The guy wants to play a3, and things are just getting worse and worse over here. So he plays queen f5. And I'm actually not even sure what he wants of a3. Is it some sort of knight c6, or does he just want bishop c1? Either way, rook e8 was played, you know, introducing another nasty threat of some sort of rook e2. Queen c2, attacking c5. I guess a3 just still bishop c1. Sort of okay. Knight d7. Now, apparently he got sick of a3 because knight d2 is not possible. This guy still hasn't been able to develop. So it's really not just the pawn on d5. If you take the pawn away, the position is still pretty horrible. So he took, knight takes, well obviously that's bad news as well. And Lethbridge Chess. I saw the results of the first day, so I'm gonna check quickly actually what her result is like. Let me check Lethbridge. So far, I think she's doing pretty well. And she just... Well, she's doing well. I mean, she's at +2, winning over 30 points rating. I'm pretty satisfied, Lethbridge. I think she's doing fine. We were playing training games, so I'm not surprised she's doing well. Okay, queen to b6. Bishop takes f6, knight takes f6, knight d4. Okay, guys, honestly, this is just such a rancid game. Like, Chucky is just like better development, pawn up. You know, this is sort of what I was saying. Like when someone said that they wanted to see the rest of the game, honestly, it just got worse and worse. And like, okay, here he sort of gets out of it, but a2 is weak. This knight finally gets into the game. His king is a little weaker. Like, it's just classic. You know, having a bad position, and then there's one weakness, it's getting exchanged for another weakness. Now the e-file becomes the target and infiltrated here, giving up a pawn. I mean, it's horrible. It's a horrible game. The guy didn't remember his analysis, and it just didn't work out for him. Guys, can someone tell me who George Michael was? Maybe I'm just really uneducated, but I tend to know most celebrities. Maybe not the American sports ones, but I just don't understand who this person was. Maybe someone can help me. Eric is making a drinky poo, yeah. It's past noon, so it's okay. Yasser doesn't speak Arabic, yeah, because he moved to the US when he was young.
So I actually didn't know at all who George Michael was.
Me
but I
neither.
spent yesterday researching him.
Yeah.
Because I actually don't know the songs. He was in this group in the 80s. He really
What's the name of the group?
Such a W or an act? Womp? What was it called? He was gay. He was doing no, something as a group. I mean, he's in a few different things. He did solo stuff. But I heard about, I was reading Daily Mail, which is a gossip site I like to read.
Yeah.
I don't know what but he's part of, yeah, he was most listened to British artist from 1984 to 2004, out of anybody. Like, I don't know, he's like extremely famous, and I actually didn't, Wham it's called.
That's so weird, man. Like, I have the feeling that a lot of the British celebrities, like Robbie Williams, most people don't know who Robbie Williams is, but he's really famous in most parts of Europe. I don't know, I've never heard of this guy.
You didn't know? Oh, Robbie Williams, like I knew because it's North America and the movies, right? Oh no, you're Robbie Williams.
No,
that
no,
one,
Robbie,
we had this discussion.
Yeah, it's not
We've
Robbie
had this-
Williams.
yes,
Robin Williams.
We've had this
everyone
discussion.
knows.
We've had this discussion. I don't
Robbie
know.
Williams. Nobody knows who Robbie Williams is,
No.
but he's really famous, like in the Netherlands and obviously in the UK. But this guy, like, I don't know, maybe he did make it to the US and I just didn't know about him.
He did. No, he was worth
probably did.
a lot of money. He did really well.
He's not British?
He is British.
This guy's saying he's not British.
Oh, he's British. He was born in the UK. And
Robin played this song, Angels.
I spent yesterday reading about him, but I can't. Yeah, I have to admit the same thing. I actually didn't really know about him.
You ask an average North American guy who Robbie Williams is, and they won't know.
We got a donation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we got
Saying good luck
a Canadian
in life.
Moose, Jeff.
Yeah,
That's Jeff.
it's actually nice to see Canadian Moose. Is that our Jeff?
Yes, that's the Jeff you know as well.
What's up, Jeff?
What's up, Jeff? You want a sub Blitz game, Canadian Moose? Yeah, if you guys have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe, which gives us pretty much money for free, and gives you benefits. So if anybody has Amazon Prime, Amazon owns Twitch, and so you get benefits for your Amazon Prime membership. Yeah, no, I realized, I had to look it up. He wasn't in great shape. He had some substance abuse
Substance
issues,
abuse.
but he definitely looked like a rock star in like the 80s.
How old was he when he died?
52, I
Okay,
think.
pretty young.
Yeah.
Pairings are out? Or just standings?
Aronian, Carlson, Ivanchuk,
Ooh.
Mamedyarov. And are we doing
Mamedyarov a solo lead, by the way.
Mamedyarov solo lead by a half point over Ivanchuk, and
We're doing Corob Anand.
yeah, we'll do
as
Corob
well.
Anand. By the way,
Who's the first
Maxime
one?
we haven't talked about.
He's not doing too well.
He lost to Yu Yang Yi with white, and then he beat Bu. He's not doing terribly. He's actually
No.
close to his rating.
No, he's not.
But he's
doing terrible.
faced actually tough guys: Pansulia, Tomaszewski, Li
Li
Chao,
Shanghai.
guys who are potentially overperforming. Yeah, I don't know about Wham, so I read about it, then I found out. But him specifically, like even his solo career, like extremely successful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so the games are going to be starting pretty soon. Final round of the day, guys. Magnus Carlsen making a comeback after, just like yesterday, the first round of the day. No, second round of the day. Yes, did he lose in the second round of the day about 2 days in a row? That's right, right?
Magnus?
Yes, he lost to Ivanchuk.
Pansulaya and to Ivanchuk.
Yeah, so he lost in the second round of the day both days, and they were horrific games. Thank you, Night Factory. By the way, thanks for all the subs. Good numbers. Did you decide, by the way, who you're removing?
I'm removing Lafon.
Okay.
It's been decided.
Okay.
I temporarily asked if people were willing to get rid of the giraffe because I don't think there's been a lot of giraffes around.
No.
But they want to keep that one
Okay.
for more prosperous times.
Yeah.
You know?
That makes sense. Okay, guys. I can't play those songs that you guys are requesting because this is going on YouTube. So whether it's Robbie Williams,
No, those
or
things are all copyrighted.
they're all copyrighted,
Yeah.
and that's a good thing. So I can't play it on stream.
Angels is the famous song. Yeah.
I may have heard of the songs, but I'd have to hear that. Like I wouldn't recognize the name. Actually, one thing that's interesting, and that reflects neither of my parents listen to music almost at all. Like they'd actually they just don't play music, don't go to concerts, don't listen to music. So I didn't grow up in a musical household. I never played an instrument. Yeah,
It's not a family.
and I would get in trouble for playing music.
Really?
I mean, like if I put on music loud or rap or anything, I would get in trouble.
That's different for me. My whole family. is
Yeah, so I
musicians.
definitely wouldn't consider myself. I've been catching up. I'm not cultured as much as a lot of people there. Because I just know church music. That's the only thing I know.
But like traditional church music,
Yeah,
or like
traditional.
proper gospel. Like
No, I
soul?
no, I was in the choir. I was in the
Oh.
church choir and things like that. And well, soul. no,
Not like you
no,
know,
I
like,
not black church.
not
music.
black church music. Yeah.
No, but you know, hymns and
Yeah.
gospel, and I was in the choir, but I don't know. My
Robbie's phone being cool.
no, I listened to music. Just my parents, like I didn't get it from my parents at all. Yeah, Avril Lavigne, stuff like that.
Okay, so predictions for the next round, eh? So Magnus had black again?
Yep.
That's a pity for
Because
him.
Aronian has more points, and Aronian just won with black.
Yeah.
So Magnus with double black. And we just got another sub by the Max J. And you know what's nice about the Max J? He had never heard of chessbrah. So I was on at 2 a.m. Last night. I didn't sleep much. And he was in another channel. And he didn't know any chess streams. He said he was a new player. He didn't know what chessbrah was at all. So Amon told him to come to the stream. So today is his first day at chessbrah, and he never even heard about it. And he
Well,
subbed.
welcome, buddy.
So
I mean,
he subbed right away.
That's awesome.
He subbed right away.
That's awesome.
He didn't even know anything about it yesterday. I saw it in the chat. He's like, oh, okay. So, Carlson, Aronian, big game. Let's get ready, guys. Get your energy up.
This is the Carlson Grishuk one.
Robin, you didn't tell Eric about the message he got.
I did. He wished you luck in
Yeah.
Bach and Zay.
Thank you, Kirk Guardian from Norway. Lots of Norwegians here watching here. They got on TV too.
Do you have any Norwegians traveling down to Bach and Zay to watch Magnus and Eric play? It's not far. Not that far. Man, Magnus is so famous in Norway. Like the Norwegians in my university program, they know Magnus
Yeah.
and like they know Arian Tari, like.
Yeah, well, they go on television. They probably know the giraffe. If
I'll
you
ask-
actually showed
I'll
the-
inquire about the giraffe.
They probably know
next
the
time.
giraffe.
The giraffe, yeah.
On the first day of chess, yeah, that's right, Kilgore. On the first day of chess, Hanson gave to me. What other games? So, what was the other one? Corob, Vichy, and Ivanchuk's game. What was I gonna say?
Oh, and Mamedyarov is leading.
Staying at Robin's during Tata. Robin doesn't live in Vikenze.
Oh,
And
we've got some moves
We've
already.
got some moves. I don't think anybody who plays in Vikenze commutes unless they're staying at the casino in Amsterdam. That's the only commuting people do. Seriously,
true, that's
it's-
true.
yeah. We've
Or
done
doing other stuff in Amsterdam.
doing other things in Amsterdam.
Lots of things to do in Amsterdam.
Le Quang Liem is very famous in Vietnam. Very famous.
Yeah.
My Vietnamese I speak to in America and Canada, they all know who Le Quang Liem is. Just random Vietnamese.
He's not changing federation, is he?
He hasn't.
Eric's getting a nice place to stay in, like.
No,
He's
it's
not,
you never want to have if you don't have to
commute.
travel. Yeah, you just lose time. I don't think. Guelphy12 just subscribed to Twitch Prime. Thank you very much. And the games have begun, Robin. Here we go. Mamedyarov
this
plays
is
this
a-
on white. He's the main guy who plays this as white in the world.
Yeah, but he's facing it with black now.
That's interesting.
Yeah, this is the Queen C2.
Yep, Queen
yeah.
C2.
Yeah, well, this is a very complicated line positionally.
Mm-hmm.
You can get almost like a little bit like Grunfeld type of position sometimes, where it's like knight c3, knight e4, followed by knight takes c3.
And Ivanchuk knows his lines very well, right? He just
I
knows
tend
where
to
to
like
put
these
the.
lines for white, by the way.
It gives lots of play.
Yeah.
Lots of play and strategic struggle. You play Queen E2. Often at some point you do go for Knight C3.
Mhm.
Sometimes Knight H4. You often have a structure because Black plays Knight P6. You often end up getting this sort of some Grunfeld elements as well because Black ends up playing for C5 and
Mhm.
a lot of a bit similar to Grunfeld in some ways there. Easy to play.
Rest in peace, Lafong. Yeah. Yeah.
Lafong is
Lafong's getting kicked out.
we could trick the people and say if we get 5 subs now, Lafong stays and we remove another one. You know.
Yeah, if you really want to defend Lafong, you can still do that, but you gotta
You have to decide what that price is.
You
1
know,
sub, 2 subs.
let me see again because we have normal logos like normal.
Okay, I'll get
Like
back
feels
to that.
feels bad, bra. That is that one replaceable?
Yeah, they're
that
all
one's-
replaceable.
Feels bad, bra.
Man, feels
Feels
bad.
bad,
man.
man. Feels sorry. Feels bad, bra.
Sounds like Benjamin. So this is a
Sup,
boring
bro?
position, unfortunately. Sup, bro. This is a boring position, unfortunately, between Korobov and Vichy.
Vishy likes to really bore it down with black though. Like he's not an exciting player as black most of the time. If you're defending Lafong,
Aronian. I like playing this. I play this all the time. This is my bullet opening. I play this in bullet. Repeat.
I've never seen knight d4 so quick though.
No, well, I haven't seen. I'm used to, you know, queen b3, then queen c2, then queen c2.
Yeah, and if queen d7, bishop f4.
Yeah. But I know the idea of this, and you know, that the bishop is very good on d4, and you can just play around
Is
it.
he
And
considering
you can
bishop
even
g6?
play f4 h3. Yeah, bishop g6, because if you do this position, you end up being squeezed.
Rook
f4
d1 and
h3.
e4 as well.
Yeah. There's
it's
a
not
couple
bad.
ways, or yeah. But Magnus knows the opening enough, I think. Well, guys, the tournament leader, Levon Aronian, playing one of his rivals, but they trained together, Magnus Carlson.
Did they train together many times?
Just before the Singfeld Cup,
Oh yeah.
which some people thought was strange. But
They do great. I still think it's a little strange. I understand Magnus and Kramnik a bit better.
yeah, and that was only for Blitz and Rapid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the Vikense amateur tournaments, they're highly recommended. So I've
Yeah,
heard good
they're
things
really
about them.
Yeah, they're really good.
If you're gonna visit a tournament, check it out. No, it looks like it's a nice festival.
Do we know where Kosovo is? We do. Do we really want to go there? Not so much. They had the European Championships
and
in
you didn't
Kosovo,
go,
and
yeah.
I didn't go because, you know, Kosovo.
Politics, Robin. Politics.
Politics, yeah. Shuck is a tournament.
Well,
Yeah,
he did
how's
it.
Shuck doing?
But
actually?
I understood that these are nice for white.
Yeah, I also thought this is nice for.
And I don't even think you need to play e4. The bishop's not good on f5 against d3. So can't you just like rook c1, h3? Magnus is going to show me some understanding here because he's going to somehow remove the bishop on d4. Because if the bishop stays on d4, like I really think
Is he playing
h3
like
f4.
98, 96?
Yeah, 98, 96. 98, 96. I can't think of something else. Probably wrong.
But
98.
it still
E4.
looks like crap.
It still looks pleasant for white.
Knight g4.
h3. That's a good move.
Yeah,
well.
e5. Like that's too slow.
Yeah, e5, queen takes d5.
Bishop f6
When?
after h3. I still don't love my position, but it's
Yeah.
an idea. Okay, I mean, I think this is just worse, Eric. Like this.
Yeah, I can take on f6.
You could even consider this, but it's maybe a little greedy. But let's say take.
Oh, you've been greedy
takes.
the whole day. Take on a7. No,
Yeah.
you did that to me before.
Okay, that's
you did
true.
that to me
I
before.
did that to you before. It's a pawn, right?
So when you
Yeah.
get the chance, yeah, I definitely expect you.
It's
to
a pawn. Yeah, it's just a pawn because I mean I don't see really clear
Bishop on
composition.
g6 is bad. That's a problem. That's a
That's
serious
not good.
problem. No, knight g4.
Actually, this
knight
is
g4.
actually a really nice pawn too.
Knight g4 be some prep. I don't think he's prepped that.
It's a little computerish. Yeah.
Is the amateur held in the same room as the main, Robin? In
Yes,
Vikense?
yes, in the same room.
Uh-huh.
One big hall.
I would like to make a we have a court case there.
We have a court case.
Well, I'm gonna look at the games, but right.
I would like to make a case for keeping the Lafon emote. From a distance, I can tell the emote is a big part of his social identity. I'd hate to see him fully depressed going into therapy, not to mention Robin might be liable to pay medical bills. Uh-huh. Okay guys, can we all weigh in on this in a second and try to... this is really interesting, by the
Yeah,
way.
queen b5, like
Can people give me a better approximation of how important this emote is to Lafong and for his mental well-being?
he's streaming later today, Robin. So we'll really tell. If it's removed, it'll...
I just feel that, you know, Lafong right now, he's made his first IM norm and he feels a little invincible. And I think it's a good thing to show him that just, he can't go around playing bishop h6 and playing the Benoni thinking that, you know, it's all gonna be okay. So in that sense, I feel like
This is some nice prep by Chuck, or like understanding queen a5, queen b5.
I was expecting rook takes c3, by the way.
Is Maxime
The fun is
Vashilograd
love. The fun is live.
opening?
No, dude, seriously though. Yesterday I watched Shrek is Love, Shrek is Live, and that was some really, really weird stuff. Probably the weirdest thing I've seen on YouTube. If you watch it, the whole thing.
Yes, this is theory. This is theory.
Yeah, I really hate these lines for black though.
I don't play knight g. Yeah, in the advance, this line. I mean, yeah, I beat Hingting last year, and now this is popular. Yeah.
Do I need to feel the need to teach him his IM norm is not a big deal? No, but I do I wanna ground him a little bit and make sure that he stays focused, because it's easy to get a little over enthusiastic.
Bishop d6.
This is nasty. I don't like this at all. Okay, we're gonna take
Aronian's gonna be a thirsty guy here.
and play e4. Or do you think he just wants to take in queen e7 or something?
That makes a lot of sense. Black's fine there. You don't.
Maybe
but-
this is not the way to do it, huh?
Yeah. No. That's not the way to do it. I mean, there's a case right now almost of.
Okay, what about knight b5?
Yeah, knight b5. That's what I was gonna say, and then bishop a7.
Can I play here?
Mm-hmm. But why?
I just go back to b5. Knight takes d6.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're just losing a pawn actually.
Yeah.
I forgot about knight b5. Winning this guy. So, but if I play bishop b8, then e4, I thought.
Yeah, and now.
And the idea is that if e5, I have bishop c5.
No, well, I'm not gonna play e5. But what if I just? Oh, because.
Oh, but it's actually not clear. I have rook c8. What were you planning to do?
No, well. We won't go too deep here, but. Hmm.
See, we're talking about Ireland right now. The conversation has shifted a little bit.
I actually gained weight, Canvelo, but I've lost a little bit of fat. Trying to get in good shape. Why am I not playing in Qatar? Because hanging out in Canada and decided to take a year off. It's really not nice to fly 2 days there, spend 5 days, then fly 2 days back, miss everything, New Year's, Christmas, spend a ton of money.
Yeah.
And Robin was in Canada at this time of year too.
Another thing.
I'm not going to Qatar alone.
Another thing that I watched, guys, is apparently R. Kelly has made like a soap or something on YouTube, and it's like 32 videos, all like 5 minutes, and I've watched like 10 of them, in which he literally sings everyone's voice, and like it's really weird. Like I just didn't understand what was going on, but I watched 10 episodes.
This looks good for... Dude, Mamedyarov is putting in some work.
What's happening here?
I just refreshed. Mamedyarov is putting in some work here, Robin. Gonna play a5, b4, rook c3.
Is black better here if I get to play e4?
e4, bishop h3.
That's annoying. I forgot about bishop h3. Knight f4 is not... Knight f4...
Oh, I trapped myself, didn't I?
Yeah. So actually, you gotta maybe.
Okay. Bishop g6. Bishop g6, sure.
Okay, but it's black to move. So you want to play a5?
Well, I was gonna play rook c3, but let's say a5.
Okay, e4.
Bishop g6.
H4.
h6. No, I don't think it's balanced.
It's
I think
unclear. It's unclear.
I think it's balanced. I don't think it's enough. We got a new sub, Guri 1147. Korobov and Vichy. Korobov being able to beat Vichy in a Queen's Gambit declined static position would be very surprising.
When R. Kelly released that shit, Robin, chessbrah was still wrestling with the 1700s. Guys, I'm not saying that that shit is new. It's just that I didn't know of the existence, and it's some of the weirdest thing I've ever I just literally didn't understand what I was watching. I understand this is like a classic. I understand it's like North American culture, but I was not aware of it. You know, I understand it's old school stuff, but you gotta start somewhere, right? Why did he not take some b2 knight c4?
Yeah. Well, it's better for white,
It's
but
definitely better for white.
yeah,
b3. I like it.
I like it. It's a lot of theory to play for rapid, but and he did do this with e4.
Mm-hmm.
What's the idea here? So is this a knight? No, it doesn't do anything. Bishop.
99 wants its topics back.
Queen e7. The problem here is, yeah, this bishop's a bit out of play, but it does. They're both fighting for e4. The knight's going to get kicked back, and this bishop is going to enjoy some diagonals, some clear
Actually,
skies.
you know, if the thing is that of course the light square bishop is really bad, but if black gets his stuff together, the dark square one is going to be amazing on a7.
Is it a case here of just Aronian
A6.
showing good understanding?
I'm not sure. I'm not convinced right now. I like black. I like black's position. Bishop a7.
Okay, I'll go here.
Bishop a7 I'll play. I was hoping to just get away with rook d8 here, and I'm gonna play it. Rook fd8. The main idea, of course, if you exchange
Yeah,
everything and take
queen
on
d4.
b7 is queen d4, yeah.
No, I don't like allowing that dark square bishop squares. Queen d4, very annoying. I mean, sorry, queen c5 or any dark square things in the future. It's gonna be always vulnerable. Well, NVL's pushing here. Pansulia Grishuk might be fun.
It
But-
looks like gonna be a wild position.
Oh,
Okay, so he went knight b4.
King e7. Black's
I like
preferable.
black.
Yeah.
I didn't like knight b4 white's
Yeah.
part.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand that move, actually. Seems to just get hit.
Yeah.
A5, rook c4. Guys, 860, let's break 900. Let's break 900 before Yasser comes tomorrow.
Yep.
Final round.
Yes, we're
let's
gonna
go.
break 1,000.
Yasser
FPL.
better break 1,000. Where's...
Pamuckle.
Well, this is on the board, Robin. So
Well, I told you, I like black's position.
we have to find
I
a
think
move
there's
for
good
it.
chances for Magnus here to even take over. Which, of course, would be huge. if you,
How can you take over with just one bishop, though?
well, you know, you've seen it, how it's going to hit at f2.
That's counterplay, but
That could become really nasty counterplay. You know, sneak in bishop h5 at some point.
that's why. Yeah, that's why I try to put my rook on d3, not. Yeah.
Well, at least I don't see the problem here right now. So, okay, he changes the queens. Okay, that's fair. Bishop e5 I would like to play, but knight c4 is there.
And then rook d8.
You think that's just equal? I would like to keep the bishop with black, but maybe he's a little bit too optimistic. Can I play a6
When?
here?
Rook d7?
b5? e5.
No, e5 I was gonna take on e5.
And bishop takes b2.
But no, it's
Probably. Actually, no.
It-
Bishop takes e5 and rook takes a8 just.
yeah.
That's good for black.
Yeah.
Okay, so if he wants to fight, he's gonna play a6 here.
Well, a6 I don't like the move knight c4.
b5.
Knight b6.
Knight d7 you get.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rook a7, knight d7. Yeah. Probably is not the end of the world, but it's not pleasant. No, but you win f6. Sorry,
Yeah, I win
you
f6. I win
yeah.
f6.
Yeah.
Even then, king g7. There's comp, but no.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, so
I
bishop
think
e5.
I think considering how the games where Magnus has failed, the opening this game isn't that concerning so far.
No.
His game against Pansulia, he took liberties in the opening. Ivanchuk, Ganguly had a great position and he just got outplayed.
Yeah.
But in this game, I think if you're a Magnus fan, you're not too concerned. I don't think Aronian is going to take advantage of Magnus here. It's quite close to equal. To
What about bishop c7? Is that a knight b5? Huh?
Yeah.
Bishop e5 then.
f4? Does that liquidate?
Yeah. Bishop takes b2. Rook b1 a6. You
No,
could
that-
liquidate there, but
That's almost good for me because then when I take on b5, I'm not going to take back on b7. I'm going to play maybe even g4. I don't know. Or f5.
you need to take on back on b5 because you're.
I'm
down
saying
pawn.
that.
Yeah.
So what was
Bishop
it?
c7. Bishop c7.
Bishop c7 there.
Knight b5. Bishop e5. Takes. a6. Takes. Now g4.
Yeah.
Okay, I see your point. I could probably still play f5 though, right? And be sort of okay.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I'll take on. Take here or something. Yeah, I mean, it's.
Probably it should be a draw, but it's a bit better for white, of course.
Yeah, that would be a little bit better.
Also, hold on. Did you give me the chance to play rook take g2 here?
I
Is that
did.
just
That's
a
why.
silly, a silly
That's why I
move?
didn't take. That's
Yeah.
why I can't. I
You
can't take.
can take actually.
I can't take.
Yeah, but I don't really want to allow f5 either. Maybe rook takes g2 is normal.
It looks
Drawish.
equal, drawish,
Yeah.
drawish. Yeah.
Have I played versus some good players? Ding Liren is one of my. Ding Liren, Grishuk.
You played Grishuk when he was 2800.
2800, yeah, over 28.
Big Sasha.
Yeah. Anish I played. I mean, I've played Li Chao. I think it's fair to say that he's pretty strong. Played him twice. I mean, he's 2760 or something. So
He
if
fell
you-
back a little bit. He's like
Okay.
2730 now. But yeah, he was. Yeah, he's. I mean, that's top 30.
Who else? I've played Wei Yi, Yu Yang. You know, not top, but among the best.
You've played, yeah, a ton of Chinese players.
I've played-
4 of them.
Yeah.
Yu Yang Yi, Ding Liren. No, you've played
Yeah,
Wei
played
Yi.
not all the active ones I've played.
Zed Bu and Nihua.
Yeah.
Nihua might be an annoying matchup. And Wang Yu.
My worst opponent is David Navarra. David, it really is my father. He's my daddy.
Daddy David, yeah. He's not playing. He checkmated me here last year at the Worlds.
David's so dangerous.
Have we played in Aronian? Yeah, we
Yeah.
both played.
I won it like once or twice, I think.
I think I got second the year I played with Swindle in the final round, something like that.
Yeah,
We tied
yeah,
for second.
Exactly. Yeah.
We all tied. So Korobov, Vichy here.
We tied, right? We tied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know who won first or if we all tied for first or something. I think I did a dirty comeback though.
Father.
What's Vichy planning here? Just rook
Rook
here.
e4.
And you move back and now maybe I first insert a6.
Yeah, I gotta go knight c3.
Take.
Looks pleasant.
No,
I
this
mean-
is a little bit better for white.
Maybe it is because bishop f3. Yeah.
And then I can also get to c5. I'm not
Not entirely satisfied.
I'm not satisfied. But this is the current position.
Rook d5 also, of course, possible.
Yeah.
But it looks a little shaky there. Maybe you could go rook d5 and knight d6, I'm not sure.
Well, Vichy's taking some time. Korobov, I would, if Korobov can beat Anand, then then I change my opinion on because he's lost a couple of games. For him to recover, if he would recover and beat Vichy and the Queen's Gambit declined, it show some growth almost,
Mm-hmm.
because it's not a position I ever expect him to beat Vichy from.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, well, Vichy's very solid in these positions.
Yeah.
There's not many people
he doesn't
who,
lose to even like
who beat him here.
Pansulia against Grishuk is sharpening, and that
I
looks
like
like
Black's
a good.
position,
Well,
by the way.
he got b5 in,
Yeah.
which is the goal, the clear goal. I mean, if you
This
get
is
b4
kinda
and you
the
already,
type of position that if I watch Amon playing in a tournament, I hope to see something like this.
I actually beat Keith.
You beat Keith
as black.
McKinnon?
Well, I mean, I got my pawn on b4.
Do you know that there's a beer named the McKinnon Brothers?
No,
Yeah.
no.
I saw it on the menu somewhere, the McKinnon Brothers.
But there are
Toronto.
the Hanson brothers are very famous.
Oh yeah? Beer brand?
No, boy band.
Oh, boy band?
Bob. It's a song. Yeah, okay. Oh no, it's a very, very famous American boy band. No, this looks like a good hedgehog for black. Yes. What else is happening here? Rook d5 happened. Right?
Yep.
Okay. Dominguez Lichao. Oh, if Lichao holds this, it's always good. And it seems like he played the Petrov.
Yeah.
This is not a game to follow. This is technical, but
Well, this is just a
it should be
draw.
fine for
Yeah.
black.
Yeah.
What's up, Mihai?
Your name is actually Hanson with an O,
Yeah.
right?
No, E.
Really?
My name? You know my
Oh,
name.
wait. It's actually Hanson, which is the real name, and if you Americanize it, it's with an O.
Yeah, and I was born with an O. It changed
Oh,
after,
okay.
actually. So yeah, that's the anglicized name with an O. Yeah. But then we changed it back to the Norwegian spelling.
By the way, this is an awesome position for black.
Yeah,
You're
for
gonna go
rapid,
D5,
for everything.
D5, bishop C5, like everything's coming. This is really bad.
And Grishuk has 10 minutes against 3, and Grishuk not to be in time trouble, you know, you've done something.
Something
You've
wrong.
done something wrong.
That's actually what happened in my game against Grishuk. I just got outplayed in an Idorf, and then he got in such bad time trouble that he messed it up. Had a really bad position against him.
Back to Carlson.
Okay, so he did manage to keep the bishop. Or maybe Aronian just didn't go. No, he actually tried to keep the bishop. He's playing, he's trying to play sort of aggressive here. You know, as far as aggressive goes. In those type of positions. Rook b8, I like it.
Keeping the bishop is definitely ambitious.
I like what he's doing with it. It's very ambitious.
I like it too, because f5 is coming. I like his position. I like Team Magnus here, Robin. This is looking good for him.
Yeah.
This
he's
is looking
playing
good
this
for
one.
Magnus. If he beats Aronian, I mean, what a day. Like I said, he's almost done after he lost to Ivanchuk, but to finish with 4 wins out of 5 against some of his competitors, beating Grishuk and Aronian, if he wins
But
this game.
we have to look at
that's
the tournament
huge.
leader though, eh? Where is our buddy Mamedyarov? Like, what are they up to? Mamedyarov is actually leading the pack.
Mamedyarov's a full point up on Carlson and a half point up on Ivanchuk, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it looks like Chucky over here has a good position at first sight.
Because the knight gets to d4, or?
Well, it just seems really... Well, actually, maybe it's not a good position. It's hard to evaluate.
Carlson has only won World Blitz once, but he's the 2-time defending World Rapid Champion, I think. I don't think he's won it twice, has he? I think Grishuk's the only one who's ever won it twice. But Carlson's won the Rapid 2 times in a row. There's some videos of Carlson when he was younger playing World Blitz, and he'd lose quite a bit and get upset. He lost to Kosteniuk.
Really?
Yeah.
What happens if d6 over here?
D6?
Just maybe a little bit too aggressive, but okay. He wants to bring in the king.
Well, if D6.
94 probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is annoying. I'm just losing it.
There
I'm just
goes
losing
the
it
pawn.
right away. Yeah.
It's like
King G3 is a nice move though.
he's gonna. Yeah, this is good for white. He can. Okay, it'd be nice.
Oh, it's very sharp.
Very sharp.
Yeah.
I think it's still a balanced position, but it depends who holds it better. And Ivanchuk is double Mamedyarov's time. That's a huge factor here,
Mhm.
because this pawn is going to serve as a huge thorn. It's going to be a distraction. It's going to take some time off the clock. He's going to be able to threaten with it quite a bit. Corob and Vichy was a draw.
Well, that's a really boring game. though.
Really boring game, but doesn't surprise me.
Okay.
That's a nice way to equalize, though.
Yeah, that's a nice
Vichy
equalizer.
as usual.
That's what he's
Very
good at.
precise.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the movie, no. He has? Okay, then he's won it twice. I guess he's only a two-time defending champion then. Back to back. Carlson won it twice. That's I didn't know he won it 4 times in a row. 4 titles. Who are the champions? Ah, he did win. 2009, Carlson. 2008, Dominguez. Okay, so yeah, Carlson's won it twice. No, then there's nobody else. They only had the event a few times.
Lequan Lim, eh?
I played him a lot.
Why is he not playing? Is he not playing?
He's playing for Susan Polgar's University at the Pan American Championship.
Oh my god, that's horrible. He should be playing here. He's an amazing blitz player, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you played him.
I was
recently.
I've
But
been playing him a lot.
But he's good, right?
He's good.
still
No, he has excellent nerves. Doesn't get bothered by bad positions. Great. Yeah, he's a good player. I think he does even better though against the top guys. Like how he did against me is indicative of how he does against Magnus and those guys. Like he can really hold there. So this game was a draw. He's the only champion missing. Every
Yeah.
other world champion of the last 10 years in
Dominguez
fast.
is there, so yeah.
Everyone is here. There's no one missing. Until Fabiano and Wesley decide to start getting excellent at rapid and blitz. Carlson's game here. We're starting to like his position here.
Yeah.
And Magnus wins this. It's
Okay, he sacked the pawn,
uh-oh.
and his bishop is trapped for good.
It's true.
But he's not defending the f2 pawn.
Yeah, but my pieces are all on light squares, so I'm gonna play h4. I'm gonna say hello. Just to show people what I'm saying is that I play h5, and you can move your bishop anywhere on the board. Actually, you can't, because if you move it here, I'm gonna play rook d2, and your bishop is trapped. But no matter where you go, the bishop is trapped.
Mm-hmm.
And there might, yeah.
Okay,
It's
I have
a
a
sort of
suggestion.
dangerous idea. I mean,
I have a suggestion. Can I go in the position that's on the board right now? Yeah. H4. Rook takes f2.
uh-huh.
H5.
Yeah, take.
I was thinking about sacking the exchange here. I don't know if I need to actually, but
Okay.
takes.
I have
Bishop
passed,
g6.
I have passed h1.
I
knight to
missed
f5.
knight d6, yeah, knight f5 is very annoying. Yeah.
King
No, I was
g4.
thinking I can win quick pressure on the e-pawn, but this is bad.
Yeah.
So I need to go h5 and just bishop h7, but
But
that
that's
looks
bad.
bad.
No, I have knight d6. Lots of
Yeah.
lines.
This is very bad.
h6 as well. Go for mate.
Okay, so is he in trouble?
Well, the initial position is looking.
I didn't expect this to
minutes.
happen so quickly.
Let's
against
focus
Bishop.
only on that game right now. Ivanchuk, Mamedyarov.
Still here.
I'll also update because these are the top 2 boards. Ivanchuk. There we go. Okay, Ivanchuk trying to crown that D pawn. But back to Aronian Carlson. H4 has been played. And the question is, can Magnus...
Salvage this.
Yeah, actually, I don't think Black is the one playing here. I don't think so.
Whew.
Aronian, this is 3 results, but this bishop on g6 looking pretty bad.
Okay, let's try rook takes f2.
Well, okay.
No. Yeah,
No,
bishop
rook-
takes, I'm just losing a piece, right? So h6. Yeah, rook d2. Rook d2 is a tricky move. Are you allowed?
I have a trick for you. I have a,
98, knight takes
Yeah,
f6. Yeah.
yeah.
So bishop h7.
yeah. Looks a little nasty.
King g7. King f8. You know what I want to do though?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go bishop e3 and try to make you. Like, it's my only plan.
No, I can't. So, well, okay.
He played bishop takes f2 after h4, by the way.
Yeah, because
Does
I
he
think.
get? But he gets only 2 pawns, right? Not 3 for that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's.
I would have gone for this though. To
Well-
be honest, but this feels
I
like it's on
think
the
I have
edge.
this move.
Rook takes f3, ed, bishop h7.
Isn't. This isn't losing?
Yeah, it might be. Knight d2 just,
Yeah.
and then just yeah. I had a position like that against Malkumyan once. I don't know if you remember. Which looked completely winning.
Yeah.
It's like a bishop like this, but probably here it's really winning because you have pawns on the queen side. I didn't have pawns on the queen side.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Okay.
this.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Let's go to the current position. Okay. Is he just gonna give a perpetual or something?
Well,
Well, I mean, you're gonna walk to h3, right? So.
check. No, if you walk
No,
to
rook
h3,
Also that, yeah.
you get to mate me.
Yeah. That's nice.
So that should be a draw. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well played game, then kind of from both
Yeah.
sides.
I think they both played very enterprising chess there.
I mean, if you're trying to play for a win here, I'm speaking from Aronian's point of view, is it like king h3?
Wait, has this been played?
No.
No, right?
No. They agreed to a draw.
Okay.
My question is, in this position,
King h3.
is this a move?
Because you're preventing my bishop e3. It looks like a serious move. I don't know, h5 again or something? Bishop h7.
I mean, well,
Oh, h6 is very
h6
nasty.
and h5.
Yeah, okay.
But like it depends what Aronian was
thinking.
Yeah, it depends on his ambitions. It seems like the players are a little bit tentative, actually. Maybe not Magnus because he's finding his stride, but they've had a good day.
Mm-hmm.
It's the last round of the day. They've all made gains. The guys at the very top, they just
Mhm.
want to stay with a steady profit.
Mm-hmm.
There might be something okay for Black here. I'm just seeing how White could have played on, because in a low time situation, it still looks.
Our buddy Bigfoot is here, so we have a few Dutch bras.
We do have many Dutch in the audience, and let's now transition to the game between tournament leader and second place, Ivanchuk and Mamedyarov. Ooh, that's a.
Ooh.
Well, that's
Oh,
a
I
nice
think.
move.
Okay.
I think that's game
Mamed is
over.
Mamed is on fire. Man.
Just game over.
Wait. Rook d2.
Oh no, I'm mating my. Oh, that doesn't work. I thought I had rook here.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
Oops. Uh-oh.
Knight d5. No, but that can't be the point. Knight b5. But then you're not running anymore. King e5 just here. Oh my god. What's going on here?
You mean d7 and king e5?
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
king e5 immediately, I wasn't sure. No, you have to go king d8.
Ah, sorry. Yeah. No.
Also, knight a6 looks horrible for black.
Well, yeah. Now black is facing lost endgames.
Yeah. Is he just blunder here with b4?
That was a blunder, huh? He thought he was winning?
It seems like it. I mean,
Yeah, that's not even hard. No, you just d7, knight c6, rook d1. He might have blundered rook d1. He might have somehow thought, I have it all covered, and that the rook shields this rook from accessing.
Chuck is going down, yeah. So that's really nasty loss at the end of the day.
That's yeah, because otherwise rook d1 would be winning, but actually not even winning.
Okay, well, so knight d5 check, just king e5, huh?
When?
Here, after rook d2.
Knight here?
Just king e5. Yeah. Even taking is probably good, but
Yeah, you can probably get away with taking, but king e5.
yeah.
King e5 and king e6.
Okay, so that's a blunder. That's a blunder. What about MVL's game? What's he doing? Okay, he's
Down a pawn.
down a pawn and still.
What's with Vidit just outplaying everybody?
That's pretty crazy. I really thought this was better for white, but
Huh? What? Oh, knight d3 in the end.
yeah.
I mean, is that what they're blundering? They're making blunders. It makes sense. I mean, can't blame the guys. It's been all day.
What? White queen f3. Hold on.
Okay, so Maxime blundered. People are really blundering against Vidit.
Wait, what did he blunder?
He forgot his rook was hanging.
In which line? Like, why doesn't he just take on c5 at least?
Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't understand. No, I have no idea what happened.
That's very strange.
Li Chao is losing. And it must
Really?
be because of the double pawns. This is a big game. Dominguez is a former World Blitz champion who is in good form, and he's going to play Magnus tomorrow at some point, very likely. He's
creating a bit of a weakness here.
starting c4.
Yeah, it is unpleasant. Maybe b5 was something to consider. I would probably play b5 in a blitz game.
Although if b5, I'm eventually going to get my knight. I'm going to play a4 at some point. Yeah. It's possible this is an incorrect endgame to enter so lightly.
No, he just blundered this. Knight a3 was probably a mistake. Yeah, I mean,
But
those
I'm threatening knight h3 f4 anyways. So what do you play? Knight c7?
Knight c7, yeah. Yeah, king f6. I think this should be fine in general. Knight e6. Normally these endgames are like, unless there's something.
Yeah, one
concrete.
weakness
Yeah.
is not enough. Usually, but I don't know. We have a result here. Tournament leader has gone down to Ivanchuk, and that is huge because Ivanchuk has already beaten Carlson. His tie breaks are going to be excellent. He's only lost to Aronian.
His nerves going to be excellent.
And his nerves, but this is his first chance at a world title. Not his first chance. Has he won before? He has won before. Never mind. Forget what I just said. Vasily Ivanchuk is the 2007 World Blitz champion.
Okay.
But this is rapid, so he can get 2 titles.
Also, we haven't really seen Chucky anymore in the recent top events. So.
Not at all. He's playing in Turkey and things like that. So the current position, we had the b4 blunder, king e5.
Just knight c5. Right?
Knight c5.
Yeah.
And he just resigned here.
MVL's losing this against Vidit? That's not possible. With the double F pawn?
He lost
He
another
lost his
pawn.
H pawn? Okay, MVL is really like losing his way here. He's trying to play tactical and just not working out at all. Okay. So MVL going down actually against BDIT now. This is
NVL has no
inevitable.
chance in the tournament. Yeah,
Inevitable to not lose this.
he's on tilt. He's definitely on tilt,
He's
even
on
in the
tilt.
game. Yeah.
Yeah.
To lose a slightly better Rook Endgame. Oh, that's bad. Well, Maxime has actually crashed in the second half of the year a bit.
Yeah,
He's gone
he
down.
had this incredible run.
Yeah.
And I think the energy was a little gone at some
Yeah.
point.
Ian Nepomniachtchi beats Yang Yi with black. Big result. Nepomniachtchi is going to play Carlson tomorrow
Yeah.
probably as well.
Mm-hmm.
Big result because Yu Yang Yi has been doing well. And with white, he's so hard to beat. Rajabov drew Cheparinov. Grishuk beat
Beats
Pansulia
Pansulia.
badly as we kind of expected
Mm-hmm.
from the position he had. It was just a very promising Sicilian. Current game to watch here. Let's go to Artemiev Ryazantsev. I think Russian junior champion against Russian overall champion. And Ryazantsev is tickling his pickle. This is terrible.
This looks really, really bad for white.
And it's surprising to see this position, but he actually played e4 against Ryazantsev.
H5, knight H6 would
He
be
went
nice.
for this against Ryazantsev. That's interesting. I hate playing this line, by the way. I hate playing this line.
For white?
Yes.
Oh.
Black gets a minority attack. I don't know. I always end up getting bad positions.
Well, he's doing some weird stuff here.
But
like
is this line anything? I don't actually know.
No, I think it's
thought
nothing.
I actually get bad positions. Though. I don't even get equal positions. I end up like getting suffering. Well, this is pretty bad. This is like no. He's gonna lose. I was just hoping. I had some high hopes for Artemiev in this event. King G6.
Yeah, this is just gone. This is really bad.
I played Ryazantsev last year and I think the year before at Worlds.
How
And
is
I
he?
lost. He's not really good at. He's okay. I mean, he's not a specialist, but I guess he's been playing well lately. Like he's been on the rise.
Yeah, clearly.
But he was 2,700 like 4 or 5 years ago, so he was there. Okay, well, Ivanchuk winning is really the big news because he's clear first, right? He was the only one in second.
Yeah.
And he's already played Magnus, so he's going to get paired
Ivanchuk in the
down.
lead.
He may play Nepomniachtchi
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi.
or Grishuk.
Nepomniachtchi. Yeah.
Nepomniachtchi. Well, my picks are doing very well right now. I picked Grishuk, Nepo, Carlson as my top.
Wait, and
three.
Aronian is still there. Has he played Aronian already?
Aronian killed him.
Ivanchuk.
Yeah. Yeah, my picks are actually doing really well. I didn't pick MVL. Oh, I said Karyakin. I had Karyakin in the top 5, and that's definitely gone downhill. I
My
didn't
top
pick him.
three would be Magnus, Nepo, Aronian.
Yeah, I had Grishuk. I've been rating Grishuk very highly,
Okay.
and he's.
I rated Grishuk higher in the blitz portion, I think. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of for me it's a toss-up between Aronian and Grishuk, but I definitely put Nepo up there still because he's doing fine. Like
He
he's
saved that bad position.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he's gonna have to handle Magnus.
Trousers lost to Grishuk. Aronian is winning, or has won.
Aronian played Magnus.
Oh,
Played
sorry.
Magnus.
He's talking about the tournament. I don't think I would be very surprised if Chucky pulls it through. Like.
But who's gonna beat him? Nepo.
Nepo, for example. Nepo.
Well, there's not many people besides Nepo left. Nepo, Grishuk, Vichy. He knows
the
Grishuk
problem
and
is-
Vichy very well, and
The problem
Nepo.
is, I feel like there's other players, from the lower lower in the tournament that can beat Chucky. I just don't think Chucky is so invincible.
But he has to
And
lose
once
to
he
somebody
gets
to play the
nervous-
lower.
Yeah, but it's really about his nerves. Like he can lose to one of the Chinese players or.
Well, he's not gonna play them unless he loses.
Well, I mean, isn't he gonna play guys like maybe Dominguez, maybe let's say, well, like you said, Nepo. Okay, Vichy, I don't see him losing to, although it's possible.
See, tomorrow, Ivanchuk is in clear first with 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
He is playing somebody with 7.5. He's already played Magnus. He's already played Aronian.
Nepo.
He's
is
playing
no
Nepo. He's playing Nepo for sure.
Yeah.
That's a guaranteed pairing. So if you think
He's
Nepo
playing
beats
him with
him,
black. So
Yeah.
I think Nepo could beat.
but if Nepo doesn't, then he's going to
Then
be able to
he's-
play some people he might be familiar with,
Yeah.
and that might be good for him. I don't know. I'm
Well,
hoping. I'd love to see him win. Actually,
I would love to see him win, but,
But
I
yeah,
don't expect it.
generally he does collapse. That's going to be serious though for a 47-year-old
Yeah.
Ivanchuk, 48 or 47 to win a strong event. I mean, some of the earlier world Blitz and Rapid has been getting stronger. So winning in these years is likely even
Very
considered
impressive. Yeah.
more impressive than other years. As I said, every single former world champion is playing, and that hasn't been the case. Nobody bet on Naka. I had Naka, but I didn't bet on him to win because the guy just seems to fail at these events. But how's he doing? How's he doing? Where's Naka? He's playing Nair. Naka is in 34th place,
He's doing pretty terrible for his standards.
and he's playing Nair. But we can see how he did against Nair. We can bring that game up. Let's log in. Naka's a fun guy to follow. It's unfortunate that every time we see him,
Yeah,
he's losing or
collapses,
drawing. Yeah, unfortunate. But his chess hasn't been impressing me, Robin.
No.
Like he blundered a pawn in the very first game against Mamedyarov.
to go to broadcast.
It was kind of strange. Very first game in the tournament, he drew in like a horrible way. Just hung a pawn.
Against
in
who?
Ahmed Adli.
Ah,
Where's that?
Dominguez beat him.
Oh, he's still playing.
Still playing.
Is he losing again? Guys, we're gonna follow. Don't leave. Do not leave. I still have dreams of breaking 900. Don't kill me there. So, Naka against Evgeny Nair, former European champion last year, and a guy who was doing terribly in the event. He had 1.5 out of 5, so he must have steamrolled the field today to play Naka. And the current position we have right now, Naka playing white, finding himself. As I said, naked Naka is kind of fun to watch.
If they just been repeating, it's a draw. They just repeated.
Oh, that's not good for Naka. He has 5.5 out of 10. Nakamura's
No chance.
No chance.
No chance at all.
Hikaru Nakamura has been pretty much mathematically eliminated from winning first place in this event. Very likely eliminated from even finishing on the podium. So
Yeah.
an absolutely just abysmal result.
But what do you expect, Eric? The guy only
Abysmal
won
result.
2 games in the entire out of the 10 games. He won 2 out of 10.
Yeah,
That's nothing.
he won the Paris Grand Prix though convincingly.
Yeah.
But no, it's very disappointing. Very disappointing. It's just a horrendous score. He's going to be 30 next time he plays, and I don't see. The,
Well, I mean, there's just so many guys now.
I don't
and
see
we don't
him-
even see Fabi play right now. We
No.
don't see Wesley play. So there's good guys hiding. This is a problem because Naka is actually becoming a bit old compared to those guys.
Yeah, and he's getting like bad. Yeah, he's getting bad positions and stuff. I don't know. It's not impressing, and it's really elusive. It's really elusive. This World Blitz or World Rapid. Like he hasn't. I don't know if he's even been close to winning. I think he's finished third before, or maybe even second, maybe third. But all those times he usually makes a comeback to finish third. He's not really in a contending for first. He just comes back. It's a bit disappointing. It really is. It'd be nice for me to at least keep losing to a guy who becomes world.
Yeah,
world
who was really,
champion.
really up there.
But actually, it's almost like playing me is bad for his chess as well. And although maybe he's getting bad positions against me, it actually reflects. Beating me by tricks doesn't work against these guys. Maybe
Mhm.
it's like that style doesn't work so well in over the board 3+2 because he's getting bad positions and not escaping so much.
Well, yeah, you cannot put as much pressure on the clock over the board.
Mookie Image, yes, he does take notes. This tournament's open invitational. If you pass certain like a lot of people are eligible. There's restrictions on who's eligible, but it's not strictly invitational. It's an open, a closed Swiss tournament. You have to have a certain ranking, but there's about 1,000 people in the world who qualify for that. MVL's playing. MVL's still playing on.
He's really tilted.
Yeah.
That's crazy that he's doing this. I mean, what's he hoping for? Actually, he wants to see H2 and get some kind of...
I had this endgame at the Olympiad against Indonesia.
I mean, the easiest thing is to just play rook to the 4th, right? Play G3. Also works. I mean, Vidit's not gonna like it. It's almost a bit disrespectful, if you ask me, not to just resign here earlier. Wasn't H2 just a win already? Maybe that's the only way to. No, even H2 was winning there, right?
Check.
Rook f3.
Take.
It doesn't matter. Like I can just play takes.
King takes.
G4. King H1. King G3.
Sorry, I take on H2. Your king's on F3. Your pawn's already on G4.
Oh, King F2. Sorry.
King H1.
King G3.
Yeah, you can do that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as you don't play G3.
Are we uploading this one? Yes, we are. We are uploading this. Bigfoot, I'm not in. I'm commentating in Bach for a few days. I'm not playing. So you're gonna do King F2, big Rook F1. MVL is being annoying here, right?
Well, you play Rook D2, King E2, Rook D1.
Of course.
Rook D2, King E2, Rook D1. But I'll be honest. So I had played this against Indonesia, and he was playing on, and I was a bit upset. And then I got my pawn just like him, and I just had to scan the position to understand all the stalemate tricks again, because then I realized there are tricks. It's very easy to convert, and I expect my opponent to resign at the Olympiad, and he did resign when I showed how to do it. But I just had to review that. Why is he playing on? Is there like something I don't know about this? Because I haven't had this endgame. The last time I had this endgame was like 10 years ago or something.
Rook E2, like you said.
Local guys can get wild cards and things like that. I think there's affirmative action in chess as well. You want to encourage women or people from
African players.
African
players. In the World Cup, they have their own spots.
Yeah. So there are wild cards. There's affirmative action in chess. A lot of it actually. Yeah.
King F2, Rook B1, King E. Okay, that works too. Well, Vidit is definitely on a roll. He might be able to get into the top 10 if he continues like this. Very, very good result. And he resigned.
Yep, game over. Well, that's a big result. Big result. MVL also eliminated 2 of the top players in the event.
Time to retire my emote.
Uh-oh. Lafong donated $30. Time to retire my emote.
Is that the real Lafong?
It's the real Lafong, but I think. And you know, we said if 5 people sub.
Yeah.
We didn't get 5 to defend Lafong.
We didn't get 5 to defend Lafong.
I don't think so. I think we got like 3. I think we got 2 or 3. So I think Lafong.
I feel like he's gonna have to earn it back.
I'm removing him before his stream, so it'll be official.
It will be a bit rough, but you know, I'm back and I'm here to troll a little bit as well. So, you know, Lafong is the first victim.
How's our buddy Sergei Karyakin doing? As we're about to wrap up the broadcast, guys. How's Karyakin doing? I just filter for top ratings.
Suryosha is having a rough
He beat
event.
Lou. Okay,
Oh,
but yeah,
okay.
he's not there. Grishuk, Leach. Okay, nothing crazy. What about Bach?
Bach. Go up a bit. Bach Benjamin lost to Halkias. Bach
Bach has
Bucky
fallen.
is unfortunately really fallen off
Yeah.
the good results.
No, he got mated bishop and knight. So while Robin's here, guys, and while we end the show, I am going to thanks first of all everyone for watching, donation, subscription, tuning in, chatting. It's a good day. Magnus, let me update that score as well. It moves to 7.5 out of 10. First place is 8 out of 10. So Magnus, despite losing a horrific game, he bounced back with 3 straight wins against rivals. So pretty big, 7.5 out of 10. And the winning score probably is going to be something like 11.5 would win. 11.5 probably wins. 11.5 out of 15 probably wins. So that's Magnus looking to score 4 points tomorrow. Ivanchuk needs to probably 11.5 wins. Yeah, definitely that's a magical number.
Yeah.
But Li Chao playing, Robin's here, I'm playing. The Pro Chess League starts pretty soon. And with that, we actually have the calendar out. And I wanted to get it on screen here in a sec. If you guys want to follow our team, Fabiano is our top board, Li Chao second, but Robin will be playing, I'll be playing. And we'll be streaming the games live. Why did he do this? Okay, that's fine.
January 11th is our first match against the New York Knights. We're in a pretty strong pool.
We definitely are. We're going to be playing Norway as well. So let me get this up on
And
screen.
Miami, I think it is.
Yeah, we're playing Naka's team too. What did I save it as? Do you remember?
No.
That's okay. Oh, I know.
There it is.
There it is, guys. We'll be playing every single week for a couple months in a row. Pro Chess League, $50,000 prize pool. Magnus is playing, Naka's playing, Fabiano is playing. We'll have commentary weekly. The games will be streamed live. We'll have game commentary. Yeah, it's 4-on-4 team action. And it's the first season of this new league, so that should be pretty exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Magnus is at 7, not 7.5. Is that the case, Robin?
That means he's got to score probably 4.5 out of 5.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Sorry, he drew.
Magnus
of course.
drew. Oh, my bad. My bad.
Okay, so Magnus is actually not in amazing shape to.
Great
win the
point.
event.
Thank you for reminding me. That's a mistake. Magnus needs a really big day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because with 4 out of 5, which is a fantastic day, his tie breaks are going to have to favor him. Somebody else, I don't know. But, yeah, his tie breaks are not good. They're not terrible now that he's beating people. But Mamedyarov has better tie breaks. Ivanchuk and Aronian.
Still, you know, if you look at his overall score, it's pretty good, and he made very few draws, which is also impressive and kind of cool. So he's capable of it, but it will be tough because there's a lot of good guys ahead of him or tied with him. So big day tomorrow. And Uncle Yas is gonna give you a treat.
Uncle Yas is going to join us tomorrow. Ivanchuk's score is 8 out of 10. He's a full point up on Magnus. Okay, well, yeah, that's quite a bit. So Vasily Ivanchuk, let's see if the veteran wins his first World Rapid title. And if that happens, it's really Magnus, that one game. But anyways, nothing set in stone yet. Come in tomorrow, 7 a.m. We got people here. Yasser will join us, and it should be the most exciting day as
For
more
sure.
and more people
For sure.
get eliminated from title contention. For the Pro Chess League games, there'll be commentary, but not by the players playing it. The rapid games, and I think it's going to affect the quality. But the Butcher will be the official commentator throughout the season, weekly commentator, commentating on all the games that chessbrahs will be participating in. So he'll be the commentator, not a player, and the players will be playing. So we're planning that. Check out the website for specific times or social media where I post updates on our various channels. Anyways, guys, thanks, and if you want to have some fun later today, Lafong, for those who don't know him. For those who know him, you're definitely going to tune in. For those who don't know him, he is
He's notorious.
he's not a guy to miss out on.
No.
He'll be streaming in 2.5 hours from now with Dr. Usyk, another guy, who you might want to check out. So they have a joint stream in 2.5 hours right here on this channel. But if not, see you guys tomorrow, 7 a.m. Final day of the World Rapid Championships. And thanks for joining today, Robin.
Thank you. You'll see me around another couple of days, I'm sure. And look forward to tomorrow. Thanks for watching, guys, and see you back maybe in the next stream, maybe tomorrow. And take care.
Yeah.